Chapter 560. Since Kai Yang had already said so much, what else could Li Yuanchun say? Although he knew that Yang Kai wanted to use this group of people as free bodyguards, he had no choice but to agree, so he smiled and said, "Very good. These people from the Endless Sea Islands wouldn't put the 8 great families in their eyes, nor would they put the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land in their eyes because their roots weren't inland." At the same time, nearly 1,000 kilometers away from War City, dust and smoke billowed in the air. Countless silhouettes and monstrous beasts could be vaguely seen. At the head of this group was a huge monster beast. On the back of this monster beast, a man stood quietly, staring indifferently in the direction of War City. This person was about 40 or 50 years old, and there was nothing special about him. The other person had an ordinary appearance and wore a green robe, but his eyes were constantly overflowing with light. His expression was indifferent, but he was not angry, but he gave off a dignified aura. The Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. Demon Lord Yang Bai. Before seeing this person, the world thought that the Demon Lord had 3 heads and 6 arms, and that his face was filled with a fiendish aura, similar to that of an evil ghost, but only those who had seen his true face knew that Yang Bai was actually no different from an ordinary person, even having a very ordinary appearance. Without experiencing his methods personally, no one would ever believe that such a person could actually subdue the entire Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. Yang Bai, more than 20 years ago, had been cultivating under High Heaven Pavilion's Ling Tai Su. Because of his narrow-mindedness, he had cultivated an unknown evil secret art and became the demon race, fighting with his brother Yang Yingfeng and his master Ling Tai Su. In that battle, Yang Yingfeng was seriously injured and had been plagued with a chronic illness for more than 10 years. After that battle, Ling Tai Su was disheartened and never asked about the sect again. A few years later, Ling Tai Su personally took action and captured Yang Bai, bringing him back to High Heaven Pavilion, crippling his cultivation and throwing him into the coiling dragon stream, leaving him to fend for himself. However, Yang Bai had not expected that under the coiling dragon stream, he would obtain a great opportunity and cultivate his heaven-defying skills. The moment he left his retreat, he fought against the entire High Heaven Pavilion, killed an elder, and severely injured Ling Tai Su before leaving. Soon after, he appeared in the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. But now, he was the master of the entire Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. Behind Yang Bai, 6 figures followed closely, all of them glancing towards him from time to time, their eyes filled with awe. These 6 people were the 6 great evil kings of the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land, 5 men and 1 woman. The 6 of them had different appearances. Some were riding on ferocious monster beast, some were surrounded by green poisonous fog, some were surrounded by a ghostly aura, some had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear, and some had the physique of a wild beast, and some were surrounded by lightning, their figures faintly discernible. The only one who was relatively normal was the only woman, the beguiling demon queen, Shan Qing Luo. Even though she was Shan Qing Luo, she had a face that did not seem to belong to the mortal world. Anyone who looked at her and met her eyes would be mesmerized in an instant. Even the other 5 great evil kings did not dare to look straight into Shan Qing Luo's eyes. Since breaking through to the above immortal ascension boundary, this dragon lady's beguiling technique had become even more powerful than before. Even though the 5 great evil kings were stronger than her in terms of cultivation and strength, they still couldn't afford to be careless. The 6 great evil kings used their own methods to follow Yang Bai's pace, either riding monster beast or enslaving it. Behind these 6 great evil kings were many masters from the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land, countless above Immortal Ascension Boundary and Peak Immortal Ascension Boundary masters. There were also countless strange-looking monster beasts. Each of these monster beasts had at least 5th-order strength, with 6th-order monster beasts everywhere. There was even a 7th-order monster beast. This 7th-order monster beast was the giant spider mother that Yang Kai had seen before, one that could only communicate with others using its divine sense. A 7th-order monster beast was equivalent to an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. Now, this Spider Mother was under the command of the Thunderbolt Beast King. Although the Beast King had not been able to subdue it, they had reached an agreement, so for this expedition to the central capital, the Spider Mother had naturally followed. In view of the evil deeds that Yang Kai and Shan Qing Luo had committed in the Spider Mother's lair, the Spider Mother held considerable hostility towards Shan Qing Luo at the moment, but because of the strength of the Demon Lord, she didn't dare act rashly. If there was no Demon Lord Yang Bai here, the Spider Mother would definitely have attacked Shan Qing Luo. Master, we're only 800 kilometers away from War City. The profound Een Ghost King suddenly said, Subordinate requests master's permission to go ahead and inquire about the situation ahead. Yang Bai's expression didn't change as he continued to fly forward, not responding. Ghost King, we haven't even killed anyone yet and you're already itching for a fight? The annihilating Poison King snickered as he glanced sideways at the Ghost King. The profound Ghost King chuckled. It seems the Poison King understands me. I've heard that a lot of masters have gathered in War City. The last time those people came to my holy land to cause trouble, it would be impolite not to reciprocate. Now, this old master is going to bring them a big gift. The Poison King nodded. When it comes to killing people, this old master's methods are much better. Master, please allow me to go ahead first. The Ghost King didn't back down. Although your poison is amazing, this old master's group is also not small. If we really have to kill them, they won't be any worse than you. As he spoke, there seemed to be the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling. Inside the Ghost King's body, a number of hideous and terrifying faces visible to the naked eye appeared. These faces were filled with pain and struggle, as if they were human soul avatars that had been imprisoned inside the Ghost King's body, unable to break free. If you want to go, go ahead, Yang Bai said faintly, not stopping them. Many thanks, Master. The Ghost King and Poison King were overjoyed and quickly used their movement skills to fly forward. I'll go too, Lightning Flash Shadow King said, his body flashing with lightning and disappearing in a flash. Damn it, all of you are going? A loud bellow rang out. The burly man with the waist of a bear and the back of a tiger like a ferocious beast widened his eyes. You've all run over. What's the point of killing when I get there? Saying so, the tyrannical Force King stomped his feet and hurriedly caught up. Every step he took caused the earth to tremble violently, as if the heavens themselves were about to fall apart, a shocking sight to behold. Heh. I'll also join in the fun. The Thunderbolt Beast King spurred his mount forward, a variety of monster beast following behind him, breaking away from the main group. In the blink of an eye, the 5 great evil kings had all set out, leaving only Shan Qing Luo behind Yang Bai. Qing Luo, you're not going? Yang Bai glanced back at Shan Qing Luo. I won't go. Having them is enough. Shan Qing Luo slowly shook her head. It's fine if you don't go, those people's murderous intent is too strong. They won't be able to go far on the martial Dao. Shan Qing Luo stared at Yang Bai in surprise, seemingly not having expected him to evaluate the 5 great evil kings in such a way. Speaking of which, that maid by your side by Luo? I haven't seen her for a few days now, Yang Bai said, seemingly intentionally or unintentionally. Shan Qing Luo's tender body trembled, but she quickly stabilized her breathing and calmly replied. I sent her out to do something. Yang Bai nodded gently. Shan Qing Luo was extremely nervous, fearing he would continue to ask, but unexpectedly, Yang Bai no longer spoke, as if he really was just asking casually. Shan Qing Luo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Staring towards the direction of War City, the beguiling demon queen prayed in her heart. That little bastard must leave quickly. The large-scale invasion of the Holy Land this time was not something a small war city could resist. Shan Qing Luo even suspected that even the central capital wouldn't be able to resist it. Yang Bai's strength had progressed too quickly. When he first came to the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land and subdued the 6 great evil kings, Shan Qing Luo was still able to see the bottom line of his cultivation, but now that she had broken through to the above immortal ascension boundary, she was no longer able to see through Yang Bai. This person's strength was simply too terrifying. No one in the central capital could stop him. After carefully probing her surroundings, Shan Qing Luo found that Yang Kai was still in War City and had no intention of leaving, causing her to become anxious. More than 800 kilometers away, even an above immortal ascension boundary master wouldn't be able to sense such a distance. However, Shan Qing Luo had planted a soul-seeking seal in Yang Kai's body, so with this seal, even if Yang Kai was at the ends of the earth, Shan Qing Luo would be able to find him. In Shan Qing Luo's heart, there was Yang Kai's love, so she had planted a soul-seeking seal in him to prevent him from escaping, but now it had come in handy. What was that little bastard doing? Why hadn't he made a move yet? Bai Luo should have already arrived on the other side and delivered the news. War City, Yang Kai's mansion. Everyone was ready. Everyone also knew the seriousness of the situation, so naturally, no one had any objections to Yang Kai's order to leave this place. Just as they were preparing to depart, Qiu Meng and Hua Xing returned. The two of them had just followed Yang Kai's instructions and had gone to the Seal Temple to report the news they had received to the 7 Grand Elders. How was it? Yang Kai asked. Xueqi Meng's expression became gloomy as she shook her head bitterly. They don't believe me. Yang Kai couldn't help but snort. Death is at hand, yet they still don't know. How stupid. No matter what, I've done everything I can. What are you two going to do? Return to the central capital or? We'll go with you, Xueqi Meng quickly said. Then let's go. Yang Kai waved his hand and didn't say anything more. Right now, time was precious, so there was no time to argue. Although Yang Kai felt that it was better for them to return to the central capital, after all, they were all young lords and young ladies of great families, so there was no need for them to follow him. Under the leadership of Yang Kai, this group of people walked out in an imposing manner. Outside the mansion, since the beginning, there had been a constant stream of people shouting and threatening Yang Kai's forces to leave. Even now, these people were still shouting. At first sight, seeing so many cultivator from Yang Kai's mansion moving out, the people shouting couldn't help feeling surprised, mistakenly thinking that Yang Kai was about to make a big move, so they quickly issued a warning. In the next moment, countless experts rushed forward, blocking the path in front of the crowd. In last night's battle, although the 7 families' allied forces had suffered heavy losses, their foundation had not been damaged. Now that all of them had gathered together, the scene was still spectacular. Little Lord, what are you doing? The Kong family's Kong Zhan stepped forward and asked carefully. Yang Kai looked at him and frowned, hesitating for a moment before saying, Don't say I didn't warn you. The Ash Grey Cloud Evil Land's forces, under the leadership of the Demon Lord, are on their way here. If you don't want to die, quickly leave War City and return to the central capital. Kong Zhan stared at Yang Kai in a daze, seemingly unable to understand. After a moment, he couldn't help laughing and shaking his head. Little Lord, what are you saying? What do you mean? Chapter 561. Kong Zhan was really confused. Although Yang Kai from the start of the Inheritance War until now had always performed amazing feats that no one dared to underestimate him, for him to suddenly say such words without rhyme or reason, Kong Zhan couldn't help but feel a bit amused. Yang Kai also saw the distrust on his face and quickly said, I don't have time to explain too much to you. If you believe me, then leave here quickly. If you don't believe me, then stay here. Your life or death has nothing to do with me. Saying so, he took a step forward. His action immediately aroused the vigilance of the 7 family coalition, countless masters quickly gathering their strength and staring towards him. Yang Kai's eyes flashed a cold light as his face filled with impatience. Little Lord. Yi Xianro suddenly appeared in the crowd. Someone must have reported the news to her and she quickly rushed over, a mischievous look appearing on her pretty face as she asked, Don't you think your words are a bit of an alarmist? Those Ash Grey Cloud Evil Land people shouldn't be holed up in their own territory and instead come here to die? Idiot! Yang Kai cursed. Yi Xianro, I know you have a prejudice against me. Last time I really went a bit too far, but now I don't want to argue with you, nor do I have time to argue with you. Tell them to get out of the way. Otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. Little Lord, you look so fierce. I'm so scared. Yi Xianro looked at Yang Kai timidly before suddenly smiling contemptuously. You say the Ash Grey Cloud Evil Land people are attacking, but what evidence do you have? Yang Kai just stared at her indifferently and didn't say a word. What evidence did he have? His only basis was his trust in Shanqing Luo and his trust in Bai Luo. The Golden Feather Eagle had been sent out to observe the situation and had yet to return. Even if it did, the news it brought back was only known to Yang Kai, so it was still just his side of the story. Seeing him remain silent, Yi Xianro sneered and spread her hands. Without any evidence, how do you expect people to believe you? Isn't this just Little Lord playing tricks? I don't need to play any tricks. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. I have already withdrawn from the Inheritance War. The patriarch of the Yang family has nothing to do with me. Big brother, second brother, whoever wants it can take it. Right now, I just want to take my people and leave this place. Hee. Yi Xianro giggled. Little Lord, whether you withdraw from the Inheritance War or not, you cannot leave here. Who said I can't leave? You can try. Don't force me. Yang Kai's aura became dangerous. Yi Xianro's smile also quickly converged as she coldly said, Yang Kai, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Although you have many masters in your house, don't forget that you are making an enemy out of the 8 great families. You are doomed to have a bad end. Do you think you can resist the entire central capital with your ability? You think too highly of yourself. Sister Yi, now is not the time to argue about this. Xueqi Meng stepped forward. The people from the ash-gray cloud evil land have already arrived. Even if you and Yang Kai have a personal grudge against each other, can't we talk about it after we get out of this mess and survive? Isn't this elder sister Qiu? Yi Xianro grinned as she stared at Xueqi Meng. What's wrong? Last night you stabbed yourself and now you've recovered? Elder sister Qiu's physique is really different from ordinary people's. Or, were you just acting yesterday? Xueqi Meng's face suddenly became ugly. Yi Xianro, not knowing when to back down, putting on a posture of wanting to block Yang Kai's forces here, made Xueqi Meng very angry. She had wanted to talk to her, but now it seemed she was playing the lute to a cow. Yi Xianro's jealousy and hatred towards Yang Kai and Xueqi Meng made it impossible for her to think straight. I can't talk to her. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, a trace of helplessness appearing on his face. Yi Xianro suddenly shouted coldly. Yang Kai's forces, listen up. Immediately leave his side and pledge allegiance to the 8 great families. If you don't, our 8 great families will treat the sects and families behind you as enemies. As for what the consequences will be, I'm sure you all know. All the people behind Yang Kai couldn't help trembling slightly. Yi Xianro sneered. Pledging allegiance to the 8 great families also has its benefits. As long as you are willing to stand with me now, I can guarantee your families and sects a smooth future. On this point, young Lord Lu has the right to speak. Isn't that right, young Lord Lu? Saying so, her beautiful eyes glanced over to the side. Among the crowd, Lu Feixiang stood there with a bitter expression. Countless eyes from Yang Kai's mansion were focused on him, making him feel like he was being stabbed in the back, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. Lu Feixiang, I'll fuck your whole family. Dong Qinghan couldn't help cursing. Tianyuan City's young city lord had only left Yang Kai's mansion less than an hour ago, yet now he had been subdued by Yi Xianro. This was tantamount to slapping Yang Kai's face in front of everyone. Fortunately, before he left, Yang Kai had thanked him for his efforts in Tianyuan City during this period of time. Hearing Dong Qinghan's curses, Lu Feixiang's face alternated between blue and red. Only Lu Feixiang? Yang Kai glanced over at Yi Xianro faintly. Yi Xianro spat disdainfully. The Duanmu family and Purple Fern Valley have some backbone, directly leaving War City, but only one is enough. Hearing her say this, Luo Xiaoman couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. She had been really worried that her brother Fan Hong would not be able to resist Yi Xianro's persuasion and switch sides. If that had really happened, how could Luo Xiaoman have any face left to remain? Young Lord Lu, tell them, you've been with them for so long, you should understand them. Tell them what benefits you obtained in Tianyuan City and how you feel now. Yi Xianro looked at Yang Kai triumphantly, but her mouth was still issuing orders to Lu Feixiang. Lu Feixiang's expression was extremely bitter, his hands clenched into fists. Facing the stairs from Yang Kai's mansion, he could barely stand still. Little lord, I'm sorry, I had no choice. Lu Feixiang muttered guiltily. There's no need, this is your choice. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, not showing much emotion, as if he didn't care that Lu Feixiang had defected so quickly. Yi Xianro was stunned, suddenly feeling like she had thrown a heavy punch only to land on a pile of cotton, her pretty face twisting in anger. Don't waste your time, you won't be able to pull away the people in my mansion. Yang Kai quickly said, I'll say it again, get out of the way, we need to leave this place, whoever dares to block our path will be killed without mercy. Little Lord's temper is quite big. Yi Xianro grit her teeth. I'd like to see if you really have the ability to do so. Yang Kai's patience finally ran out and he stared coldly at Yi Xianro, slowly raising his hand. The yuan qi of everyone in his mansion suddenly became violent. Evil creature, you still want to fight? An angry shout suddenly rang out. Yang Kai's face sank as he turned his head and saw 7 people quickly flying over. None of them were the 7 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the Seal Temple. The faces of Ling Tai Su and the others also became ugly. Although they had fought last night and Ling Tai Su and the others had occupied an absolute advantage, only one night had passed and Meng Wuya and the old demon had not yet recovered their yuan qi. If they were to fight now, it was likely they would suffer a loss. I'm afraid we can't leave. Meng Wuya sighed helplessly. Meng Wuya sighed and shook his head with a wry smile. He hadn't expected that such a simple matter as leaving War City would be hindered by so many people. Last night you killed my 8 great family's people. Haven't you had enough? Yang Li Ting stared coldly at Yang Kai, his face filled with disgust. Although you are a Yang family young lord, I can see that you no longer care about your own bloodline. Since that's the case, you should leave the Yang family. The audience was in an uproar. The meaning of Yang Li Ting's words was that he wanted to expel Yang Kai from the family. It was rare for the 8 great families to expel their young lords, so if this news were to spread, it would likely be a shocking event. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he calmly said, "Whether I leave or not, I don't care. But right now, I just want to take my people and leave this place. I hope several seniors can accommodate me." "Want to leave?" Another person coldly snorted. "After killing so many of my 8 great family's people, you want to just walk away? How can there be such a cheap thing in this world?" The fat old man from the Hua family frowned and said, "Yang Kai, don't act on impulse. You should think about things from the standpoint of the family and why we treat you like this. You can't leave now. If you do, what face will the 8 great families have?" Yang Kai took a deep breath. He had a good impression of this fat old man. He seemed to have shown him kindness time and time again, unlike the others who often used their status and cultivation to threaten him. "Senior, this place is about to be destroyed. If we don't leave now, everyone will die here." The fat old man wore an awkward expression. "You sent Xueqi Meng and Star Hua to tell us this news, so we already know, but as the Yi family's little girl asked, do you have any evidence? This isn't something you can talk about without thinking." Yang Kai shook his head. "I still say the same thing. If you believe me, then hurry up and deploy. If you don't, then there's nothing I can do." "Ha!" The fat old man sighed. "If you put it like that, it's hard not to think of something else." "Something else?" Yang Kai's expression froze for a moment before he suddenly reacted. "Do you think I'm using this as an excuse to distract you so I can take the opportunity to escape?" "Don't tell me you don't think so?" One of the 7 top masters sneered. "Haha." Yang Kai smiled helplessly. "I really don't have such an intention. If I really wanted to escape, there would be no need for me to send someone to inform you. None of you are children. All of you are old enough to be fooled by your own cleverness." "Impudent!" Yang Li Ting shouted angrily. "It's not your turn to teach this old master and others a lesson." Someone else chimed in. "Let's not talk about the reliability of your information, just the source of your information. You seem to have obtained this information from one of the maidservants of the beguiling demon queen, right?" "Indeed. How bold!" The man shouted angrily. "As a descendant of the 8 great families, you actually have connections with the 6 great evil kings. This is simply unforgivable. Why would the beguiling demon queen send someone to inform you of this? How can you believe the words of a demon king? Your words are full of loopholes. Do you really think this old master and others are 3-year-old children who can be easily bewitched by you?" Shouts rang out one after another, and even the chubby old man had a look of disappointment on his face. Chapter 562. With the shouts of these people, the atmosphere in front of Yang Kai's house suddenly became tense. Yi Xian Rose sneered. "Yang Kai, you should obediently surrender. In any case, you've already decided to withdraw from the inheritance war. Continuing to resist is not good for you, nor is it good for those around you. If you still have any conscience, you shouldn't drag them into this mess. Letting them go now is the best choice." Yang Kai's expression remained silent and calm, but anyone could tell that his patience had reached its limit. This kind of calm silence was like the calm before a storm, causing everyone's heart to palpitate uneasily. "Do you need help?" Li Yuanchun approached Yang Kai and asked softly. What he wanted to see most now was for Yang Kai to quickly return the Endless Sea Island's hallowed artifacts to him. But right now, this little brat was clearly in a situation where he was surrounded by enemies. Li Yuanchun kindly proposed this only because he wanted to sell Yang Kai some goodwill. After he got out of this predicament, he would naturally be able to have a good talk with Yang Kai. With 7 above immortal ascension boundary masters here, Li Yuanchun didn't have the ability to fight them. But if it was about escaping with Yang Kai, he could still do so. After all, he was also at this level. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and declined his kindness. How could he not know what Li Yuanchun was thinking? If he really wanted to escape on his own, he wouldn't need any help. With his current strength, once he unfolded his Yang inflammation wings, even an above immortal ascension boundary master would have to eat dust behind him. However, it was impossible for Yang Kai to escape alone. The exchange between the two didn't escape the eyes of the 7 Seal Temple elders. In fact, as soon as they arrived, they noticed the existence of Li Yuan Chun. Although they were all above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, Li Yuan Chun's existence was too dazzling. The Endless Sea Island's Great Sex had sent over 50 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters today, as well as an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. This made the 7 Seal Temple elders somewhat puzzled, wondering who Yang Kai was and why he had such a strong background. In addition, they didn't know the current situation of Meng Wu Ya and the old demon, so although they were shouting loudly, none of them dared to act rashly. The scene suddenly reached a stalemate. The clear cry of an eagle came from afar, as if it had been greatly frightened, and there was obvious anxiety in its voice. Hearing this voice, Yang Kai's expression changed. The 7 disciples of the conferred God Temple also had solemn expressions as they looked in the direction of the golden feather eagle. It's too late. Yang Kai's face showed a trace of deep helplessness and anger. They're already here. The message that the golden feather eagle conveyed was something that only he could understand. Listening to him say this, everyone suddenly realized that Yang Kai's previous words weren't an alarmist, nor was he trying to trick them. It seemed that the ash-gray cloud Evil Land's forces really had arrived. He couldn't help but feel terrified. He looked at Yang Kai in a daze, hoping to get more information. Bai Luo. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Bai Luo, who was hiding in the crowd, and angrily shouted, "Didn't you say they would arrive here at night?" That should be the case. Bai Luo was also confused. With the Holy Land's team's speed, they should have arrived at night. Then why are they already 100 kilometers away? You're asking me, how am I supposed to know? Bai Luo also became angry. The distance of 100 kilometers was simply too short, and one had to factor in the time it took for the golden feather eagle to report back. Now it was likely that it was already too late to leave. Yi Xianrou's expression became strange as she muttered, "Your acting is quite realistic, even now you still want to." Before she could finish, she swallowed the rest of her words. Under Yang Kai's hateful gaze, she really didn't have the courage to continue. They're really here. Yang Li Ting's expression suddenly changed as he stared towards the horizon. The other 6 also wore extremely ugly expressions. It wasn't until this moment that they realized that what Yang Kai had said was all true. Turning their gazes towards the horizon, all of them were dumbfounded. At the edge of the horizon, a rolling black cloud was approaching them at an extremely terrifying speed. Within the black cloud, there seemed to be some figures faintly discernible. Lightning crisscrossed, illuminating the sky over there with a terrifying light. A destructive aura followed the approach of the black cloud and enveloped War City. Dark clouds loomed over the city. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear at this moment. It's the Lightning Flash Shadow King. Bai Luo suddenly exclaimed. Only he can have such speed. He must have brought the others here with him. Yang Kai, I have to go. If he sees me here, I won't be able to explain myself to the Great Lord. Bai Luo hurriedly called out, preparing to flee as quickly as possible. Stop her. Yi Xianrou shouted. Even now, she was unwilling to let go of any opportunity to suppress Yang Kai's momentum. Without obeying her orders, Bai Luo flickered a few times before disappearing. Now that a great disaster was looming over them, who would have the heart to do such a thing? In the end, Bai Luo was just one of Shan Qing Luo's maidservants, so even if she was captured, what use was there? The 5 great evil kings hadn't even arrived yet, but the destructive aura they exuded was enough to silence all of War City. Do you believe me now? Yang Kai said contemptuously towards Yi Xianrou and the 7 elders from the Seal Temple, his lips curling into a cold sneer as he sneered sarcastically. The faces of the 7 elders all paled. If they had been prepared when Yang Kai asked Qiu Yimeng and Huaxing to inform them, they wouldn't have been caught off guard here. Even if they had believed Yang Kai when they came to stop him from leaving, it wasn't too late. At the very least, they would have had some time to catch their breath. But now, the 7 great evil kings had really arrived, so it was too late to say anything. Here, 7 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the 8 great families were gathered, along with 200 to 300 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. If these people from War City were to be lost, it would have a huge impact on the entire central capital. Don't let them come, Yang Li Ting said solemnly. Meet them head-on. Saying so, without the slightest hesitation, Yang Kai activated his movement skill and rushed forward. The other 6 elders hurriedly followed. Before the fat old man from the Hua family left, He shot a regretful and annoyed look towards Yang Kai, a faint trace of guilt appearing on his face as he immediately said to Yi Xinro, "Little Yi family girl, I'll leave this place to you. No matter what you do, you must ensure that everyone here returns to the central capital safely." "Yes," Yi Xinro quickly responded. The black cloud's momentum was both fierce and fast. Originally, it was still far away, but in the time it took to speak, it had already arrived 20 kilometers outside of War City. By the time Yang Li Ting and the others arrived, they were only 10 kilometers away from War City. An earth-shaking battle broke out in an instant. The black cloud was dispersed, and 3 figures were revealed from within. One of them had a body covered in lightning, while the other had a burly figure that seemed to possess infinite strength, while the other sat atop a mighty monster beast. Lightning Flash Shadow King, Tyrannical Force King, Thunderbolt Beast King. 3 against 7. Although they were at an absolute disadvantage, in contrast, the 7 elders from the 8 great families wore dignified expressions while the 3 elders from the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land were calm. Behind these 3 people was a huge spider. This spider had a human face, but it had the body of a spider. It was extremely strange. It was an extremely beautiful face. She looked to be only 16 years of age, and her beauty was unparalleled. She also had a head of soft silky hair, but when set off by the giant spider's body, she looked ferocious and terrifying. "Spider Mother?" Yang Kai blurted out, immediately recognizing the origin of this spider monster beast. Wasn't this the same one he had encountered with Shanqing Luo? How did it end up here? "Oh, there's actually such a monster beast here? This is the first time I've seen one." Xue Ling also exclaimed. Unfortunately, without the beast transformation pond, she will never be able to cultivate to the entry form. "Treasurer Meng, what do you think?" Yang Kai hurriedly asked Meng Wuya. "It's not optimistic." Meng Wuya slowly shook his head. Although he couldn't unseal his strength right now, his vision was still sharp. The 7 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from your 8 great families are relatively weak in this realm, but the 3 elders on the other side are very strong, so even if you have the advantage in numbers, the 7 elders won't be able to win and will most likely die. Yang Kai couldn't help shaking his head. Meng Wuya's evaluation wasn't the slightest bit exaggerated. After all, he had fought with the 7 elders before and knew their bottom line. Yang Kai had thought that with these 7 elders taking action, War City shouldn't be in any danger for the time being. But now it seemed that they would only be able to delay for a while. "Treasurer Meng, please point out a way to survive." Yang Kai's face showed a trace of helplessness as he looked towards Meng Wuya helplessly. Meng Wuya smiled indifferently. "Are you sure I can give you directions? Your treasured disciple is here. If there was any real danger, you wouldn't be so calm." Yang Kai smiled bitterly. The absolute gap in strength wasn't something that could be made up with a little strategy, so Yang Kai could only turn to Meng Wuya for help now. Treasurer Meng glanced around and quickly said, "If you leave now, only about 10% of the people here will be able to escape. But with this old master and brotherling's protection, you don't need to worry about your own safety. We will take you away. I want everyone here to be safe and sound." Meng Wuya grinned. "I knew you would say that." Everyone in the house couldn't help showing a slightly moved expression. Even those from the Endless Sea Islands were slightly moved. Yi Fu and Hua Duanhun quietly approached Li Yuanchun and asked, "Senior, what should we do?" Li Yuanchun stared deeply at Yang Kai before turning to Meng Wuya and saying, "Follow them for now. If things really go south, this old master will take that little brat away from here. At that time, you can find a way out on your own." Yang Kai's survival was related to the whereabouts of the hallowed treasures of the Endless Sea Islands' great sects that had been lost for hundreds of years. Li Yuanchun couldn't allow anything to happen to Yang Kai. "Good." Yi Fu and Hua Duanhun nodded gently, also agreeing with Li Yuanchun's proposal. Meng Wuya then said, "Those 3 should only be the vanguard of the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land. I'm afraid that after a while, the rest will arrive. Also, look over there. That Thunderbolt Beast King has brought a lot of monster beast with him." Following the direction Meng Wuya pointed, Yang Kai saw that a few dozen kilometers away, a cloud of dust was rolling along with countless monster beast, some running on the ground, some flying in the sky. After a brief scan, Yang Kai's face couldn't help sinking. Among these monster beast, the lowest was actually a 5th-order monster beast, and there were many 6th-order ones. Chapter 563. Retreat. Meng Wuya quickly said. "Retreat to where?" Yang Kai asked anxiously. Back to the mansion. Yang Kai stared at him blankly for a moment, but soon his eyes became firm and he nodded firmly. Since Meng Wuya had said so, he must have a way to avoid this crisis. While the two of them were discussing this matter, Yi Xianro had also stabilized her mood and was in the middle of directing the seven-family coalition to withdraw to the central capital when suddenly she seemed to remember something and turned to Yang Kai and said, "Yang Kai, I want to recruit all of your subordinates." Yang Kai glanced at her faintly, a look of disgust filling his face. "You have so many masters under your command, it is only right that they act together with us. Everyone's safety will be greatly increased, but I hope you can consider the overall situation first. The grievances between us can wait until after this matter is over." These words, Xueqi Meng had just said to her, but she had ignored them. Now that the crisis had arrived, she was using these same words to talk to Yang Kai, causing many people to feel disgruntled. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I won't go with you. If you want to return to the central capital, please do as you please." Yi Xianro angrily shouted, "Yang Kai, why are you always so selfish? Not going with us is just courting your own destruction. If you don't think about it yourself, you should at least think about the people around you. My house's affairs don't need you to worry about them." Yang Kai said calmly, as if he didn't know the imminent danger, coldly saying, "You should worry about your own affairs first. Those 7 people won't be able to stop them for long. If you continue to dawdle, I'm afraid you'll never be able to return to the central capital." Yi Xianro's expression changed greatly as she coldly said, "There are only 3 people over there, while my 8 great families have 7 people, how could we not defeat them?" Even now, this woman still had great illusions about the situation, that with Yang Li Ting's group of 7, they could defeat the ash-gray cloud evil land's vanguard. "Yi Xianro, what the little lord said has some truth to it. We should hurry up and leave," Gao Rangfeng urged. Kong Zhan also nodded quickly. Feeling the aura of destruction, no one wanted to stay here any longer. The central capital, 100 kilometers away, was the ideal haven in their minds. Brother Meng has already informed eldest young master. Let's go quickly. The people from the eldest young master's residence will also come over immediately. If the young master doesn't want to come with us, there's no need to force him. Gao Rangfeng and Kong Zhan's persuasion made it difficult for Yi Xianro to continue arguing, so she simply said, "If that's the case, then I'll leave." "Let's go then." Finished speaking, she glared hatefully at Kai Yang, a trace of schadenfreude appearing on her pretty face. "Kai Yang, I hope you don't die too early, wait until this matter is settled. I'll look for you again." Then without giving Yang Kai a chance to refute, he turned around and left. The allied forces of the 7 families hurriedly followed. Just as they had finished packing up their things, they were forced back again. Everyone was at a loss as to what to do, especially since a fierce battle was still taking place 10 kilometers outside of War City. Countless monster beasts were rushing towards them. Everyone was in a state of panic. A feeling of impending death spread throughout their bodies. "What do we do now?" Everyone in the house turned to Yang Kai and asked. Yang Kai turned to look at Meng Wuya. Treasurer Meng smiled and said, "Don't worry, since this old master asked you to come back, he definitely has a plan. Do what you need to do, but don't leave the house. I'm afraid it's not safe outside." Everyone was stunned, none of them understanding what Meng Wuya was saying. The people from the ash-gray cloud evil land had already come knocking on their door. If they didn't leave, shouldn't they at least make some defensive arrangements? But Meng Wuya was telling them to do what they needed to do. What did this mean? Meng Wuya's expression became serious as he said, "This old master won't play around with your lives. When the time comes, you'll understand. If you believe this old master's words, don't stare at me." Everyone became more and more confused by Meng Wuya's words, but listening to the meaning of his words, it was clear he was fully confident he could protect everyone's safety. Meng Wuya didn't say what his method was, so it was probably inconvenient for him to do so. Yang Kai frowned and said, "Since Treasurer Meng has said so, you, disperse. Do what you need to do." Since Yang Kai had spoken, everyone scattered like birds and beasts. Although they still had doubts in their hearts, they could only choose to believe in Yang Kai's judgment. Li Yuanchun stared at Meng Wuya in surprise, his powerful divine sense constantly sweeping him. After a long time, he asked suspiciously, "Brother, do you really have such a big plan? Don't talk so big." Li Yuanchun was a newcomer, so he naturally didn't know Meng Wuya's details. He only thought he was an ordinary peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator. Even he felt great pressure from the outside. So how could this Meng Wuya protect so many people? Meng Wuya just grinned, his expression unfathomable. Even old demon couldn't help but stare at Treasurer Meng in disbelief, not understanding where Meng Wuya's confidence came from to guarantee the safety of everyone in the mansion. Xueqi Meng, arrange a place for these seniors from the Endless Sea Islands to stay. Yang Kai said faintly. Good. Xueqi Meng nodded and motioned everyone to follow her. Li Yuanchun shook his head. This old master wants to stay with young Master Yang. He had obviously decided to follow Yang Kai until he returned the Supreme Solitary Sect's Supreme Solitary Seal. Xueqi Meng hesitantly looked towards Yang Kai, to which Yang Kai nodded gently. The Qiu family's first young lady then led the others into the house. Violent fluctuations came from outside War City as more than a dozen tyrannical auras intertwined, seemingly in a desperate struggle. Yang Kai's face was gloomy as he released his divine sense to monitor the situation outside. Although during this period of time, he and the 8 great families had been in a very unpleasant situation, with the 2 of them even fighting against each other. Last night, a great battle had resulted in many casualties. But now that the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land had launched a large-scale invasion, Yang Kai didn't want these 7 people to die. If anything happened to them, War City would likely be plunged into an abyss of misery. At that time, the 8 great families would suffer heavy losses, and whether or not the central capital could be saved would be another matter. Back in the central capital, his parents were still there. If it weren't for this, Yang Kai wouldn't have cared about the life or death of the 8 great families. While he was scanning the area, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed, quickly withdrawing his powerful divine sense and sweeping it towards a certain direction in War City. There, 2 rather mysterious, sinister, and terrifying auras quietly spread out. There are masters. Yang Kai was shocked. Ling Tai Su and Li Yuanchun were startled and quickly investigated. The next moment, their expressions also changed. They also discovered something. Inside War City, 2 above immortal ascension boundary masters had silently snuck in. It was likely they had taken advantage of the huge commotion caused by the Lightning Flash Shadow Kings trio and the Spider Mother to sneak in without anyone noticing. But soon, Li Yuanchun's expression became strange. Staring at Yang Kai in a daze, he realized that this young Master Yang had actually noticed the existence of these 2 people before he did. This little brat. Li Yuanchun found himself unable to understand Yang Kai. Annihilating Poison King, Profound Een Ghost King. Ling Tai Su shouted in horror. He could sense a unique aura from the 2 evil kings. These 2 evil kings were too special. One was covered in poison while the other was emitting a dense ghost chi. It was difficult for Ling Tai Su not to recognize them. They're heading towards the 7 family coalition. After Ling Tai Su finished speaking, he turned to look at Yang Kai. The 7 family coalition had experienced last night's battle. Their losses were not small. Although all the cultivators from Yang Wei and Yang Zhao's compound had gathered, without an above immortal ascension boundary master, Yang Zhao and his 4 blood warriors alone were unable to stop the attack of these 2 great evil kings. Now that their auras were leaking, it was obvious they were ready to attack. Yang Kai's expression struggled as he hesitating for a moment before saying, "I'll go take a look." Ling Tai Su smiled faintly. "I'll go with you." Old Demon also said, "Old Servant will go with you. We'll also go." Tu Feng and the others said in unison. Meng Wuya lightly coughed, "I won't go." He had to stay, otherwise, the safety of everyone in his compound couldn't be guaranteed. Li Yuanchun stared at them in shock. "Are you all stupid?" He really couldn't understand. Why would these people run out to disperse their strength when it was so dangerous outside? Why was the thinking of these masters so different from those from the Endless Sea Islands? Li Yuanchun thought to himself. Yang Kai glanced at him and said, "Senior must be tired from the long journey. You should stay and rest." Li Yuanchun shook his head like a rattledrum. "That won't do. This old master has to follow you at all times." Yang Kai raised his brow. Lightly nodding, he said, "Whatever." Li Yuanchun almost coughed up blood. Yang Kai's expression clearly showed that he was certain he would follow him, so he really was treating him like a free bodyguard. But he couldn't just ignore him. Although he felt depressed, he couldn't say anything. He could only bitterly sigh. "Old Demon, you don't need to go. Rest well and recover," Yang Kai said. Last night, he had used his Demon Spectre Saint technique, so he shouldn't have recovered yet, so even if he went, it wouldn't be of much use. Old Demon thought about it for a moment but didn't insist, simply saying, "Then young master must be careful. Don't worry, the other side only has 2 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. I also have 2 on my side and 8 Blood Warriors. There won't be any danger." Yang Kai took a light breath and quickly walked out. Somewhere in War City. Under the command of Yi Xian Ro, the 7 family coalition quickly moved towards the direction of the central capital. During this process, the cultivator from Yang Zhao's house and the cultivator from Yang Wei's house also gathered together, and soon, a huge team was formed. This team had nearly 700 to 800 people, and although most of them weren't very strong, looking at this mass of people, whether it was Yi Xian Ro, Kong Zhan, or Gao Rangfeng, all of them couldn't help feeling a sense of security. It seemed that with these people surrounding them, even if the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land's evil king attacked, he wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Yang Zhao and Yang Wei were also in the team, riding their 2 cloud-treading colts side by side. "Where's 9th brother?" Yang Wei couldn't find Yang Kai in the crowd and couldn't help asking. "The little lord disdained to act with us, so he stayed behind with his family." Yi Xian Ro replied, sneering disdainfully, "If he wants to die, I can't do anything about it." Yang Zhao glanced over at Yi Xian Ro faintly, his expression indifferent. Chapter 564. Evil King takes action today. I'll take half a day off to rest. Every day at the 3rd watch, I'm going to die soon. Please forgive me. Hearing that Yang Kai and his cultivator had decided to stay behind, Yang Wei's expression couldn't help but change slightly. 9th brother won't die so easily. Since he chose to stay behind, he must have made arrangements. I think we should act with him instead of rushing back to the central capital. Yi Xian Ro smiled contemptuously. Although she didn't say anything, she obviously felt that Yang Wei was too timid. Kong Zhan also smiled and said, "Eldest young lord, the 7 top masters of my 8 great families are already intercepting those people, creating an opportunity for us to retreat. Naturally, we should hurry back to the central capital." Yang Wei shook his head. "If they can defeat those people, even if we stay behind, we won't be in any danger. But if they lose, even if we leave, I'm afraid." Hearing this, Yi Xian Ro, Kong Zhan, and Gao Rangfeng's expressions all changed. Yang Wei's words were exactly what they didn't dare to think about. Or rather, they had been trying to avoid thinking in this direction. But now, this situation that they had been trying to avoid thinking about was brought up by Yang Wei, and they couldn't help feeling uneasy. "That's not necessary." Kong Zhan forced a smile. "We have 7 people on our side." Gao Rangfeng also nodded. 7 top masters. How could we not be able to deal with 3 people? Even if our skills aren't as good as theirs, we should at least be able to delay them until we return to the central capital. At that moment, the blood warriors belonging to Yang Wei and Yang Zhao suddenly shouted at the same time, "2 young lords, be careful." Saying so, they flew over to the 2 blood warriors' side and assumed a defensive posture. The large group suddenly came to a stop, and all the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters showed a deep sense of dread as they stared forward. In front of them, there were 2 figures quietly floating in the air, looking down at everyone from a high vantage point. One of them was surrounded by a green aura, while the other was surrounded by a black aura. Only their eyes could be seen, and they gave off soul-stealing lights, making it hard for people to look straight at them. "Je. The person wrapped in the green aura laughed eerily, as if he was looking at Yang Wei, and praised, "It's rare for someone to be able to see the situation clearly. It seems that not all of you are muddle-headed." "That's right, the 7 people from your 8 great families won't be able to stop the 3 masters from my holy land. I'm afraid it won't be long before they all die. All of you will die too." His hoarse voice sounded like a call from the depths of hell, making everyone's hair stand on end. "Shameless boasting." Yi Xian Ro shouted, "Who are you?" With a burst of laughter, the person wrapped in green chi turned to look at his companion and said, "Ghost King, there are actually people who don't recognize us? Are these the rising stars of the 8 great families? Since they can't even identify us, it seems that the 8 great families have really declined." "Humph. 8 great families? That's just a title they call themselves. Who do they think they are?" The person called Ghost King coldly snorted and calmly said, "Poison King, in terms of killing methods, you and I both have our own advantages and disadvantages. How about we compete here? How do we compete? There are many people here, let's see who can kill the most. Good, that's a good idea. The 700 to 800 people were suddenly dumbfounded as they stared at the two people in front of them. After a while, Yi Xian Ro screamed, "Profound Een Ghost King, Annihilating Poison King?" These two people had already introduced themselves during their conversation, so if Yi Xian Ro still didn't know their identities, she would be an idiot. The Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land was the second of the 6 great evil kings, a name that caused countless people to tremble in fear. It was rumored that the 6 great evil kings were all bloodthirsty and cruel people, but among them, the Profound Een Ghost King and Annihilating Poison King were the most powerful. Because of the secret arts these two cultivated, they were most suitable for large-scale slaughter. Now that these two terrifying characters had suddenly appeared in front of them, no matter who it was, they couldn't help feeling a chill run down their spine. "All of you disperse," one of the 4 blood warriors suddenly roared. If it were any other enemy, if everyone gathered together, they would be able to display a powerful combat strength and even fight for a slim chance of survival. But facing the Ghost King and Poison King, numbers were not a problem. Gathering together would only make it more suitable for them to use their respective methods. Roars of anger rang out, but no one was able to react. Even the experts from the 7 Family Alliance were momentarily stunned. Last night, when facing Yang Kai's forces, they had been incredibly brave, but now that they were facing 2 evil kings, they were completely dumbfounded. With just this short delay, they had missed the best opportunity to defend themselves. "Where do you think you're going?" The Ghost King laughed strangely as a series of terrifying faces suddenly appeared on his body. These faces struggled and squirmed, as if their serene souls were trying to break free from the shackles of the Yellow Springs. Miserable howls rang out, causing everyone's heart to palpitate in fear. Those human faces howled and quickly rushed out. Their bodies that seemed to be both real and fake were extremely strange. They plunged into the crowd and began to wreak havoc. Countless ghostly faces appeared in front of everyone's eyes like a scene of demons dancing in a frenzy. Wherever these serene soul faces passed, a cold wind blew, causing everyone's hands and feet to go cold. The Ghost King seemed to be excited, his throat constantly emitting strange laughter, making everyone feel more and more at a loss. Some of the faster cultivators reacted quickly and used their martial skills to attack these serene soul faces. But when their martial skills penetrated the serene soul faces, they were unable to cause any damage. On the other hand, the serene soul cultivator who was hit by the serene soul faces instantly lost their luster and their expression became terrifying, not hesitating to attack their companions next to them. Use your soul skills to attack. Some of the masters quickly reacted, recalling the rumors they had heard before and quickly shouted. The serene soul faces released by the Ghost King had no physical substance, so ordinary attacks and martial skills were unable to harm them. Only a soul skill could stop them from attacking. However, Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters only accounted for less than a third of the total number of people present, and the soul skills released by these Immortal Ascension Boundary cultivators varied in strength. The more powerful ones were able to block the serene soul faces for a moment, but the weaker ones were unable to resist at all. In just an instant, more than 100 people had been hit. These 100 people all seemed to have lost their will. After the serene soul faces entered their bodies, their emotions changed greatly, as if they had become the demon race. They didn't recognize their friends and family, fiercely erupting with their own strength and attacking the people next to them. Screams rang out and blood splattered. In an instant, this territory had become an Azura purgatory. Je. The Ghost King laughed wildly, not even moving his hands to create such a situation. Its tyrannical strength was clear to see. The Poison King's body also suddenly released a dark green aura. This aura spread extremely quickly, spreading at an incredible speed. Soon, this dark green poisonous fog enveloped a large area. The cultivator shrouded in this poisonous fog screamed and collapsed, turning into a pool of blood, not even their bones remaining. "Be careful of this poison," someone exclaimed, but it was too late. The Poison King had taken dozens of lives, many of which were Immortal Ascension Boundary Cultivator. Under this poisonous fog, very few people could survive. Only Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th or 8th stage cultivator were able to avoid the fate of being turned into a pool of blood. But even these cultivators' faces turned green, their yuan qi fluctuating as they struggled to circulate their secret art to resist, simply unable to move to resist. The immortal ascension boundary 7th or 8th stage cultivator who had been controlled by the serene soul walked up to them and, with a wave of his hand, turned them into dust. The two great evil kings joined forces to attack, completely ignoring the 700 to 800 cultivator, creating a tragic slaughter. Moreover, from the looks of it, they didn't seem to be using their full strength, only casually attacking. Mad Tyrant Blood Skill. The four Yang family blood warriors simultaneously used their forbidden techniques to protect Yang Wei and Yang Zhao as they rushed through the crowd, trying to find a way to survive. Yi Xianro was dumbfounded as she sat on the back of her cloud-treading colt, her pretty face filled with confusion and panic, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. She had never known that the ash-gray cloud evil land's evil kings had such amazing means. Kong Zhan and Gao Rangfeng were also stunned. The two of them were young lords from the 8 great families and were the future heirs of the Kong and Gao families. For a long time, they had lived in the central capital without any worries about food or clothing. Although they had experienced many dangers and tribulations during this inheritance war, none had made them feel as powerless as they did today. Against Yang Kai, at least Yang Kai was reasonable, but against these two great evil kings, everything seemed pale and powerless. Young lady. Young lord. The masters from the Yi family, Kong family, and Gao family all shouted as they rushed to the three young lords and pulled them off their cloud-treading colts, imitating the actions of the Yang family blood warriors as they searched for a way to escape. Their actions couldn't help attracting the attention of the profound Een Ghost King and annihilating Poison King. Poison King, the status of those young men seems to be different. The Ghost King smiled grimly. I'm afraid they're all direct descendants of the 8 great families. The Poison King nodded lightly, his eyes sweeping over these people before suddenly waving his hand. Countless streams of invisible energy shot out and accurately hit all the experts guarding the 8 great families in the Blood Purgatory Sea. The 4 Yang family blood warriors all groaned as their faces paled, but their feet didn't stop moving, still firmly guarding Yang Wei and Yang Zhao. On the other hand, the people from the Yi family, Kong family, and Gao family instantly turned into puddles of blood and collapsed to the ground. Come here. The Poison King waved his hand again and Yi Xianro and the others suddenly felt as if they were bound by an invisible force and involuntarily flew over to the Poison King's side. The three of them shuddered like quails in the middle of winter, helpless as they stared at the Poison King and Ghost King standing in front of them in horror. Are you direct descendants of the 8 great families? The Poison King asked. The three of them were dumbstruck, none of them able to answer. Chapter 565. The Poison King coldly snorted and stretched out his hand, his long fingernails glowing with a faint green light, gently cutting across Yi Xianro's face. Her delicate white cheeks were immediately dyed red and warm blood flowed out, pooling around Yi Xianro's chin before dripping to the ground. Yi Xianro's 2 rows of teeth clattered violently as her pretty face paled, her beautiful eyes widening as tears began to fall uncontrollably. She felt a strong aura of death wash over her, one that she had never felt before. Under this aura, she felt like she really was dead. Answer this old master's question, otherwise, you'll become the Ghost King's food. The Ghost King likes to eat delicate little girls like you. Yi Xianro stared at the profound Een Ghost King standing nearby in horror, suddenly recalling that there really was such a rumor. It was said that the profound Een Ghost King was inhumane and ate raw human flesh. Feeling extremely frightened, Yi Xianro didn't know where her courage came from, but she quickly replied no. At this critical moment, she found that she still had the ability to think. The ash-gray cloud evil land and the 8 great families were like fire and water. Their hatred was absolutely irreconcilable. If these 2 evil kings really learned of their identities, it was likely they would suffer unimaginable torture. It was precisely because of this consideration that Yi Xianro immediately denied. You're not. The Poison King smiled wickedly and nodded lightly. Since you're not, there's no need to keep you alive. Gao Rangfeng and Kong Zhan both heard this and were stunned. The next moment, Gao Rangfeng felt as if something was bulging out of his body, and his body suddenly swelled up. He didn't even make a sound before he suddenly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Nearby, Kong Zhan and Yi Xianro were soaked by the blood that burst out of Gao Rangfeng's body. Even their eyes were soaked with blood. Looking around, the entire world was dyed red. We are. Kong Zhan shouted with all his might. We are direct descendants of the 8 great families. I am from the Kong family. I am the future heir of the Kong family. Are you or aren't you? The Poison King's face flashed an impatient look as he stared coldly at Yi Xianro. Yi Xianro nodded unconsciously as she stared at the spot where Gao Rangfeng had just stood. At this moment, there was only a pool of blood. This person. He was no longer in this world. He was the future successor of one of the 8 great families, the Gao family. He had died right in front of her. Poison King, since they are direct descendants of the 8 great families, let them remain. They may be of some use to Master's plan to attack the central capital. The profound Ghost King suddenly said. The Poison King gently nodded, but did not refute him. He simply sneered at Yi Xianro and said, "Little girl, your wrong answer has caused the death of a friend." Yi Xianro's eyes were lifeless, like the sky covered by dark clouds. There was not a trace of light in sight. And those two. The Poison King raised his head again and stared towards Yang Wei and Yang Zhao, who were under the protection of the 4 blood warriors. The people around them should be from the Yang family's blood warriors, so they must be direct descendants of the Yang family. While they were talking, his expression was gloomy. Although there was hatred between the 8 great families and the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land, the Yang family was undoubtedly the one the 6 great evil kings hated the most. Because this was the head of the 8 great families, the Yang family's blood warriors had killed many of the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land's cultivators in the last war, establishing a great reputation for themselves. Many demon race cultivators trembled in fear. Now that the blood warriors and Yang family's direct descendants were in front of him, the Poison King naturally wouldn't let them go. "These 2 are mine," the profound Ghost King said, his figure transforming into a streak of black light as he rushed forward. His goal was the 4 blood warriors and Yang Wei and Yang Zhao. 2 young lords run. The 4 blood warriors also noticed the profound Ghost King approaching. Quickly throwing Yang Wei and Yang Zhao out of the crowd, they turned around to face the Ghost King. Even if they knew they were no match for him, they still did not hesitate. They wanted to use their lives and blood to create a last glimmer of hope for Yang Wei and Yang Zhao. Clowns! The profound Ghost King snickered, the Ghost Qi in his body once again slowly spreading out, becoming so rich that it was almost tangible. Flying forward, he didn't put the 4 blood warriors who had displayed their mad tyrant blood skill in his eyes, simply waving his hand towards them. A gust of wind blew and a series of cries rang out as a huge monster with a terrifying appearance suddenly appeared in front of the 4 blood warriors. This monstrous thing was purely condensed from the profound Ghost King's Ghost Qi, and although it was not tangible, it possessed unparalleled combat strength. The 4 blood warriors joined forces to block it. But before they could withdraw their hands, the profound Ghost King had already arrived above Yang Wei and Yang Zhao, reaching out to grab them. Yang Wei and Yang Zhao's faces went ashen. Although the 2 of them had outstanding aptitude and strength among the younger generation and had both broken through to the immortal ascension boundary, in front of a master like the profound Ghost King, they were nothing. Unable to summon the slightest thought to resist, all they could do was watch helplessly as the pair of ghostly claws reached out towards them. At that moment, a burst of light suddenly bloomed from the void and intercepted the profound Ghost King, Yang Wei, and Yang Zhao. Seeing this, the Ghost King's brow furrowed. Perceiving the power contained in this attack, it knew it wasn't wise to attack rashly and quickly retreated. Schwa. The shocking burst of light brushed past the profound Ghost King's body and hit thin air. In a flash, Yang Kai had already rushed to Yang Wei and Yang Zhao's side, one in each hand, tossing them to Tu Feng and the others who had just arrived. Although Yang Wei and Yang Zhao weren't injured and had not fought with the Ghost King or the Poison King, they were still under the protection of the 4 blood warriors, but they were still inevitably affected by the poisonous gas and Ghost Qi. At this moment, both of them wore a bitter expression. Tu Feng caught them and without even looking back, immediately broke out and rushed towards the mansion. Another master? The Poison King laughed, using his poison secret art to envelop Yang Kai and the other blood warriors. Ling Tai Su's expression became dignified as he and Li Yuanchun acted at the same time, a mysterious and tyrannical power erupting from their bodies and blocking the corrosive poisonous gas. Oh, not bad. The Poison King stared at Ling Tai Su and Li Yuanchun, seemingly not having expected their means to be so good. The profound Ghost King's pair of eyes flashed with a faint green light as he stared towards the direction Tu Feng fled, only letting out a light snort, not intending to pursue, instead joining forces with the Poison King to fight Ling Tai Su and Li Yuanchun. Ling Tai Su's expression was indifferent, although he was not willing to fight with such a cruel enemy. Even so, when it was time to act, he didn't act carelessly. On the other hand, Li Yuan-chun was feeling quite depressed. In the Endless Sea Islands, he was an ancestor. In the Endless Sea Islands, there was only one superforce, Supreme Solitary Sect, and this force only had 3 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Li Yuan-chun's status was obvious. The Endless Sea Islands. The various sects. Who wouldn't be polite and respectful when they saw him? This time, leading a team to War City to ask Yang Kai for the hallowed treasure that had been lost hundreds of years ago, it was clear how much importance the Endless Sea Islands' great forces attached to this matter. Yang Kai hadn't expected that just after arriving in War City, he would be involved in this kind of dispute. He really didn't care about offending the 8 great families, nor did he care about offending the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land, but before he could get his hands on those treasures, he had to help them fight. This was not what Li Yuan-chun wanted to see. Especially when fighting against masters like the Annihilating Poison King and the Profoundine Ghost King, it was really a thankless task. When he returned this time, no matter what, he had to take back those treasures from the Yang family boy and then take his people and flee. Li Yuan-chun secretly made up his mind as he fought. The Poison King and Ghost King were blocked by Ling Tai-su and Li Yuan-chun, so Yang Kai took some time to look around and see the situation. Seeing this, he couldn't help feeling cold. Although the 700 to 800 people were all enemies, after seeing this scene, all grievances and enmity no longer mattered. Because these 700 to 800 people had been completely wiped out. The ground was littered with pools of blood, broken limbs, and chunks of flesh. All over the ground. From beginning to end, in just the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, the masters from the 7 great families had almost been completely annihilated by the 2 great evil kings. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit unreal. Even if these 2 great evil kings had extraordinary means and secret arts, how could they have been defeated so thoroughly? Looking carefully, Yang Kai's expression became cold, because he found that many people had scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in the direction of the central capital. These people were the strongest of the 700 to 800 people. The Ghost King and Poison King were indeed powerful, but among these 700 to 800 people, there were also many masters. However, under the attacks of the Ghost King and Poison King, these masters not only did not join forces to fight back, but instead chose to flee for their lives. Those who could not escape naturally died here. Especially the masters from the Qiu family, Hua family, and Lu family, because Qiu Yimeng, Hua Xing, and Lu Qingyao were not here, they didn't need to pay too much. On the contrary, the Yi family, Kong family, and Gao family's cultivator had suffered heavy casualties. Because they had to protect their masters, they could not easily retreat. After Gao Rangfeng's death, those from the Gao family who were still alive no longer dared to fight and hurriedly retreated. Of the 700 to 800 people, probably less than 100 managed to escape, the rest were all left here, not even touching the Ghost King or Poison King's clothes. 8 great families. Yang Kai coldly snorted, a sarcastic smile appearing on his face as he waved his hand. Retreat. Yang Kai's biggest purpose in coming out this time was to rescue Yang Wei and Yang Zhao. Eldest brother Yang Wei, since the start of the Inheritance War, had not had any friction with Yang Kai and had even cooperated with him once. Towards this eldest brother, Yang Kai still respected him. As for his second brother Yang Zhao, in the end, he did not accept the position of commander of the 7 great families and instead handed over command to Yi Xianro. Obviously, he disdained using the strength of the 7 great families to defeat Yang Kai. This also made Yang Kai feel somewhat moved. Although his second brother Yang Zhao was shrewd and cunning, Yang Kai still couldn't ignore him. Now that his plan had succeeded, there was no reason for Yang Kai to remain here, so he naturally had to withdraw quickly. Hearing his order, the blood warriors who had followed him quickly surrounded Yang Kai, ensuring his safety as they prepared to leave. Yang Kai, save us. Yi Xianro's heart-wrenching voice came over, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes, as if she had seen hope, anxiously calling out to Yang Kai. Chapter 566. Are you really so cold-blooded and ruthless? Yi Xianro had thought she was doomed this time, but at the last moment, Yang Kai had actually led a large number of masters to rescue Yang Wei and Yang Zhao. Now that the Profoundine Ghost King and Annihilating Poison King were being entangled by Ling Tai-su and Li Yuan-chun, Yi Xianro had no one to guard her, so naturally she wanted to take this opportunity to escape. However, she couldn't move. The Poison King seemed to have used some kind of trick on her, But Yi Xianro couldn't condense her yuan qi and her hands and feet were powerless, so she could only stand in place and call out to Yang Kai. Hearing this, Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at her, a cold light flashing across his eyes. Yi Xianro couldn't help feeling a chill in her heart, only now remembering that Yang Kai seemed to have a deep grudge with her. Not long ago, she had ridiculed and slandered Yang Kai in every possible way, but now she saw him as a life-saving straw and was calling out to him for help. The Poison King suddenly waved his hand and a thick poisonous fog shot out at lightning speed, wrapping around Yi Xianro and Kong Zhan, isolating them from the outside world. "Young Master Yang, it's time to leave," Li Yuan-chun shouted anxiously. In this battle with the two evil kings, Li Yuan-chun felt a great deal of pressure. Not only did these two possess powerful yuan qi and profound cultivation, but the secret arts they cultivated were also extremely vicious, making it impossible to guard against. Li Yuan-chun knew that if they continued to fight, he and Ling Tai-su would be defeated in less than a cup of tea's worth of time. "Let's go!" Yang Kai shouted and hurriedly retreated. Tang Yuxian, Chu Gao-yi, and the other blood warriors supporting Yang Wei and Yang Zhao followed closely behind. Ling Tai-su and Li Yuan-chun waited until they were far away before withdrawing from the battle. After a fierce battle, Yang Kai's group was completely unharmed and successfully rescued 6 people. This made the Poison King and Ghost King's expressions very ugly. Landing down, they quietly stared in the direction Yi Xianro and Yang Zhao had left, the Ghost King sneering. "Where do you think you're going? Master will be here soon." The Poison King stretched out his hand and waved back the poisonous fog wrapping around Yi Xianro and Kong Zhan, glancing at them, suddenly smiling. "This little girl seems to be quite disliked by that man. Little miss, do you think if I hadn't intervened, that young man would have saved you?" Yi Xianro couldn't help thinking. Her pretty face couldn't help but twist. She also felt that with Kai Yang's vengeful and cruel personality, he wouldn't care about her life or death. Row. Yang Zhao. Yang Kai, Ghost King, so row. Row so of you row. Of course of yang of chaos of course you. When Kai Yang and the others retreated, they discovered that countless people were scrambling to escape. Because of the inheritance war, tens of thousands of people had gathered in War City. Of the tie that was to be, and Yang Yan of you that of the battle to the. Before they could escape from War City, countless monster beasts had broken through the city walls, bringing with them the summons of death as they stepped into the city. These were all monster beasts controlled by the Thunderbolt Beast King. They were all high-level monster beasts that could be found in the entire Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. For this attack on the central capital, the Thunderbolt Beast King had put in a lot of effort. Running on the ground, flying in the sky, each one was fierce and ferocious, possessing terrifying strength. Of the tens of thousands of people in War City, very few were strong masters, so when these strange monster beasts attacked them, they were all powerless to resist. The whole city was soon filled with a strong smell of blood, broken walls, and scorched earth. Birds flew across the sky and the earth groaned. On the other hand, Yang Kai's mansion was safe and sound. The monster beasts seemed to know that the people here were not to be trifled with and deliberately avoided Yang Kai's mansion, instead wreaking havoc in other parts of War City. "Heal them." Yang Kai ordered Yang Wei, Yang Zhao, and the 4 blood warriors to be sent into the mansion before ordering Qiu Yimeng. Qiu Yimeng nodded quickly and began making arrangements. Yang Wei and Yang Zhao weren't injured, they were only affected by the poisonous gas and ghost qi, so after meditating for a few moments, they would be fine. On the other hand, the 4 blood warriors who followed them had taken a blow from the Poison King and were seriously injured. It would take a great deal of medicine to dispel their internal injuries. From the time Yang Kai went out to rescue Yang Wei and Yang Zhao to the moment they returned, only half a cup of tea's worth of time had passed. When Yang Kai finished arranging the people he had rescued and released his divine sense towards the outside of War City, his face couldn't help sinking. The battle outside War City had actually stopped. The battle between the 7 people inside the Seal Temple and the 3 great evil kings had already concluded. The 3 evil kings were still present, but the 7 people from the Seal Temple were nowhere to be seen. Only a single weak aura was rapidly approaching. Looking up, Yang Kai saw a figure flash in front of him and a bloodied body fell heavily from the sky, landing right in front of Yang Kai's mansion. Yang Kai hurriedly rushed out and brought this person back. Everyone stared at him, their faces filled with grief. This person was none other than the fat old man from the Hua family. Half of his body had been destroyed. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were all exposed. his legs broken at the knees and his blood almost completely drained from his body. With such injuries, an ordinary person would have long since died. However, this fat old man had relied on his superior cultivation to hang on to his last breath and fly here. When Xueqi, the playboy young lord, saw his old ancestor in such a state, he instantly panicked and was at a loss for what to do. The might of the great evil kings. They really live up to their reputation. The fat old man's face was drained of blood, coughing lightly as he spoke with difficulty, reaching out to grab Yong Kai, the last glimmer of light still flashing in his eyes as he quickly said, "Young family little brat, if you can escape this calamity, run far away. When your cultivation reaches the grand accomplishment stage, you must come back and avenge this old master." Yong Kai looked at him indifferently, although he also felt some regret in his heart. He still slowly shook his head. "Senior, after experiencing the inheritance war, these 8 great families no longer have anything to do with me." Hearing this, the faint light in the fat old man's eyes suddenly dimmed, and with a sudden burst of strength, he roared, "Are you really so cold-blooded and heartless?" This roar seemed to have exhausted all of his strength, but he still managed to mutter, "But it is indeed my 8 great families who have wronged you. You run away, I don't know if it's too late." His voice became smaller and smaller, weaker and weaker, and when he finally uttered the last word, the fat old man's eyes lost their luster and became motionless. "Old ancestor." Xueqi knelt to the ground and roared out in grief. Yong Kai took a deep breath and stretched out his hand to close the fat old man's eyes. In such a short time, the 7 grand elders from the Seal Temple had been completely annihilated. The above immortal ascension boundary experts that everyone revered were actually so weak. Yong Kai didn't know whether he should ridicule them or not. It seemed that the 7 grand elders from the Seal Temple were indeed at the bottom of the above immortal ascension boundary. Yong Kai hadn't reached this realm yet, so he didn't know the mysteries of this realm, so he couldn't judge them. He stood up and raised his head to look outside. Outside the residence, there were already 3 people and 1 beast. The Tyrannical Force King, Lightning Flash Shadow King, Thunderbolt Beast King, and the 7th Order Monster Beast, Spider Mother. Asterisk schwa schwa. Asterisk 2 more people flew over and stood in a different direction. The Annihilating Poison King and Profound Een Ghost King also caught up. The 5 great evil kings all arrived at the same time, all of them staring towards Yong Kai's mansion with a look of contempt and ridicule, their expressions relaxed and somewhat curious. They didn't know why the people in this mansion hadn't fled yet. Everyone in War City was fleeing for their lives, yet they were still as calm as a mountain. The Tyrannical Force King grinned as he stared at Yong Kai, revealing a look of interest. He found that this young man wasn't afraid of him at all, instead remaining calm and indifferent. Facing these 5 great evil kings, anyone would feel great pressure. Everyone in the mansion couldn't help but shiver. Li Yuan-chun was even more eager to try, making up his mind that if they really couldn't resist, he would take Kai Yang and escape at the first possible moment. "Treasurer Meng, it's time to act. If we don't act now, we'll all die." Yong Kai stared at the 5 great evil kings in the sky and whispered to Meng Wuya. Even now, he didn't know what kind of method Meng Wuya was hiding to ensure the safety of everyone in the mansion, but now was the time to uncover the mystery. Meng Wuya nodded gently and didn't try to keep Yong Kai in suspense, instead stretching out his hand and summoning a small palace-shaped artifact into his palm. This artifact glowed brilliantly and looked extremely beautiful. The small palace seemed to have been carefully sculpted by someone, its intricate carvings of exquisite craftsmanship. As soon as this small palace appeared, it attracted everyone's attention. Yong Kai's expression also changed slightly because he found that this artifact was very different from ordinary artifacts. Even the mysterious grade artifacts he had obtained were overshadowed by it. He didn't know the grade of this artifact, but what he was certain of was that it was definitely of a high grade. The 5 great evil kings also stared at it greedily, all of them wishing they could take it for themselves so they could study its function and purpose. Meng Wuya's expression remained indifferent as he suddenly began to madly pour his yuan qi into the palace. With the infusion of true yuan, the small palace rapidly expanded. In just a breath of time, the small palace had expanded into a behemoth. As if it had no substance, it passed through everyone's bodies and the buildings of the mansion, enveloping the entire mansion. Looking from the outside, it was as if Yong Kai's mansion was now wrapped in a giant palace, but this palace was transparent, so although everyone could still clearly see what was happening inside Yong Kai's mansion, there was a mysterious energy barrier that blocked the 5 great evil kings' divine senses from prying into it. The 5 great evil kings frowned, none of them understanding what was happening. You think you can stop Father here with a simple barrier? Dream on! The tyrannical Force King roared, his burly figure filled with indescribable agility as he quickly rushed towards Yang Kai's mansion and threw out a punch. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk a loud noise rang out and the entire war city seemed to shake. The tyrannical Force King was the strongest person in this world. When he used his full strength, he could unleash a blow that could overturn rivers and seas. In terms of pure strength, even Demon Lord Yongbai was not his opponent. Chapter 567. Under the power of the tyrannical Force King, all defenses in the world were useless. His strength had already reached a profound realm, a sublimation of pure strength. When the tyrannical Force King punched out, the other four evil kings also calmly watched, as if they felt that Meng Wuya's barrier would not be able to withstand the tyrannical Force King's onslaught. They had full confidence in the tyrannical Force King. But the result shocked them all. The tyrannical Force King's punch only caused a small ripple to appear, while the barrier surrounding Yang Kai's mansion was completely undamaged. On the contrary, the tyrannical Force King was sent tumbling through the air by his own rebound force, only stabilizing himself after flying a few thousand meters. The four evil kings' eyes widened and their jaws dropped, unable to recover from their shock. They had never seen the tyrannical Force King fail before. This burly evil king's strength was not low among the 6 evil kings, and even the Poison King and Ghost King were not willing to casually fight him. Although he had not used his full strength when punching out just now, it was still quite shocking, yet it had not been able to break the barrier. The mood of the evil kings suddenly became complicated. Everyone in Yang Kai's mansion involuntarily breathed a sigh of relief. Although Meng Wuya had said he could guarantee their safety, until the moment of danger, no one dared to believe him. Seeing the tyrannical Force King suffer such a setback, everyone couldn't help feeling a little more confident in Meng Wuya, their tense mood also relaxing a lot. The tyrannical Force King walked back from a few thousand meters away, shaking his head as he arrived in front of Yang Kai's mansion, staring at the transparent palace in a daze, a look of annoyance on his face. The Ghost King laughed strangely. Tyrannical Force King, did you not eat enough before coming here, so you can't use your strength? The Poison King also laughed. It seems the tyrannical Force King's strength is only at this level. They seemed to be very happy to see the tyrannical Force King suffer a loss, a look of schadenfreude appearing on their faces. Nonsense! The tyrannical Force King's voice rang out like a bell. This barrier is very strange. As he spoke, he swung his fists and cursed incessantly. Suddenly, he let out a furious roar, and his vitality surged rapidly. The Poison King and Ghost King also stopped mocking him. Their expressions gradually turned solemn. They knew that the Power King was about to get serious. Just now, he had only used 50% of his strength, but now, the Herculean King was clearly going to use 100% of his strength. If such a punch came down, anyone would have to avoid it. Could they break this barrier? The evil kings were secretly looking forward to it. Suddenly, the Herculean King made his move. It was very different from the fast punch from before. His punch this time was light and slow, and even a 3-year-old child would be able to clearly see the traces of his punch. However, wherever the fist passed, space would shatter, and heaven and earth would buzz. The tip of his fist lightly touched the barrier of the palace, and an incomparable force suddenly erupted. A ripple spread out. It was indeed much larger than the previous ripple, but that was all. The tyrannical Force King screamed miserably as he was sent flying like an arrow from a bow, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The Poison King, Shadow King, Beast King, and Ghost King all stared blankly. The people from Yang Kai's mansion, on the other hand, let out a burst of cheers, as if they had suddenly relaxed from their tense state. This barrier is extraordinary. It's not ordinary, the Poison King said in a deep voice as he finally saw some clues. That artifact is also no small matter. The Ghost King stared at Meng Wuya in the crowd. The Herculean King had used his full strength but still failed to break the barrier created by that artifact. How could there be such an artifact in this world? He really couldn't understand where this old man who had taken out this artifact had come from. How could he have such a strong foundation? After a long time, the tyrannical Force King flew back, but at this time, there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. The force of the rebound from the barrier was something even he could not bear. Father doesn't believe there is a barrier in this world that I can't break. The tyrannical Force King shouted angrily. Force King, forget it. This isn't something you can break with brute force. The Poison King said. You shut up. The tyrannical Force King shouted angrily, as if he would not give up until he broke this barrier, quickly walking over to it and preparing to attack again. Fool! The profound Ghost King sneered sarcastically. Among the several great evil kings, although the tyrannical Force King's strength was extraordinary, his mind was also the most straightforward. Once he set his mind on something, he would do it no matter who tried to persuade him otherwise. The only exception was Demon Lord Yongbaib. The Demon Lord was not here, so since he wanted to try again, the others did not try to dissuade him. For the third time, the Force King's expression became much more serious, as if he was dealing with something very important. Just as the fist was about to come into contact with the barrier, countless fist shadows suddenly appeared and crashed into the barrier. At that moment, the barrier in front of the Force King actually opened up on its own. Seeing this, Meng Wuya's mouth curled into a strange smile. The Herculean King was stunned and lost control of his momentum for a moment before he stumbled into the barrier, causing the crack in the barrier to quickly close. At the same time, there was a flash of light and a figure quickly flew to the Force King's side, snatching him out of the barrier at the last moment. After the barrier closed, the tyrannical Force King appeared a few dozen meters away, caught by Lightning Flash Shadow King. So fast! Meng Wuya's eyes narrowed as he stared deeply at Lightning Flash Shadow King. Just now, even he had almost failed to see through Lightning Flash Shadow King's movements. Yang Kai was startled for a moment before quickly recovering. The scene just now was obviously Meng Wuya trying to force the Force King into the barrier. Since this barrier was created by Meng Wuya, he must be able to control everything inside and had a way to deal with those who tried to enter. If he could get rid of an evil king here, it would be of great help to their current situation. Unfortunately, Lightning Flash Shadow King had taken action and brought the tyrannical Force King back before the barrier had fully closed. Sighing slightly, Yang Kai also felt it was a pity. You dare play tricks? The Force King shouted, a look of disbelief on his face as he turned to Lightning Flash Shadow King. Why did you bring me back? If this father went in, he could have killed all those people. Lightning Flash Shadow King shook his head indifferently. You can't kill them. If you go in, you'll die. Since the other party had done this, he was definitely confident. All four evil kings could see this, but the Force King was stubborn, so this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Hearing him say so, the Force King didn't waste any more time, curling his lips as he said, This tortoise's shell is really hard, this father has no other choice. Brute force alone was not enough to crush it. Let's try. The Poison King and Ghost King smiled coldly and at the same time used their own methods, filling the air with a poisonous fog in the serene soul's face, covering Yang Kai's mansion in an instant. The people hiding in the barrier looked at the dark green poisonous fog that filled the sky and heard the cries of ghosts and wolves. Everyone was moved. However, the poisonous fog and the serene soul's face were all blocked by the barrier, so no matter how hard the Ghost King and Poison King tried, they couldn't find the slightest gap. After a while, the Poison King and Ghost King stopped, glancing at each other before slowly shaking their heads. There was nothing they could do. After muttering to himself for a while, the Ghost King said, Master will be here soon, we shouldn't delay here. They are hiding inside and don't dare come out. There will be a time to deal with them. Let's first clean up the rest of the trash. Good. The Poison King nodded. Once Master arrives, this barrier will definitely be broken. The five evil kings looked at each other before flashing out at the same time, disappearing from sight. Even the giant spider mother followed the Thunderbolt Beast King to fight. It was only after they left that the people in the residence were finally able to relax their hearts. Yang Kai glanced over at Meng Wuya and asked, Treasurer Meng, can this barrier stop the Demon Lord? Meng Wuya proudly replied, No one can break this old master's heavenly palace. What does the Demon Lord count for? Heavenly Palace? Ling Tai Su raised his brow. Is that the name of an artifact? It's quite appropriate, haha, no wonder you were so confident, it turns out you had such an artifact. With the protection of this heavenly palace, the people hiding inside were extremely safe. How long can this barrier last? Yang Kai asked worriedly. There's no limit. Yang Kai was startled, only now realizing how powerful this heavenly palace was. However, even if it was safe to hide inside, Yang Kai's face still showed a trace of worry. It was impossible for him to hide here forever. Glancing in the direction of the central capital, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little worried. The news of the Ash Grey Cloud Evil Lands invasion should already be known to the central capital, But Yang Kai didn't know how they would resist or what the result would be if the two sides really fought. Although his father and mother's current strength wasn't bad, compared to those evil kings, they were still heaven and earth apart. War City had been destroyed and its people had been plunged into misery and suffering. After the 5 great evil kings led a large number of monster beasts to War City, within an hour, besides Yang Kai's mansion, there was no one left alive in War City. Even the cultivator who had escaped before had been hunted down by the 5 great evil kings and the monster beast. Only a small number of masters had safely escaped back to the central capital. After spying on this news, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling somewhat relieved. Fortunately, Meng Wu Ye's heavenly palace was protecting them. If it wasn't for Meng Wu Ye, whether it was leaving with his people or staying in War City, his cultivator would have suffered heavy losses. As Meng Wu Ye said, if they had left before, at most only 10% of them would have survived. The ash-gray cloud evil land's heavy blow this time had caught the 8 great families off guard. As the sky darkened, a large number of the ash-gray cloud evil land's cultivator, led by Demon Lord Yongbai, finally arrived in War City. Accompanying him was the beguiling demon queen Shan Qing Luo. Looking around at the scarred War City, where blood flowed like rivers and corpses piled up like mountains, Shan Qing Luo couldn't help showing a trace of sadness. At the same time, she was also secretly anxious because she had sensed that Yang Kai had remained in place and hadn't moved. She didn't know whether Yang Kai had been captured or not. After meeting up with the other 5 great evil kings and listening to their reports to Yang Bai, Shan Qing Luo breathed a sigh of relief. A barrier that even the few of you couldn't break? Yang Bai stared at the 5 great evil kings and asked in a deep voice, seemingly somewhat dissatisfied with them. The 5 great evil kings all wore awkward expressions as the Poison King said, "Master, that barrier is very strange. We have no way to break it. In this world, I'm afraid only you can break it." Chapter 568. The 5 evil kings obviously had great confidence in Yang Bai. Yang Bai's expression remained indifferent as he casually said, "Let's go take a look." He was also interested in the barrier artifact that could block the 5 evil kings. Arriving outside Yang Kai's house, Yang Bai stared at the transparent heavenly palace with a dignified expression, his tyrannical divine sense probing it again and again, but he still didn't show any intention of taking action. The 5 evil kings waited quietly, not in a hurry. After a while, Yang Bai shook his head and said, "I can't do anything about this thing." "What?" everyone exclaimed, their expressions becoming strange. They had all personally experienced the power of evil King Yang Bai and had always considered him the most powerful master in the world, but now hearing such an answer from his mouth, all of them couldn't believe it. Even their master couldn't break this barrier? Interesting, this artifact is beyond the scope of this world. It's not something people of our realm can possess. Who took it out? Yang Bai asked with a faint smile on his face. "That person." The Poison King motioned to Meng Wu Ye. Yang Bai immediately cast his gaze towards Meng Wu Ye. The two of them stared at each other from a few dozen meters away. The Demon Lord's eyes couldn't help showing a trace of respect and yearning. On the other hand, Meng Wu Ye, even when looking at the Demon Lord, still maintained a calm expression, as if he was standing high above the clouds, overlooking the other party. Yang Bai then turned his head towards the old demon in the crowd and smiled, a trace of cordiality appearing on his face as he nodded gently, "Hello." "Jiji Jaiji." The old demon laughed strangely. No one knew why the two of them would have such a casual conversation. Only Yang Kai had a pensive look on his face. If his guess was right, the reason why Demon Lord Yang Bai's evil secret art had reached the grand accomplishment stage was because of the Demon Lord's corpse under the coiling dragon stream. During the years he was trapped in the coiling dragon stream, Yang Bai must have obtained some cultivation methods from the corpse and inherited its legacy, allowing his strength to progress so rapidly and allowing him to obtain his divine technique. As for that corpse, it belonged to the old demon. The old demon's soul avatar had entered the corpse and absorbed all of the demonic chi in the coiling dragon stream, successfully seizing the body. One had inherited the mantle of that devil, while the other had occupied that devil's corpse. Since they came from the same source, it was only natural that there would be some subtle connection between the two. Yang Bai turned his head again, his expression becoming serious as he bowed slightly. "Honored master." Ling Tai Su snorted, his face ashen. "I am not your master." Yang Bai stood up and said lightly, a master for life. Whether I admit it or not, I, Yang Bai in this life, only have one honored master." The people of Yang Kai's mansion suddenly remembered that Ling Tai Su and the evil lord were master and disciple. Although being able to raise such a disciple was something to be proud of, anyone could hear the annoyance and regret in Ling Tai Su's voice. If he had directly killed this traitorous disciple of his, instead of wasting his cultivation and leaving him in the coiling dragon stream, there wouldn't be so many innocent sacrifices and bloodshed today. Hearing that honored master has resolved the knot in his heart and successfully broken through, Yang Bai is very happy. The evil lord stared at Ling Tai Su, his expression calm. Thanks to you, this old master has also profited from a disaster. Ling Tai Su's expression sank. Honored master has taught this disciple for many years, so this disciple should also make some contributions to honored master. When Yang Bai said this, he didn't show the slightest trace of guilt, causing everyone from High Heaven Pavilion to feel disgruntled. Ling Tai Su coldly snorted, his eyes cold. In the past, he had great expectations for this second disciple of his, secretly believing that he and his eldest brother would be able to achieve great heights, so he had carefully cultivated him. But now, he was extremely disappointed with this second disciple. You're that martial nephew, right? Yang Bai suddenly turned to Yang Kai in the crowd, his eyes shining brightly. Speaking of which, this should be the first time we've met. Martial uncle, I've heard so much about you. Yang Kai grinned at him. Yang Bai nodded gently. How is your father? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, his eyes as cold as a blade. Thanks to martial uncle's blessing, my father is safe and sound. That's good. Yang Bai took a deep breath and no longer said anything. All that needed to be said had been said and all that needed to be said had been said, so there was nothing he could do about the other party hiding inside the barrier. Continuing to be entangled here would only be a waste of time. Qing Luo, you stay here and watch over them. The rest of you come with me. Yang Bai ordered faintly before immediately saluting Ling Tai Su and leading the other 5 evil kings away. Only Shan Qing Luo was left behind, standing in place with a strange expression on her face. She didn't know if Yang Bai had arranged for her to stay behind to monitor this place for some reason. Soon, gathered in War City, the cultivator and monster beast from the ash-gray cloud evil land gathered together and under the leadership of Yang Bai and the 5 great evil kings, rushed towards the central capital. Obviously, they wanted to take advantage of the fact that the central capital's defenses were not good to launch a fierce surprise attack. After these people really left, Shan Qing Luo glanced over at Yang Kai and immediately began walking towards Yang Kai's house. Bai Luo suddenly appeared out of nowhere and followed closely behind Shan Qing Luo. Everyone in Yang Kai's house, whether they were men, women, old or young, all stared at the world-famous beguiling demon queen. Even if she wasn't using any kind of seductive technique, the seductive aura she exuded was not something ordinary people could bear. Many young men wore dull expressions, as if their souls had been sucked away. The women were secretly comparing themselves with her, but no matter who they were, they couldn't help feeling a subtle sense of inferiority. In this house, perhaps only Su Yan's seductive charms could compare to Shan Qing Luo. Perhaps Xia Ning Chong could also compare, but no one had ever seen her true face, not even Yang Kai, so naturally there was no way to compare. However, in terms of seductive charms, no woman could compare to Shan Qing Luo. This seductive beauty. The Hu sisters curled their lips together, their hearts filled with resentment, wondering just how this woman had grown up to be so devastatingly beautiful. Her supple waist, like a boneless water snake, swayed gracefully, sending out a series of breathtaking ripples. Her buttocks were firm and full, and her fiery red robes gave her a fanatical look. Shan Qing Luo smiled lightly as she arrived outside the barrier and stared towards Yang Kai. Treasurer Meng, let her in, Yang Kai said. Meng Wuya was stunned and stared at Yang Kai in surprise. She and I are old acquaintances. She won't do us any harm, Yang Kai explained. In an instant, countless eyes stared towards them in shock, none of them daring to believe that Yang Kai actually had a relationship with such a woman. You little brat. Meng Wuya also couldn't help admiring him, waving his hand and opening a small gap in the barrier. Shan Qing Luo and Bai Luo didn't have the slightest intention of guarding themselves and simply walked straight in, the barrier quickly closing behind them. Arriving in front of everyone, Shan Qing Luo gracefully bowed. Greetings, Senior Ling. Ling Tai Su frowned and faintly said, This Ling wouldn't dare. The beguiling demon queen is famous far and wide. You and I are both above immortal ascension boundary masters. This Ling cannot accept such courtesy. He was still very wary of the evil king who followed Yang Bai, so although Shan Qing Luo didn't show any hostility, Ling Tai Su was still wary of her. Shan Qing Luo pursed her lips and smiled. Senior Ling is Yang Kai's Grand Master, so that makes him my senior. Me and Yang Kai. Haha, Shan Qing Luo didn't finish her words, but the profound meaning behind them was quite intriguing. Everyone in the house suddenly wore ambiguous expressions, as if they had just discovered something incredible. Hua Xing and Dong Qinghan couldn't help laughing strangely. Don't say such words that can easily be misunderstood. Yang Kai frowned. Shan Qing Luo couldn't help pursing her lips, her bright red cheeks extremely alluring. Bai Luo behind her glared at Yang Kai and gnashed her teeth. What's going on this time? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. What do you mean what's going on? It's just like what you see. Shan Qing Luo said innocently. What, the ash-gray cloud evil land suddenly attacked? This time, things had happened too suddenly, so suddenly that no one had expected it. Shan Qing Luo sighed. It was you who created such a good opportunity for Master. You can't blame anyone else. You mean the inheritance war? Naturally. The development of the inheritance war has divided the strength of the 8 great families into 2 halves, giving people space to attack one by one. Last time, when you besieged the Holy Land, your losses were not small. Now that Yuan Qi has not yet recovered, such a good opportunity, of course Master must seize it. Can you succeed? Yang Kai sneered. Whether we succeed or not, I don't know. Shan Qing Luo shook her head. But what I know is that with Master's current achievements in cultivation, none of your 8 great families can resist him. Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. How strong is he? The first under heaven. Meng Wuya followed up, his expression somewhat gloomy. Moreover, your 8 great families aren't an iron plate. The central capital is too big, and the 8 great families are scattered across the 8 corners. If the Holy Land attacks one of them, would the other 7 families not hesitate to lend a hand? Shan Qing Luo looked at Yang Kai with a smile, her tone somewhat mischievous. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Your ash-gray cloud evil land is also not an iron plate. Shan Qing Luo nodded. The Holy Land's people are indeed more selfish than your 8 great families. If not for the current Master's coordination, the 6 great evil kings of the Holy Land would even be enemies with each other. But with Master, the situation is different. Yang Kai, don't be too optimistic about the situation. His lord is determined to win this time. He doesn't care about the life or death of the cultivator in the Holy Land. Even the life or death of us 6 great evil kings are not in his eyes. If necessary, I believe he will not hesitate to sacrifice us, as long as he can destroy your 8 great families. Are you so willing to be driven around by him? Not willing, but unable to resist. Shan Qing Luo shook her head bitterly. Yang Kai looked at her and hesitated for a moment before saying, Stay here, Yang Bai can't do anything to you. Shan Qing Luo smiled bitterly. If I stay here, I am indeed safe. But what about the people in my palace in Fragrant City? Yang Kai suddenly remembered the 3 women who had served him in Shan Qing Luo's palace. The beautiful woman Yun Li, the 2 girls Rua Yu and Rua Qing. Chapter 569. If Shan Qing Luo really turned traitor, then the women in her palace as well as the people in Fragrant City would definitely be retaliated against. Based on the style of the ash-gray cloud evil land's cultivator, this kind of revenge would definitely be horrifying. Shan Qing Luo was different from the other evil kings in that she was not a cold-blooded person. She had scruples, so naturally she couldn't agree to Yang Kai's request, even if she wanted to. You should take advantage of this opportunity to leave this place quickly, or hide here and never come out. Shan Qing Luo sighed faintly. Only in this way can you be safe. Take care of yourselves. Saying so, Shan Qing Luo stared deeply at Yang Kai, a trace of sadness flashing across her beautiful eyes before leading Bai Luo back the way they had come. In her heart, Yang Kai had inadvertently planted a seed of love that had now sprouted and matured, and it wouldn't be long before it fully matured. When that time came, the drawbacks of her poison widow physique would completely erupt. Shan Qing Luo would desperately try to possess Yang Kai, but once she did that with him, with the overbearing and insidious nature of the poison widow physique, Yang Kai would die without a doubt. Shan Qing Luo didn't dare to linger around Yang Kai for too long, because the more she came into contact with him, the faster her seed of love would grow. She had to leave here and get as far away from Yang Kai as possible. Meng Wuya didn't make things difficult for her, simply opening the barrier and allowing her to leave. After Shan Qing Luo left, Everyone's hearts sank. As she had said, there were only two ways out for everyone. One was to hide inside this heavenly palace's barrier, and the other was to take advantage of the fact that the demon lord and the other evil kings weren't here and quickly leave this place. Either way, they could ensure their own safety. Do you want to go? Meng Wuya looked at Yang Kai and asked. Go where? Yang Kai smiled bitterly. If even the central capital was destroyed, no matter how big this world was, there would be no safe haven for them. Fleeing in panic like a stray dog was not something Yang Kai wanted to see. If you don't want to leave, then stay. However, the strength of the people in the residence needs to be improved quickly. Meng Wuya turned his head and glanced around. In the inheritance war, with the strength of this mansion, they could indeed occupy a complete and overwhelming advantage. However, in the face of the ash-gray cloud evil land's invasion, such a force was still too weak. Many people had personally witnessed the powerful battle prowess of the great evil kings. Their profound moves and heaven-defying abilities were still vivid in their minds, causing their blood to boil. They couldn't wait to quickly increase their strength so that they could compete with the evil kings. No matter what happens to the 8 great families and the central capital, we must have the strength to protect ourselves. Yang Kai's thoughts gradually became clear, and his confused eyes quickly became firm. He grinned and said, if that's the case, then let's cultivate. Everyone nodded in agreement. With the protection of the Sky Air Palace's barrier, they could indeed raise their strength without any worries. Senior Lee, after this crisis passes, I will definitely return all the things the Endless Sea Islands sects have given us. During this time, please stay here. Yang Kai turned to look at Li Yuan-chun. Li Yuan-chun was startled, and although he was somewhat reluctant, he could only nod very well. He had lived in the Endless Sea Islands for a long time, so he was quite concerned about the inland. Now that he had seen an artifact he had never heard of before, as well as masters he had never seen before in the Endless Sea Islands, he naturally wanted to stay and take a look. This was not an opportunity he could easily obtain. Especially that Meng Wuya, Li Yuan-chun was quite concerned about him, always feeling that there was something different about this person. The mansion quickly restored its calm. Among the ruins, only Yang Kai's mansion remained intact. Everyone carried out their respective duties and seemed to be cultivating as usual, and there wasn't a trace of worry before a great calamity. On the same day, Yang Kai transferred a large amount of myriad drug liquid to Xianing Chong for her alchemy use. He also gathered all the blood warriors in the mansion and gave each of them a small piece of myriad drug cream. Meng Wuya had said that this myriad drug cream contained some mysterious heavenly Tao principles, and with its help, one could easily comprehend the heavenly way. Although the myriad drug cream was extremely precious and Yang Kai didn't have much on hand, now was the time to take it out and give it to those he trusted. Yang Kai hoped that these blood warriors who had already reached the peak immortal ascension boundary could use the myriad drug cream to pry into the mysteries of the above immortal ascension boundary and break through their current realms in one fell swoop. Once they succeeded, these blood warriors would become the strongest trump card he could grasp. At that time, even without Meng Wuya's heavenly palace, Yang Kai's mansion would have the ability to protect itself from the ash-gray cloud evil land's invasion. A day later, Jiao returned from the central capital with news that shocked Yang Kai. A large number of the ash-gray cloud evil land's cultivator and monster beast had attacked the central capital from the northwest gate, exterminating all life within a few dozen kilometers. The Gao family, who had been stationed in that corner, had suffered heavy losses. An above immortal ascension boundary Grand Elder had been killed by the Demon Lord and the family had suffered heavy losses. They had no choice but to retreat to the north of the central capital where the Kong family resided. The ash-gray cloud evil land's momentum and strength were beyond everyone's expectations. The other 6 families had also sent reinforcements and gathered in the Kong family territory, preparing to meet the ash-gray cloud evil land head-on. When Jiao left the central capital, the two sides were still confronting each other and had not yet started fighting, but the current situation was unknown. What's the situation with the Yang family? Yang Kai hurriedly asked. The family is fine. The ash-gray cloud evil land has not attacked the south gate, so there shouldn't be any problems for the time being. Fourth Master and Madam are safe. The family didn't send them out to fight. Hearing that his parents didn't need to fight, Yang Kai couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief and asked, "Didn't you ask them to come to War City to meet with me?" Jiao shook his head. The central capital knows nothing about the situation in War City, but Fourth Master and Madam are very worried about your safety. Yang Kai nodded gently. This side of the central capital was already in a terrible situation. Besides the people in his house, there was no one left alive, so it was impossible for the central capital to receive any news. I understand, you can go now, Yang Kai said, taking out a small piece of myriad drug cream and telling Ying Jiu to take it. Ying Jiu took it and quickly withdrew. After thinking about it, Yang Kai summoned the golden feather eagle and wrote a letter to deliver to the central capital's Yang family to inform his parents that he was safe and that if possible, they should come to War City as soon as possible. However, Yang Kai estimated that with the personality of Fourth Master Yang, he wouldn't leave the family. However, since the ash-gray cloud evil land had entered the central capital from the northwest corner, the Yang family shouldn't have any problems in the short term. On top of that, the 8 great families weren't vegetarians, so once they adapted, the ash-gray cloud evil land wouldn't be able to advance so smoothly. After arranging everything, Yang Kai hurriedly entered secluded retreat. Inside his room, Yang Kai sat cross-legged while holding his breath. His divine sense entered his knowledge sea and his soul avatar appeared, staring blankly at the large mass of pure spiritual energy floating above his knowledge sea. This large mass of pure spiritual energy was left behind after the solitary golden eye killed the soul avatar of the Yi family's square-faced old man. After 2 or 3 days had passed, Yang Kai still couldn't believe that the solitary golden eye had destroyed an above immortal ascension boundary master's soul avatar with just a single beam of golden light. It wasn't until now that Yang Kai had the time and energy to investigate this mass of pure spiritual energy left behind after his death. Carefully probing it, Yang Kai was surprised to find that this mass of spiritual energy was not only tyrannical and pure, but also contained many wonderful principles. These principles should be the insights of the Yi family's master into the heavenly way and martial Tao over the years. After his soul avatar was destroyed by the solitary golden eye, all of his thoughts were completely purified, leaving behind only this mass of pure spiritual energy that contained his insights. Perceiving this, Yang Kai couldn't help smiling. He hadn't expected that the solitary golden eye's attack would bring him such great benefits. The spiritual energy of an above immortal ascension boundary master was the result of decades or even hundreds of years of hard work, but now, it was left behind in Yang Kai's knowledge sea. Yang Kai's soul avatar walked over to the mass of spiritual energy and sat down facing it. With a single thought, a huge amount of pure spiritual energy was continuously absorbed into his body. In an instant, Kai Yang felt as if he had been starving for many days and suddenly had the illusion of being able to eat a big meal. His soul avatar was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The knowledge sea below also fluctuated along with Yang Kai's mood, rolling up waves. This huge mass of spiritual energy no longer contained the thoughts of the Yi family's master when he was alive. It was extremely pure and could be easily absorbed by anyone to strengthen themselves. Moreover, there were no drawbacks. Yang Kai gladly accepted it. As Yang Kai absorbed this energy, the island transformed from the 5-colored soul-warming lotus also became brighter and more colorful. Time passed by, and after an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai finally completely absorbed the mass of spiritual energy in his knowledge sea. Only then did he slowly return to his senses. After probing his body slightly, Yang Kai was shocked. This time's retreat had actually allowed him to break through a minor realm again, silently reaching the immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage, and was currently on the verge of breaking through to the 4th stage. The pure spiritual energy left behind by an above immortal ascension boundary master was actually able to reach such a level. Yang Kai couldn't help imagining. If he could kill a few more above immortal ascension boundary masters and absorb all of their spiritual energy after they died, wouldn't his strength rapidly improve? With this idea in mind, Yang Kai suddenly became excited and couldn't help feeling a little restless. Finally suppressing this idea, Yang Kai calmed his mood. Last time, he was able to kill the master of the Yi family because of the solitary golden eye. Until now, he still did not know how to control the solitary golden eye. If he could enslave the power of the solitary golden eye, then his idea might be possible. Considering all this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and quickly used his divine sense to communicate with the closed solitary golden eye, wanting to see if he could refine it. This thing should be a soul-type artifact. Yang Kai didn't know who had refined it, but since it was able to kill an above immortal ascension boundary master with a single blow, it was definitely not mysterious grade. Mysterious grade artifacts didn't have such power. Above mysterious grade was spirit grade, a legendary grade. Yang Kai had a spirit grade artifact. What kind of concept was that? This soul-type artifact was no weaker than Meng Wu Ya's heavenly palace. Chapter 570. In a corner of Yang Kai's mansion, there was a bustling crowd of people. The mansion was densely packed with people, almost all of whom had gathered here. Even the immortal Ascension Boundary Masters weren't sitting in meditation, instead craning their necks to look forward, their faces filled with anticipation and anxiety. More than a month ago, when the ash-gray cloud Evil Land had launched a large-scale invasion, they had all been terrified and desperate. Yang Kai had wanted to lead them out of here, but in the end, Xueqi and the 7 masters from the Seal Temple had prevented them from leaving. Everyone thought they were about to die, but in the end, it was Meng Wuya who summoned the Heavenly Palace to protect everyone's safety, allowing them to finally relax. However, they were still confused about the future, about their own path, because in this big world, besides Yang Kai, they couldn't find any other safe place. But today, more than a month later, all of these cultivators were filled with excitement, their faces brimming with joyful smiles. Every one of them was full of energy, full of hope for their future and prospects, completely different from the state they had been a month ago. A few dozen meters in front of the place where these people were gathered, there were 2 huge pools filled with an unknown liquid. A variety of precious herbs floated in the water, emitting a medicinal fragrance that almost overflowed the entire Yang Kai mansion. Smelling this rich fragrance, it gave off an indescribable sense of comfort. At this moment, both pools were filled with people who seemed to be meditating and cultivating. Circulating their secret arts, the pool water gave birth to a mysterious power that cleansed the bodies of these cultivators, cleansing them of impurities. At the bottom of the pool, one could faintly see traces of a spirit array. At this moment, these spirit arrays were emitting a faint glow. Under the influence of these spirit arrays, the medicinal efficacies in the pool water were constantly being catalyzed and absorbed by the cultivator. From time to time, someone would break through the current boundary and successfully reach another level. Whenever this happened, the person who broke through would be filled with excitement and joy, causing the crowd to cheer one after another. Throughout War City, it seemed that because so many people were breaking through one after another, the world energy aura in the mansion had become somewhat chaotic. The pool that High Heaven Pavilion's young lady Xia came out of is said to be even more miraculous than the Yang family's dragon transformation pool. No matter how bad your aptitude is, as long as you soak in it for a few days, you will be able to expel all the impurities in your body, allowing your potential to soar to the sky. A thin young man said excitedly to the person beside him. He clenched his fists as if he was expressing the excitement in his heart. It's not just a rumor. It's really effective. His companion nodded affirmatively. Have you ever seen so many people breaking through at the same time? I had thought that the Xian pills in the mansion had already transformed our aptitude to an outstanding level, but I never thought that we would be able to go one step further. The Yang family's dragon transformation pool is such a magical place. I heard that in the Yang family, only those who are qualified and have made great contributions to the family are qualified to enter and obtain some benefits from it. Even so, it is a treasure trove that the Yang family members fight to enter. But compared to our residence, what does the dragon transformation pool count for? This is the real dragon transformation pool. The third person was also very excited as he spoke. Have you heard? When the little lord was young, he wanted to enter the dragon transformation pool but was rejected by the Yang family many times. In my opinion, the Yang family members are all blind and short-sighted fools. No matter how strong the little lord is, they still dared to reject him. Don't talk about the Yang family, it won't be good if others hear. The Yang family is unfair to the little lord, but the little lord is still a Yang family member. Yes. Let's just wait to enter the dragon transformation pool. Reflecting Moon Sex Wu Tian only soaked in it for 3 days before breaking through from the Yuan Qi 7th stage to the peak of Yuan Qi boundary. Now he's in retreat trying to break through to the immortal ascension boundary. We can't fall behind him. Haha, the next batch will be our soaring feather pavilion. I'm really looking forward to it. Those idiots from Tian Yuan City actually left like this. Not only did they die without knowing why, but they also lost such a great opportunity. The speaker laughed sarcastically, clearly taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. Tian Yuan City's Lu Fei Shang, before the arrival of the ash-gray cloud Evil Land, had led the people of Tian Yuan City to leave Yang Kai's mansion and quickly switched allegiance to Xueqi, causing the people of Yang Kai's mansion to be quite critical of Tian Yuan City. However, under the joint attack of the profound Een Ghost King and the annihilating Poison King, the people of Tian Yuan City had long ago been wiped out. All kinds of discussions continued to sound in the crowd, and everyone's eyes and faces were full of expectation. Yang Kai walked out of his retreat. After such a long time, he still hadn't been able to refine the solitary golden eye. Instead, he felt that it wasn't a soul-type artifact like he thought it was. The solitary golden eye really did look like the eye of a human or monster beast. Although he hadn't been able to refine it, Yang Kai's divine sense had fused with it a lot, but for the time being, he didn't know how to drive it. Smelling the medicinal fragrance that filled the mansion, Yang Kai froze for a moment and looked around, but there was no one around. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai quickly noticed the abnormality and quickly walked towards the place where everyone was gathered. What happened? When he arrived, Yang Kai thought something big had happened and quickly asked. Hearing his voice, Xueqi, who was standing on a high platform not far from the two pools, waved to him and called out, "Yang Kai, over here." Yang Kai leapt up and flew to the high platform. Turning his head and looking around, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Everyone was gathered here, and next to the two pools were many herbs soaking in them. Yang Kai took a closer look and found that these people were all from Blood Battle Gang. On the high platform, beside Xueqi, the leaders of the younger generation all looked towards Yang Kai gratefully. What's going on? Yang Kai couldn't understand. Many of the people from Blood Battle Gang had yuan qi fluctuating. Obviously they were on the verge of a breakthrough. About this, you should ask little sister Xia. I don't know much about what she did, but I know it's amazing. Xueqi smiled and pushed Xia Ningchong forward. Little senior sister, what's the matter? Yang Kai stared at Xia Ningchong, who was wearing a veil. The latter whispered, "Didn't you give me a lot of spirit liquid? Alchemy doesn't need so much, and the pills in the mansion won't be used up in a short time. The pill room hasn't been performing any alchemy these days, so I wanted to use those things to help improve their physiques." How did you do it? Although Yang Kai knew that taking myriad drug liquid for a long time could improve one's physique, this effect was too fast. Refining people as pills. Xia Ningchong whispered. Refining people as pills? Yang Kai was shocked. I also found a method from the spirit arrays you taught me. Using spirit arrays and spirit liquids and other rare materials, I can stimulate the medicinal efficacies of these materials in the shortest time possible. Under the influence of the spirit array and medicinal efficacies, I can expel the impurities in their bodies. By using alchemy techniques and methods, I can refine them. Xia Ningchong explained. Other alchemists refined pills, but little senior sister had now transcended this level and could be used to refine people. Her powerful and outstanding aptitude could be seen at a glance. Yang Kai leaned over and asked softly, "There won't be any accidents, right?" "There won't be." Little senior sister shook her head, however, although the effect is fast, and many people can even break through several small realms, it's still not as good as taking myriad drug liquid for a long time. That's enough. Yang Kai nodded gently. For the people in his house, to be able to obtain such an opportunity was already enough to make them feel deeply grateful. Yang Kai hadn't expected Xia Ningchong to be able to use the myriad drug liquid to such an extent. As a result, the strength of the people in his house would rapidly improve and their ability to protect themselves would be greatly enhanced. Most importantly, the continuous breakthroughs and improvements to their physique had undoubtedly greatly boosted their previously low morale. Yang Kai could no longer see confusion and despair on the faces of the cultivators in his house. All of them were extremely excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. After the two of them finished speaking, Xueqi smiled and said, "This batch of people from Blood Battle Gang has been cultivating for 2 days and will be replaced in a day. Every 3 days, a batch of people will take a long time to complete." Stars was extremely annoyed. It's all my father's fault. If he hadn't called back all the people I brought with me, they would have also benefited. The people from my Cho family's autumn rain hall. Xueqi also felt some regret. The people from the autumn rain hall had contributed a lot to Yang Kai's house during the inheritance war, but at the last moment, they had been recalled by Qiu Shoucheng. If they had stayed until now, they would definitely have been able to enjoy such treatment. My father is too hateful. He really isn't fit to be the patriarch anymore. Stars muttered with a fierce expression, as if he wanted to kill his father to usurp the throne. Don't all gather here. Go do what you need to do. Leave a few people here to watch over the arrangements. Yang Kai ordered, later tonight, remember to come to my room, I have something for you. Now that the existence of the myriad drug liquid was no longer a secret, these leaders of the younger generation in his house, from the beginning of the inheritance war until now, whether it was good or bad, They had always stood by his side, so Yang Kai intended to give them more benefits. Listening to him say this, everyone's eyes lit up and they were secretly looking forward to it. Xueqi glared at Yang Kai and said, "At least you still have some conscience. Our unswerving loyalty to you was not in vain." Xueqi's glare at him was something Yang Kai couldn't bear, but just as he was about to pretend he didn't hear her, a shout came from below. "Young Master Yang, Young Master Yang." Yang Kai looked towards the source of the voice and found that it was Li Yuan-chun from the Endless Sea Island Supreme Solitary Sect. "Senior Li, come up and speak." Yang Kai smiled lightly. Li Yuan-chun's figure flickered and arrived on the high platform, chuckling meaningfully as he asked, "Young Master Yang, it's been a long time." "Has it been a long time?" Yang Kai had been in retreat and didn't know how much time had passed. "It's been more than a month," Li Yuan-chun emphasized. Chapter 571. So long. Yang Kai frowned for a moment before smiling. "If Senior Li wants to ask about the hallowed treasures, you don't need to worry. My words remain the same. Once this crisis is over, I will definitely return all of them." Yang Kai had no malicious intent towards Li Yuan-chun. Perhaps when he first arrived with the Endless Sea Islands people, Yang Kai was a little annoyed. But as the situation developed, Yang Kai had already made up his mind to keep them here and help him overcome this crisis. The strength of these Endless Sea Islands people was not weak. More than 50 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters and one above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. How could Yang Kai let them go so easily? Now that he was in a life-or-death situation, every bit of help he had was an extra ray of hope. Even if they were all Yuan Qi Boundary Masters, Yang Kai would not let them go, let alone all of them Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. So, even if forcing them to stay in the name of the hallowed treasures was a bit despicable, Yang Kai couldn't care less. Li Yuan-chun had repeatedly talked to Yang Kai about the hallowed treasures, so now that he saw him, Yang Kai thought he wanted to ask for the Supreme Solitary Seal and other artifacts again, so he quickly expressed his attitude. Li Yuan-chun smiled and waved his hand. This time, this old master didn't want to talk about the hallowed treasures. Then what does Senior want to say? Yang Kai raised his brow, somewhat surprised. Li Yuan-chun let out a hollow laugh and hesitated for a long time before gritting his teeth and saying, "I wanted to ask if young Master Yang could allow us Endless Sea Islands people to soak in that pool as well?" The effects of Xia Ning Chang's miraculous pool of water were simply too powerful. An Yuan Qi boundary cultivator soaking in it for a few days would at least break through a small realm, at most breaking through 3 small realms. Almost every day, someone would break through in this pool of water. With such a big event happening in Yang Kai's house, the Endless Sea Islands people naturally saw it and became extremely jealous. Everyone expressed their desire to enter the pool of water and cleanse their bodies. Unfortunately, Yang Kai was in retreat. Until today. Li Yuan-chun sensed that he had walked out of the room and hurried over to look for him. After saying so, he looked at Yang Kai quietly, his heart beating rapidly, wondering if this young Master Yang would refuse. After all, he wasn't familiar with those people overseas, and they didn't have any friendship with him. Their purpose of coming here was to get something from him. If he rejected her flatly, that was to be expected. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai actually turned to Xia Ning Chang and asked, "Is the pond water useful for Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters?" "It's useful." The little senior sister nodded gently, glancing over at Li Yuan-chun and smiling. "But I'm afraid it won't have any effect on an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master." "I'm fine," Li Yuan-chun hurriedly said. "I don't need to go in either." "Where are the materials? Is it enough?" Yang Kai asked again. Xia Ning Chang pondered for a while and nodded gently. The medicinal herbs in the pool. They had to be replaced every 3 days, which consumed a lot of energy. In 3 days, a cultivator could completely absorb the medicinal efficacies in the pool. Replacing them with a new batch could also ensure that the next batch of cultivator would have a better chance of cleansing their bodies and improving their physique. "Since it's enough, then I'll arrange it for everyone from the Endless Sea Islands," Yang Kai said. Xueqi nodded, slightly calculating before turning to Li Yuan-chun with a smile. "Senior, the Endless Sea Islands will be placed in the last batch. But please rest assured, even if it's the last batch, the quality of the pool water will not change in the slightest." Li Yuan-chun was overjoyed. He hadn't expected Yang Kai to be so easy to talk to. He also thought that this time Yang Kai might not agree, so he quickly said, Many thanks, young Master Yang. No need to be so polite. Yang Kai smiled amiably. From now on, we're family. When there are benefits, how could we forget about family? Haha. Li Yuanchun's face twitched slightly, thinking that he would be too embarrassed to ask Yang Kai for the supreme solitary seal in the future. But that didn't matter, since he had already said so, he would definitely return those things. It was only a matter of time. Inside the mansion, during the month Yang Kai had been in retreat, there seemed to have been a craze in cultivation. Now that there was no need to worry about their own safety, these people naturally wanted to improve their ability to protect themselves. Not only were the various great forces waiting to enter the pool to improve their physique, but Yang Kai's 9 blood warriors had also entered retreat. Even Yang Wei, Yang Zhao, and the 4 blood warriors who had been rescued didn't dare relax in the slightest. After briefly understanding the situation in the mansion from Xueqi Meng over the past month, Yang Kai was quite pleased. The people in the mansion had not been disheartened by the invasion of the ash-gray cloud evil land, and were still working hard to find a way to survive. After dealing with this matter, Yang Kai left and went straight to Meng Wuya's residence. Inside Meng Wuya's room, there were only Ling Tai Su, Old Demon, and Treasurer Meng. The 3 of them had often gathered together to discuss the Great Tao and the path to the peak. Ling Tai Su had gained a lot from the other 2 and seemed to have made some breakthroughs in his cultivation. On the other hand, Meng Wuya and Old Demon often had conflicting opinions and quarreled with each other. The scene was lively. When Yang Kai arrived, the 2 were also arguing about their own insights, Ling Tai Su listening with a smile, trying to gain some useful insights. Different das. Different das. This was the best portrayal of Meng Wuya and Old Demon. The 2 of them walked different das, so naturally there were many points of contention between them. However, the Great Tao was different, and all methods were the same. No matter what path the 2 of them walked, their ultimate goal was the same. The 3 of you are quite refined. Yang Kai smiled and sat down in front of them. Meng Wuya and Old Demon also stopped quarreling, and all 3 of them looked at him suspiciously, inevitably surprised. You broke through again? Since Yang Kai broke through to the immortal ascension boundary, his strength had progressed rapidly. In less than 10 days, he had broken through to the immortal ascension boundary 2nd stage, and more than a month later, he had broken through to the immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage. Even Meng Wuya, who was experienced and knowledgeable, couldn't help but be amazed by Yang Kai's rapid growth. On the other hand, Yang Kai looked at Old Demon in surprise. After carefully examining him, Yang Kai smiled happily. Old Demon, you've broken through to the above immortal ascension boundary? Old Demon grinned meaningfully. With the good things young master gave me, Old Servant was naturally able to easily break through. Yang Kai nodded gently. Meng Wuya had also said that Old Demon had the foundation and experience to break through to the above immortal ascension boundary, allowing him to gain insight into its mysteries. However, because his physical body had been destroyed, due to the shackles of his current body, he was only able to reach the peak immortal ascension boundary. With the help of the myriad drug cream, he was able to break through to the above immortal ascension boundary more easily than anyone else. What brings you here today? Meng Wuya looked at Yang Kai and asked. Yang Kai's expression became serious as he took a deep breath. Treasurer Meng, I remember that more than a month ago, you evaluated Demon Lord Yang Bai as the strongest in the world, right? Meng Wuya nodded, his expression becoming dignified. Even if you lifted your seal, you still can't compare to him. You still can't compare? I'm still a step behind him. Meng Wuya slowly shook his head. Then, I want to know what level Yang Bai is at, and what level you above immortal ascension boundary masters are. Since you are all at the above immortal ascension boundary, why is there such a great difference in strength between you 2? What is the above immortal ascension boundary? Yang Kai threw out a series of questions to clarify the doubts he had held for many years. Hearing him ask this, the 3 of them glanced at each other. Meng Wuya sighed and said, I didn't want you to understand this realm so early, because the more you understand, the worse it will be for your current development. Are you afraid I'm biting off more than I can chew? Yang Kai raised his brow. I'm afraid you'll be discouraged. Meng Wuya smiled. But now it seems I should let you know what level of enemy you're facing. Hesitating for a moment, Meng Wuya seemed to be thinking about how to explain this to Yang Kai. After a while, Meng Wuya opened his mouth and said, The world calls the realm after the immortal ascension boundary the above immortal ascension boundary because they don't know what it is. But I can tell you now that this realm is not the above immortal ascension boundary. The above immortal ascension boundary is just a name for top masters. Yang Kai suddenly held his breath, secretly feeling that Meng Wuya was about to reveal a secret that had puzzled the world for thousands of years. The realm after the immortal ascension boundary is called the Transcendent Realm. Meng Wuya quickly said, Transcendent Realm? A realm that has transcended the mortal realm is called the Transcendent Realm. Once one reaches this realm, they are no longer mortal and have been freed from the constraints and shackles of being immortal. What do you mean? For a Transcendent Realm Master, anyone below the immortal ascension boundary is immortal, just like a cultivator compared to an ordinary person. Therefore, in the face of a Transcendent Realm Master, any cultivator below the immortal ascension boundary has no power to fight back. Yang Kai frowned. Meng Wuya's explanation was too general. He didn't understand what kind of mysteries the Transcendent Realm contained. However, he was afraid he would have to wait until he really broke through to this realm before he could fully understand. The above immortal ascension boundary masters you've seen are all Transcendent Realm Masters. However, the division of this realm is somewhat different from before the immortal ascension boundary. It's not as detailed, unlike before the immortal ascension boundary where it's divided from 1 to 9 layers. Because once a person's strength reaches this level, wanting to break through again is extremely difficult, but every time a cultivator breaks through, their strength will increase greatly. Oh, then how is it divided? Yang Kai asked curiously. There are only 3 layers. 3 layers. Yang Kai couldn't help being stunned. First Order Transcendent, Second Order Transcendent, Third Order Transcendent. Meng Wuya explained, for example, the 8 people from the Seal Temple you've seen are all First Order Transcendent Realm Masters. In your 8 great families, as well as the entire world, 90% of all Transcendent Realm Masters are stuck at the First Order because they can't comprehend more of the mysteries of the martial Tao or Heavenly Way, so their lifetime achievements are limited. Meng Wuya smiled and said, however, that Li Yuan-chun of the mansion has some foundation. He has probably reached the peak of the First Order realm and is stronger than an ordinary First Order cultivator. If he doesn't have anyone to guide him, it will be his lifetime achievement and he will never be able to break through to the Second Order. Chapter 572. What about you 3? Yang Kai looked at them curiously. As Meng Wuya chuckled and pointed to the old demon. This old demon is just an ordinary First Order cultivator because he just broke through. But since he has already reached this level, with his foundation and experience, as long as his own strength can keep up, he will continue to break through without any bottlenecks in the future. A bright future. Yang Kai glanced over at the old demon. The latter grinned meaningfully and shook his head proudly. As for Brother Ling, a month ago, he was the same as Li Yuan-chun, also at the limit of the First Order, but now, he has already broken through to the Second Order. Yang Kai's expression became serious as he stared at Ling Tai Su happily. Congratulations, Grand Master. No wonder when he saw Ling Tai Su this time, he felt that he was somewhat different from a month ago. It turned out that he had broken through to the First Order on top of his original foundation. As for this old master, Meng Wuya hesitated before continuing. After unsealing one of my seals, I'm probably at the limit of the Second Order Transcendent Realm. Meng Wuya's words weren't arrogant, nor were they arrogant, they were simply spoken in a flat tone, seemingly quite dissatisfied with the strength he had displayed after unsealing himself. Yang Kai's expression couldn't help becoming strange. Even the limit of the Second Order Transcendent Realm was not satisfactory. Just how far did Treasurer Meng's vision go? What about the 6 evil kings and Demon Lord Yang Bai? Yang Kai's expression became dignified. Of the 6 evil kings except for that woman, the other 5 are all Second Order Transcendent Realm. The Tyrannical Force King and Lightning Flash Shadow King are even comparable to this old master after unsealing himself. That woman is slightly worse, only a First Order Transcendent. After all, she is still young, but at her age, being able to reach this level of cultivation is already quite rare. Shan Qing Luo has a special physique and seems to have inherited much of her cultivation from her mother, Yang Kai explained. No wonder, Meng Wuya nodded. Meng Wuya was suddenly enlightened. It seemed that he was also quite concerned about Shan Qing Luo, and couldn't figure out how she had reached the Transcendent Realm at such a young age. Demon Lord Yang Bai. You should be able to guess his cultivation. Third Order Transcendent? Yang Kai was shocked. Not bad. Meng Wuya nodded solemnly. In this entire world, it seems that he is the only one who has reached the Third Order Transcendent Realm. Even among your central capital 8 great families, there is no such character. Ling Tai Su sighed lightly. Now you should understand why the 3 of us were able to easily defeat the 8 of them that night, while the other 7 died tragically at the hands of the 3 great evil kings a month ago, right? I understand. Yang Kai nodded heavily. Before understanding the classification of the transcendent realm, no one would have been able to accept that the 7 of them had been wiped out in less than half a cup of tea's worth of time against the 3 evil kings. However, after understanding the division of this realm, Yang Kai also understood the difference in strength between them. These 7 people were only first-order transcendents, so facing 3 second-order transcendents and a 7th-order monster beast, how could they resist? Not only did the world not have a clear understanding of their strength, even they themselves were quite weak in this regard. However, Meng Wuya had seen through this at a glance. Each of your central capital's 8 great families has 4 or 5 transcendent realm masters, but each family only has a single second-order master at most. Some families don't even have such a character. The rest of the family members are all first-order masters. In terms of the number of top-level masters, your 8 great families hold an absolute advantage, but the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land has Yang Bai. His existence is a huge variable. What will the situation in the central capital be like this time? I don't know. Meng Wuya shook his head. Until the very end, no one knows what the outcome will be. Yang Kai sighed softly. That's why this old master didn't dare tell you the secret of the transcendent realm, fearing that you would suffer a blow when your strength is still too low. Meng Wuya smiled and shook his head. You think the so-called above immortal ascension boundary is the peak of the martial Tao, but that's not the case. A blow? Yang Kai suddenly grinned. I didn't suffer a blow, on the contrary. I feel like my goal has become clearer. The 3 of them were stunned and stared at Yang Kai in amazement, but after a moment, all of them wore gratified looks. Before learning the secret of the transcendent realm, Yang Kai's goal was indeed only to break through to the above immortal ascension boundary. But after listening to Meng Wuya, the 3rd-order transcendent realm had become his goal. The 3 of them seemed to be able to foresee that Yang Kai would spare no effort to reach this goal. Perhaps in 5 years, perhaps in 10 years, perhaps even longer, he would be able to climb to the supreme level. After leaving Meng Wuya's room, Yang Kai was full of energy and immediately went to find Su Yan, sat down cross-legged on the ice bed, and began cultivating together. Everything in the mansion was proceeding in an orderly manner. A month later, all the cultivators from the Endless Sea Islands had undergone their meridian's purification, and even the more than 50 immortal ascension boundary masters from the Endless Sea Islands had obtained great benefits. After receiving the help of the mysterious grade pills provided by the pill room, none of them wanted to leave. This group of people had originally wanted to quickly retrieve the hallowed treasures of their respective sects from Yang Kai and then quickly depart. But now, the various benefits they had received here made them forget to return. Another month later, Yang Kai's 9 blood warriors finally sent out good news. With the help of the myriad drug cream, after 3 months of retreat, each of them had broken through to the transcendent realm and exited one after another. Each of these blood warriors' breakthroughs brought about an amazing heavenly manifestation. This heavenly manifestation lasted for half a month before the 9 blood warriors completed their breakthroughs. Li Yuan Chun and the other cultivator from the Endless Sea Islands were stunned. In the entire Endless Sea Islands, only Supreme Solitary Sect had 3 transcendent realm masters. But in Yang Kai's mansion, they had witnessed the birth of 9 top masters. For a time, all of them were filled with both respect and doubt. It didn't make sense that these 9 people could break through one after another in such a short period of time. The profound meaning behind this was too intriguing. Could it be that the Yang family's young lord was able to create an above immortal ascension boundary master? Li Yuan Chun thought to himself, a thought that made his hair stand on end. If this was the case, then this young Master Yang would be able to cover the heavens with one hand in the future. This kind of person could only be befriended, not offended. Tu Feng and the other blood warriors' breakthroughs also gave them a surreal feeling. Before the start of the Inheritance War, all 9 of them had only reached the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage. Although they had also been working hard towards the goal of breaking through to the Transcendent Realm, everyone knew that their chances were slim. Since the establishment of Yang Kai's Blood Warrior Hall, only Huang Jiuzhou had reached this level as a blood warrior and was honored as a supreme elder of the Yang family. The Blood Warrior Hall's Hall Master Feng Shang and Vice Hall Master Zhou Feng had both been stuck at the peak Immortal Ascension boundary for many years, yet their bottlenecks showed no signs of loosening. Among the 9 blood warriors, only Chu Gao Yi and Ying Jiu's aptitude was comparable to theirs. They were once highly regarded by the Yang family, believing that they had the potential to break through to the above immortal ascension boundary. Now, all 9 of them had reached this realm. It was a shocking development that made everyone feel as if they were dreaming. After these 9 people broke through, they were all summoned by Meng Wuya. From Meng Wuya, they gained a huge amount of valuable experience and understanding of the transcendent realm. Such experience was not something the 8 great families could impart. All of them had gained a huge harvest and gained a clear understanding of their future. The 4 blood warriors who had originally followed Yang Wei and Yang Zhao were now fully taken over by Yang Kai, and were being vigorously cultivated with the resources of the mansion. After more than 3 months, these 4 had reached the immortal ascension boundary 9th stage, and after receiving the myriad drug cream from Yang Kai, they had all entered retreat. If nothing unexpected happened, in a few months, these 4 would surely catch up with the pace of the other 9 blood warriors. The strength of the blood warriors was progressing rapidly, and the strength of the cultivator from the various forces in the mansion was also increasing rapidly. After cleansing their meridians and improving their physiques, everyone felt that their cultivation speed was much faster and more efficient than before. This was especially true for the leaders of the younger generation. Their aptitudes were already much more outstanding than ordinary people, and now they had all become geniuses. Everything in the mansion was thriving, as if the terrible situation of the ash-gray cloud evil land invasion had nothing to do with them. However, Yang Kai was also paying close attention to the situation in the central capital. Shan Qing Luo remained in War City, monitoring Yang Kai's mansion. From her, Yang Kai obtained a variety of accurate and up-to-date information. The first battle the ash-gray cloud evil land fought after arriving in the central capital was the Gao family, and then like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, they began to expand their territory. Yang Bai's tyrannical combat power and the other 5 evil kings' strength caused the masters of the 8 great families to repeatedly suffer setbacks, unable to resist. The Meng family, Kong family, and Qiu family all withdrew from the territory they had occupied for countless years, their elites retreating to other families to seek shelter. In just 3 months, half of the central capital had fallen. The huge central capital had been divided into 2 halves. The ash-gray cloud evil land occupied the northern half of the central capital while the 8 great families, with the Yang family as their core, occupied the southern half. After 3 months of fighting, both sides suffered heavy casualties, with more than a dozen transcendent realm masters having fallen. Most of them were from the 8 great families, with only 3 or 5 from the ash-gray cloud evil land. Below the transcendent realm, the number of casualties was incalculable. The central capital was filled with screams and the stench of rotting corpses filled the air. It wasn't until this time that the fighting between the 2 sides subsided, and the situation gradually eased. The 8 great families immediately issued a conscription order to the entire world, asking all the great families to send reinforcements to the central capital to resist the invasion of the evil land. This was the second time they had issued a conscription order. 3 months ago, when the ash-gray cloud evil land invaded, they had already issued one. However, there were very few responses. The 8 great families had been too strong for the past several hundred years, and with the ash-gray cloud evil land's menacing invasion, no family dared to gamble their elites in the hands of the 8 great families because if they sent reinforcements, the elites of their families would definitely be used as cannon fodder by the 8 great families. At that time, their families would definitely be finished. It was precisely because of this concern that when the 8 great families and the central capital were in danger, not many people had come to their aid, causing them to sigh helplessly. Chapter 573. Inside Su Yan's room, the cold air was oppressive and white mist filled the air. This was a cellar specially built for Su Yan because when she cultivated, she needed to use the ice bed as a medium, and the cold air emitted by the ice bed was not something everyone could withstand. Therefore, since the people from High Heaven Pavilion had arrived, Yang Kai had specially built a room for Su Yan that was unique to her. At this moment, inside the room, on top of the 10,000-year ice bed, Yang Kai and Su Yan were sitting opposite each other, their pure true qi fused together, flowing through each other endlessly. From time to time, a faint glow would blossom from the 2 of them. As the yuan qi flowed, there seemed to be some kind of pleasant change. Little bits of fluorescent light emitted from the 2 of them and soon filled the entire room, making this monotonous and cold room seem much more colorful. Gradually, the 2 people's yuan qi became one, their minds and divine senses becoming one, as if they had merged into one, becoming inseparable existences. A loud dragon roar suddenly rang out, And in the next moment, a huge and majestic dragon head appeared behind Yang Kai. The dragon head swayed back and forth, separating from Yang Kai's body, its whole body a golden yellow color, shaking its head and wagging its tail as it rushed upwards. At the same time, the crisp cry of a phoenix rang out. Behind Su Yan's back, a crystal white ice phoenix appeared. The noble and elegant ice phoenix chased after the majestic golden dragon, the two entangling with each other as they soared into the sky. The wind and clouds surged as the roar of the dragon and the cry of the ice phoenix instantly stirred the world. An incomparably tyrannical fluctuation spread out as the two energies of completely different attributes entangled together, giving off a sense of harmony, complementing each other and complementing each other. The entire mansion boiled with excitement as countless people ran out, staring at the golden dragon and ice phoenix that had appeared in the sky, dumbfounded. No one knew why such a heavenly vision had appeared. "I've seen this before," someone muttered. The disciples of Storm House, Blood Battle Gang and High Heaven Pavilion were no strangers to this scene. 5 or 6 years ago, in the Blood Group's mining area, the dragon phoenix seal appeared, and the Heaven's Cave inheritance was open to the outside world. The three sects joined hands and sent their elites to enter the Heaven's Cave inheritance to seek opportunities. Even though the disciples of the three sects who had entered had obtained many benefits. However, in the end, no one knew who had obtained the inheritance of the dragon-shaped phoenix seal. Now that they saw this familiar scene, they immediately recalled the memories that had been buried for many years. It was clear that the person who had obtained the inheritance back then had cultivated it successfully, which was why such a strange phenomenon appeared again. For some reason, the disciples of the three sects all thought of Yang Kai at the first moment. It seemed that if Yang Kai obtained the final inheritance, it would be a matter of course. When they carefully looked at where the golden dragon and the ice phoenix had come from, everyone immediately understood. It turned out that as they had guessed, the final inheritance had indeed been obtained by Yang Kai. For a time, everyone cheered up. Although they were not the ones who had obtained the inheritance, the appearance of such a phenomenon meant that Yang Kai's strength had improved. His improvement meant that there was a way out for the house. In this chaotic world, with a good leader, one would naturally be able to live longer. In particular, this leader was quite generous to his cultivator subordinates. A dragon and phoenix, a good omen. Meng Wuya opened the window and glanced at the scene of the golden dragon and ice phoenix soaring in the sky, smiling as he spoke. Ling Tai Su stroked his beard and nodded gently, a look of relief and happiness filling his face. Outside the house, Shanqing Luo and Bai Luo both stared blankly. Suddenly, the Queen Master smiled charmingly. "Bai Luo, this is definitely the work of that little bastard, do you believe me?" Bai Luo nodded unconsciously, glancing over at Shanqing Luo and whispering, "Master, if you really want to, you should betray the Holy Land and leave. As long as you enter that place, the Demon Lord won't be able to do anything to you." Shanqing Luo shook her head. "I don't want to go in, not because I'm afraid of the Demon Lord, but because I don't want to harm him." "Harm him?" Bai Luo asked suspiciously. She didn't understand the overbearing nature of Shanqing Luo's poison widow physique, so naturally, she didn't understand why the Queen Master had stayed outside the house these past few months and didn't go in to be with that little bastard. The Master clearly liked him very much. Bai Luo had seen Shanqing Luo's sad appearance countless times. "The closer he gets to me, the faster he'll die." Shanqing Luo smiled bitterly. Even if she only stayed outside of Yang Kai's house, her feelings for him grew extremely quickly. From time to time, the beguiling demon queen would feel an irresistible throbbing in her heart, wishing she could rush into Yang Kai's house and stay with him. But every time, she would firmly suppress this desire. "I don't understand." Bai Luo shook her head and sighed softly. She didn't want to see the Queen Master she revered become like this. "You won't understand. This is the fate of my beguiling demon queen bloodline." Shanqing Luo's charming eyes showed a hint of sadness. 100 kilometers away, the central capital. Even from such a great distance, the heavenly manifestation of the dragon and phoenix was clearly seen by the people on the other side. The 5 great evil kings all wore relaxed expressions. Although they were surprised by this phenomenon, they didn't think it was anything special. Only Demon Lord Yang Bai stared in the direction of War City, showing a deep sense of dread. The people from the 8 great families were all discussing among themselves, none of them wondering why such a scene had occurred in War City. Since the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Lands invasion, the central capital had cut off all contact with War City, so only the 4th Master Yang and his wife knew that Yang Kai's mansion was safe. Everyone else thought that the entire war city had been destroyed and that no one had survived. Seeing this phenomenon, the Yang family patriarch, Yang Yinghao, suddenly realized something and turned to Yang Yingfeng. Fourth brother, is Yang Kai all right? Dong Suzhu heard this and quickly pinched fourth master Yang, hinting him not to answer. The Yang family had been unfair to Yang Kai. When the 7 families joined forces to attack Yang Kai, the Yang family did nothing to stop them, causing Dong Suzhu to have a very bad opinion of the Yang family. The straightforward fourth master Yang hesitated for a moment before nodding gently. Yang Zhao and Yang Wei are also safe and sound. They are currently in Kai Er's house. Yang Yinghao couldn't help showing a look of relief, but he quickly restrained himself and said lightly, if there is a chance, please thank Yang Kai for me. Yang Zhao was his son, so Yang Yinghao was naturally concerned about his safety. However, since the invasion of the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land, as the patriarch of the Yang family, he had no time to deal with his own family affairs. Even now, he didn't know whether Yang Zhao was alive or dead. Now that he heard fourth master Yang say this, Yang Yinghao naturally breathed a sigh of relief. Humph, as long as you don't target my baby son, there's no need to thank him. Dong Suzhu pouted. Yang Yinghao glanced over at her, a faint trace of guilt flashing across the depths of his eyes. Inside the room, Yang Kai and Su Yan opened their eyes at the same time, looked at each other, and smiled. The art of yin-yang joyous unification had finally broken through to the 3rd stage, heart and soul union. Not only had the art of yin-yang joyous unification broken through to this stage, but after such a long period of meditation, both of their cultivations had also broken through a minor realm. Yang Kai had reached the immortal ascension boundary 4th stage while Su Yan had reached the immortal ascension boundary 5th stage, reducing the gap between the two to only a single minor realm. Although they had only been in retreat for 3 months, breaking through a minor realm was already extremely fast. However, this was the fastest they could achieve with the support of the art of yin-yang joyous unification. Compared to the previous breakthroughs, Yang Kai was still somewhat dissatisfied. However, breaking through to the 3rd stage of the art of yin-yang joyous unification had diluted the dissatisfaction in his heart. Reaching this stage also meant that he and Su Yan had truly reached a point where their hearts and minds were connected, becoming countless times clearer than before. It could even be said that as long as they were willing, they could clearly understand all the thoughts of the other, which was equivalent to penetrating deep into the other's knowledge sea and prying into their secrets. However, neither of them were bored people, so naturally they wouldn't do such a thing. Only when they were in battle would they be able to connect their minds. At that time, their combat power would soar. Right. I almost forgot something. Yang Kai suddenly remembered something and said excitedly. What? This. Yang Kai flipped his hand and summoned the yin-yang monster ginseng. This yin-yang monster ginseng was something Yang Kai had inadvertently obtained in the Inheritance Heaven's cave. According to Old Demon's explanation, as long as there was a man and a woman who were of the same mind, this world spirit treasure would play its role. However, Yang Kai and Su Yan had never reached this level. Now, it was time for the yin-yang monster ginseng to play its role. It's this. Su Yan smiled, also remembering this yin-yang monster ginseng. It was a world spirit treasure, a strange treasure naturally bred by the heavens. One side was as red as fire, while the other side was as cold as ice. It also had a certain ability to think and know how to seek fortune and avoid disaster. In this world, there were many world spirit treasures like this, but for ordinary people, even masters among cultivators, it was difficult to find them. World spirit treasures were extremely rare. How do I use it? Yang Kai was troubled. The old demon had only said that as long as a man and woman appeared, the yin-yang monster ginseng would play its role, but as for how to use it, it hadn't said. Was it possible for them to each eat half of it? Yang Kai felt strange. This thing already had a mind of its own and was no longer a simple herb. If he really bit down on it, Yang Kai couldn't bring himself to do it. Just as he was pondering this, the yin-yang monster ginseng suddenly reacted. It had been waiting in the black book space all this time and had only now reappeared. Its hazy facial features seemed to show a happy expression, and after seeing Yang Kai and Su Yan, the yin-yang monster ginseng was obviously excited. Turning into a stream of light, it flew around Yang Kai and Su Yan. As it spun rapidly, a strange sound could be heard, which seemed to be the happy humming of a baby. A mysterious energy spread out from the yin-yang monster ginseng's body like silk threads, wrapping around Yang Kai and Su Yan. The yin-yang monster ginseng spun faster and faster, and the mysterious energy within its body also spread faster and faster. When it reached a certain limit, the yin-yang monster ginseng suddenly burst into a crystal-clear light, enveloping Yang Kai and Su Yan. Chapter 574. When the yin-yang monster ginseng exploded, Yang Kai and Su Yan's pores opened involuntarily, absorbing the surrounding mysterious energy into their bodies and invading their 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Somehow, there seemed to be a deeper connection between the two of them. This was the mysterious effect of the yin-yang monster ginseng, connecting the two of them. The yuan qi buzzed, and Yang Kai suddenly found that even if he didn't circulate his secret art, the yuan qi in his body would automatically circulate at a high speed. Feeling it slightly, he found that Su Yan was also doing the same. At this moment, the speed of the secret art circulation was much faster than usual. If it circulated on its own, this speed would increase again. Yang Kai's heart was as clear as a mirror, and his expression became happy. So it's like this. The yin-yang monster ginseng doesn't need to be eaten, but when he and Su Yan are truly connected, it takes the initiative to work. The yin-yang monster ginseng no longer existed. It had turned into a mysterious force, connecting Yang Kai and Su Yan's bodies and minds. As long as the two of them weren't too far apart, even if they didn't circulate their secret art, they could constantly absorb the surrounding world energy to strengthen themselves. If they circulated their secret art, the efficiency of their cultivation would increase by about twice. Coupled with the support of the yin-yang joyous unification art, this result was quite terrifying. It feels like it's our child. Su Yan touched her chest, feeling the connection between herself and Yang Kai because of the yin-yang monster ginseng. Her beautiful eyes flashed with tenderness and motherly love. You want one? Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her, smiling strangely. Su Yan suddenly blushed and glared at Yang Kai angrily. Yang Kai licked his lips, a look of lust appearing on his face. Seeing his expression, Su Yan immediately knew what he was thinking. Immediately, she felt a little flustered, her whole body heating up, slightly lowering her head and remaining silent. Yang Kai's breathing suddenly became heavy. Su Yan's appearance made his blood boil even more. Just as he was about to push her away, he suddenly heard the sound of fierce fighting and shouting. Occasionally, a burst of strong energy fluctuations came from outside the house. Yang Kai's expression became cold and gloomy. Being disturbed at this critical moment, Yang Kai's good mood was suddenly ruined. Su Yan released her divine sense and lightly sighed. It seems someone has arrived in War City and is fighting with the beguiling demon queen. I'll go take a look. Yang Kai took a deep breath. Yang Kai took a deep breath. Yang Kai's expression. No matter what, Shanqing Luo was still somewhat related to him, so he couldn't just ignore her, but he didn't know who was fighting her. After he left the house, Yang Kai sect had Yang Kai a few. There were quite a number of people, at least 100 at a glance. Almost all of them were immortal ascension boundary masters, all of them staring up at the sky. And in the sky, there were also 3 people besieging Shanqing Luo. Each of these 3 was a transcendent realm master and had sealed off all of Shanqing Luo's escape routes. Although the beguiling demon queen had now broken through to the transcendent realm, she was still young and had Bai Luo by her side to protect. How could she be a match for these 3? After a fierce battle, Yang Kai Luo was forced to defend herself and Bai Luo, but she was still unable to stop the momentum of these 3 people's attacks. Dragon Lady, surrender and we can spare your life. Among the 3 people, an old man with sallow skin shouted. I didn't expect to run into the famous beguiling demon queen here. Wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search only to find it by chance. Another old man sneered, seemingly determined to capture Shanqing Luo alive. 2 friends, please don't kill her. We can use her as a bargaining chip in our negotiations with the demon lord. The third person shouted. We can't kill her, this dragon lady's methods are too strong. The old man with the sallow skin shouted angrily. Although it was 3 against 1, he found that this dragon lady's methods were extremely strange and the 3 of them were unable to do anything to her. Moreover, if it weren't for the fact that he had to protect the girl beside him, with this dragon lady's strength, she could have escaped at any time. Master, don't worry about me. Bai Luo bit her lower lip anxiously. She also knew that she was being held back by Shanqing Luo, so how could she bear to see Shanqing Luo fall into danger because of her? Without waiting for Shanqing Luo to answer, she suddenly twisted her body and directly escaped from Shanqing Luo's range of protection. "Bai Luo!" Shanqing Luo called out in alarm, but was still unable to catch her. The old man with the sallow skin stared coldly at Bai Luo, who was rushing towards him, and with a casual wave of his hand, Bai Luo, who was baring her fangs and brandishing her claws like a little tiger, was sent flying. She was only an immortal ascension boundary first stage cultivator, so she couldn't block the attack of a transcendent realm master. In an instant, her 5 viscera and 6 organs shifted positions, her blood tumbled, her face went white as paper, and her consciousness blurred. Among the 100 or so spectators, an immortal ascension boundary master immediately flew out, intending to capture Bai Luo. But before he could approach, another person rushed out like a bolt of lightning and snatched Bai Luo before he could act. The immortal ascension boundary master frowned, feeling that this newcomer was only an immortal ascension boundary 4th stage cultivator, coldly snorting and shouting, "Let go!" Saying so, he sent out a fierce Yuan Qi punch, not showing the slightest bit of mercy. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he noticed the power contained in his opponent's move, not hesitating to respond with a palm strike. When the fist and palm collided, Yang Kai remained as still as a mountain while the immortal ascension boundary 7th stage cultivator let out a pitiful cry and tumbled into the crowd. This scene shocked all the spectators, all of them staring towards Yang Kai, who had suddenly appeared, their expressions cold and gloomy. Most of these people didn't know Yang Kai, but since he had rescued Bai Luo, everyone naturally regarded him as one of Shanqing Luo's allies. "Young Master Yang?" One of the 3 people besieging Shanqing Luo saw Yang Kai and called out, quickly leaping out of the battle. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced over at this man, somewhat surprised. "Elder Lu." This man turned out to be the Lu family's transcendent realm master, Lu Si. Both of them seemed to be very surprised that they would meet here. Lu Si didn't know that Yang Kai existed in War City, and Yang Kai didn't know why Lu Si would come here. As the two of them spoke, the battle between Shanqing Luo and Yang Kai came to a stop. The beguiling demon queen stared at the 3 people before her tender body flickered and she arrived beside Yang Kai. Her beautiful eyes filled with worry as she turned to Bai Luo and asked, "How is she?" "Her life isn't in any danger." Yang Kai shook his head and flew back to the mansion with Shanqing Luo, handing Bai Luo over to Tang Yuxian, who had just rushed out of the mansion so she could bring her back for treatment. After dealing with this matter, Yang Kai turned his head and began to examine the people who had suddenly arrived in War City. At this moment, all of these people were staring at Yang Kai's mansion in amazement, their faces filled with disbelief. They only knew that War City had been completely destroyed, but today they discovered that there was actually a mansion that was still intact, and inside it, there were countless masters moving about. Lu Si's expression flickered, seemingly thinking of something, and his attitude couldn't help relaxing a lot. On the other hand, the other 2 transcendent realm masters stared at Yang Kai with fear and anger. Xueqi Meng also came out, and after seeing Lu Si, she asked in surprise, "Lu Si, why are you here?" "Young Lady Qiu." Lu Si nodded slightly. This Lu received the conscription order from the 8 great families and rushed to the central capital to provide assistance when he saw a heavenly manifestation nearby, so he came to take a look. "I didn't expect to meet the evil king here." As he spoke, his eyes wandered between Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo, obviously not understanding why the relationship between these 2 was so unusual. "So that's how it is." Xueqi Meng nodded gently. It had been half a year since the ash-gray cloud evil lands invasion, and although the 8 great families had issued 2 conscription orders to the various forces in the world, only a few had responded. However, the Lu family was supported by the Qiu family, so even if Lu Si was unwilling, he had no choice but to lead his family to the central capital. "These 2 are..." Xueqi Meng looked at the other 2 transcendent realm masters. Lu Si introduced them. "This is Elder Huang Xiao of the Huang family, and this is Elder Zhang Ji of the Radiant Palace. Both of them will be accompanying this Lu to the central capital." Xueqi Meng nodded lightly. The Huang family, the Radiant Palace, and the Lu family all had a deep relationship with the central capital's 8 great families. It was probably for this reason that when faced with a conscription order issued by the 8 great families, they had no choice but to bring their people. Huang Xiao and Jiang Zhi greeted Xueqi Meng with an easygoing attitude, but when they turned to look at Yang Kai, their faces were filled with disgust and contempt. In the later stages of the inheritance war, the 8 great families had tried their best to smear Yang Kai's name, accusing him of colluding with evil spirits and plotting to overthrow the central capital. This news had spread throughout the world, and now that Huang Xiao and Jiang Zhe had seen Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo acting so close and flirtatious with each other, they immediately believed it was true. They thought he really was colluding with evil spirits. "Young Lady Qiu, why are you here?" Lucy asked curiously. If they hadn't been attracted by the heavenly manifestation this time, they wouldn't have known that so many people were still alive in War City. "Taking refuge." Qiu Yimeng smiled. "Taking refuge?" Lucy was stunned. "And we're taking refuge here." Huang Xiao coldly snorted. "Young Lady Qiu, what can we possibly avoid here? I'm afraid this place has already become a rear base for the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land." Qiu Yimeng's expression remained unchanged as she smiled and asked, "Why does Elder Huang say that?" Huang Xiao pointed to Shanqing Luo and Yang Kai and said, "One is the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land's evil king and the other is the Yang family's little lord who colludes with evil spirits. Young Lady Qiu, you're still young, so don't be deceived by this slut, lest you regret it for the rest of your life." "Deceived by a slut?" Qiu Yimeng glanced at Yang Kai amusedly and said, "Many thanks for Elder Huang's reminder. Although I'm not as knowledgeable as Elder Huang, I also know what I'm doing." Huang Zhao's expression was gloomy as he secretly shook his head, thinking that Qiu Yimeng had probably been bewitched by Yang Kai and was now completely unable to see the situation clearly. It was a miracle that this small mansion could survive in this chaotic world. Huang Xiao felt that the reason it was able to survive was because of the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land and Yang Kai's relationship. Otherwise, when all of War City had been destroyed, how could this mansion have survived? Chapter 575. The Huang family's elder Huang Xiao was the first to enter, so it was inevitable that he would think this way. Qiu Yimeng didn't want to explain too much to him. In this world, only Yang Kai's mansion was the safest haven for her right now. Elder Huang, rumors shouldn't be completely believed. Lucy suddenly interjected, seemingly defending Yang Kai. Huang Xiao and Jiang Zhe from the Radiant Palace both looked at him strangely, not quite understanding why he was saying this. Lucy continued, "I have dealt with this young Master Yang before, and this old man dares to guarantee that he is not an evil person, although he is indeed very cunning. He obviously still cared about the fact that when Yang Kai was a guest in the Lu family, he had stolen the Yang crystal jade bed he used to meditate. Although it was also because of his relationship with Yang Kai that he was able to obtain a mysterious grade core from Xiao Fu Shang, relieving his many years of troubles, that Yang crystal jade bed was still very valuable." "Elder Lu flatters me." Yang Kai chuckled. "Elder Lu says he isn't colluding with evil demons?" Huang Xiao coldly snorted. "Good, this old master understands Elder Lu's vision, so I believe Elder Lu's words, but how do you explain the current situation?" This question was directed at Yang Kai. "What do I need to explain to you?" Yang Kai sneered, secretly thinking that this Huang Xiao was quite interesting. After accepting the conscription order from the 8 great families, instead of going to the central capital to provide assistance, he instead chose to compete with him here. It was a bit unreasonable. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment and roughly understood why Huang Xiao was acting this way. The central capital was simply too dangerous, and this Huang Xiao probably wasn't willing to go there. Encountering trouble along the way, it was only natural that he wanted to delay the pace and speed of his journey to the central capital. If he made a great contribution here, when he went to the central capital, he might be put in an important position by the 8 great families, which would be of great help to the Huang family. At the very least, he wouldn't be sacrificed by the 8 great families. "You think I'm a bargaining chip?" Yang Kai's heart immediately understood, but his stomach was still filled with dissatisfaction. Since young Master Yang doesn't want to explain, that's fine too. Huang Xiao nodded lightly and pointed to Shanqing Luo. "As long as you capture this dragon lady and destroy her cultivation, this old master will believe that you have not colluded with the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land." "What do you say? Who do you think you are?" Yang Kai laughed. It seemed like Huang Xiao was really going to go all out against him. To these people who led their own troops to the central capital to help, Yang Kai spoke with a certain degree of respect. After all, they were both on the side of the world and had a sense of righteousness in their hearts. However, Yang Kai was annoyed by Huang Zhao's lack of sense of propriety, especially since Huang Zhao's intentions and goals were not so simple. "Sure enough, Brother Lu, what else do you have to say?" Huang Xiao turned to look at Lucy. Lucy sighed and shook his head. Huang Xiao was convinced that Yang Kai was colluding with evil spirits, so he couldn't say anything. Furthermore, Lu Si was also able to understand Huang Zhao's motives and intentions. During this time, the Lu family, Huang family, and Radiant Palace had all gathered together, and although their progress was not slow, it was not slow. However, it wasn't too fast either. Everyone wanted to stall for time and see if there would be any turnaround in the battle before they arrived at the central capital. Everyone was eager to find some kind of situation along the way. However, along the way, they hadn't encountered anything, and just as they were about to arrive at the central capital, they suddenly found Yang Kai and the beguiling demon queen in War City. Naturally, they had to make a big fuss. Brother Lu, Brother Jiang, the ash-gray cloud evil land is in chaos and an evil king has appeared here. We can't just sit by and do nothing. Huang Xiao suddenly shouted loudly. Lu Si was shocked. Brother Huang, what do you want to do? What do I want to do? Huang Xiao sneered. Naturally I want to flatten this place. Capture this dragon lady and this Yang family scum who colluded with evil spirits, and send them to the central capital for the 8 great families to deal with. Listening to him spouting such nonsense, Yang Kai couldn't help raising his brow, a strange look appearing on his face. Not only did Yang Kai have such an expression, but all the people who had rushed out of the house also wore strange looks as they stared at Huang Xiao in amazement. Yang Kai's house. Was it something these people could swallow? Did they not know what kind of power was hidden in the house? Even when the 8 grand elders from the Seal Temple came, they couldn't do anything to Yang Kai's house. So where did Huang Zhao's confidence come from? Thinking about it carefully, everyone suddenly understood. Half a year ago, the 7 great families had joined forces to launch a powerful attack. The 8 grand elders from the Seal Temple had fought against the 3 transcendents from Yang Kai's house, something everyone in War City had witnessed, but the next day, the ash-gray cloud evil land had launched a massive invasion. In War City, there was no one left alive except for Yang Kai's house, so it was likely that the news of that night's battle had not leaked out. As a result, Huang Xiao thought this was just the house of a Yang family young lord who had participated in the inheritance war. The house of a Yang family young lord, even if he had gathered a lot of helpers, what kind of background could he have? The Huang family had sent all of its elites this time, and there were even transcendents among them. In Huang Zhao's opinion, as long as they could deal with Shanqing Luo, they could easily take over this place. Brother Huang, don't be impulsive. This matter needs to be carefully considered. Lu Si was shocked and quickly tried to dissuade him. His Lu family had suffered a lot during the inheritance war because of his poor judgment and failure to follow Yang Kai. Now, Lu Si had a very high opinion of Yang Kai, and didn't want to have any conflict with him. As soon as Huang Xiao said this, Lu Si realized that something was wrong. Brother Lu. Huang Xiao looked at Lu Si with disappointment. I don't know what you're worried about, but don't worry too much. Capturing that dragon lady and that scum from the Yang family is a great achievement. With such a great opportunity in front of you, do you really want to let it slip away? Saying so, he turned to Zhang Zhe from the Bright Light Palace and quickly asked, Brother Zhang, what do you think? Zhang Zhe's face was also filled with hesitation, but when he heard Huang Zhao's question, he nodded and said, Naturally, I will advance and retreat with Brother Huang. Huang Xiao laughed. Brother Zhang is easy to talk to. Since Brother Lu doesn't want to participate, this credit will be divided equally between our 2 families. Very good. Zhang Zhe nodded lightly. The 2 of them seemed determined to win, as if they had already captured Yang Kai's house and captured Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo to the central capital to take credit for it. Xueqi Meng's expression became cold as she shouted, 2 seniors, why are you so aggressive? Does our house have any grievances with these 2? Huang Xiao shook his head and said, Young Lady Qiu, you have been deceived by this slut. There is no need for them to speak. However, you can rest assured that we will not harm you. My Huang family and the Bright Light Palace only want to capture that dragon lady and scum of the Yang family. There's no need for you to do so. Please retreat quickly if you're too late. I'm afraid you won't be able to leave even if you want to. Xueqi Meng anxiously shouted while secretly observing Yang Kai's expression. She really didn't want to see the Huang family and the Bright Light Palace's people fall into a pit of fire. No matter what, these 2 families were here to help the central capital. If they were killed here, their existence would be worthless. Xueqi Meng was also clear about Yang Kai's temper. Huang Xiao had repeatedly called him the scum of the Yang family, and such insulting words had already angered Yang Kai. If she continued to pester him, Yang Kai really would kill her. We can't leave. Huang Xiao laughed. We don't intend to leave. Xueqi Meng, stand down. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent as he softly ordered. Yang Kai. Xueqi Meng grabbed his arm and slowly shook her head, indicating that he shouldn't be impulsive. I won't take the initiative to attack them, but if they want to die, I can't stop them. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Shameless boasting. Huang Xiao flew into a rage, his expression cold as he turned to Lu Si and said, Brother Lu, this Huang will ask you one last time, do you want to participate in this operation? If you don't, then this credit will be divided equally between me and Brother Jiang, not your Lu family. Lu Si hesitated for a moment before taking the initiative to step back a dozen steps to show his attitude. He always felt that something was wrong this time, and his heart was filled with anxiety, as if something unexpected was about to happen. Seeing Lu Si's attitude, Huang Xiao couldn't help curling his lips, secretly thinking that Lu Si was too timid. Although Yang Kai was a direct descendant of the Yang family, news of him colluding with evil demons and plotting to bring chaos to the central capital had spread throughout the world half a year ago. Now that Huang Xiao had personally witnessed this young man's close relationship with the beguiling demon queen, it was obvious that he had truly fallen into the demon path. Capturing him here would not only not offend the Yang family, but would also bring them great benefits. Lu Si actually didn't want to take advantage of this opportunity, causing Huang Xiao to scoff at him for maintaining a neutral attitude. If that's the case, then Brother Jiang, let's go. Huang Xiao sneered, slowly raising his hand and shouting, Huang family and Radiant Palace, heed my orders, follow me to capture Dragon Lady and the Yang family scum. Except for young Lady Qiu, if anyone resists, kill them all. With this order, the Huang family and Radiant Palace's people rushed towards Yang Kai's mansion, Huang Xiao and Jiang Zhe taking the lead, charging towards Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo. Yang Kai's expression remained calm as he stood in place. Beside him, Xueqi Meng stared blankly at the people rushing towards them. It's not that I didn't give them a chance, it's that they sent themselves to their deaths. Yang Kai glanced over at Xueqi Meng and said lightly. Xueqi Meng was too weak to speak and simply turned her head away, unable to bear watching. She could already foresee the fate of these invaders. The distance between the Huang family and Radiant Palace's Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters was getting closer and closer, as if all of them were brimming with murderous intent. Kill them all, don't show any mercy. Yang Kai shouted coldly. If others didn't want to be polite to him, he wouldn't be polite to them either. Suddenly, 9 figures appeared behind him. 9 blood warriors rushed out like lightning to meet the enemy head-on. There were no excessive moves or powerful artifacts. Just the 9 blood warriors were like tigers in a flock of sheep. The Huang family and Radiant Palace's Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, who had come with great expectations, were like a raging river that was instantly cut off, their imposing aura leaking out. A strong shockwave spread out and in an instant, a large number of people were killed or wounded. Huang Xiao and Jiang Zhe, who had taken the lead, screamed as they were sent flying. A few dozen meters away, Lu Si and the Lu family members' eyes bulged as they stared in shock at this one-sided slaughter, their expressions particularly complex. 9 transcendents attacking at the same time caused Lu Si to almost lose his ability to breathe. Chapter 576. The situation had changed too quickly. The seemingly defenseless Yang Kai mansion suddenly had such a large number of masters. The Huang family and Radiant Palace's elites were unable to react in time. Even if they had been able to react, they wouldn't have been able to withstand the onslaught of the 9 blood warriors. This was the first battle the 9 blood warriors had fought since breaking through to the transcendent realm, so they had displayed their full strength and showed no mercy. Huang Xiao and Jiang Zhe realized that something was wrong when they first encountered the blood warriors. When the two of them stabilized their footing and stared at the scene before them, they were dumbstruck. The elites of their 2 families were being cut down like wheat under the onslaught of the Yang family's 9 blood warriors, unable to put up any resistance. From the moment Huang Xiao ordered the attack to the end of the battle, only 10 breaths had passed. 60 to 70 elites from the Huang family and Radiant Palace had been completely wiped out, leaving only the 2 transcendent realm masters, Huang Xiao and Jiang Zhe, dumbfounded at this turn of events. The Lu family elites were also trembling in fear. Originally, Lu Si not agreeing to Huang Zhao's invitation and losing the opportunity to earn merits had caused them to feel somewhat disappointed. But after seeing this scene, they couldn't help rejoicing, secretly thinking that Elder C's vision was truly unique and had great foresight. If the Lu family elites had participated in this battle just now, they would have ended up no different from the Huang family and Radiant Palace's elites, lying in a pool of blood without any resistance. A chill ran down their spines, making all of them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. The so-called elites of a first-class force were nothing in front of 9 transcendent realm masters. Huang Xiao and Jiang Zhe both couldn't believe what they had just seen, and even more couldn't believe that the elites their families and sect had spent so much effort to cultivate were all gone just like that. 9 figures flew over, none of them were the 9 Yang family blood warriors, all of them wearing indifferent expressions. Perceiving the approaching crisis, Huang Xiao and Jiang Zhe didn't dare to remain and hurriedly fled. "Young Master Yang, please show mercy," Lu Si hurriedly shouted. They are still part of the resistance against the ash-gray cloud evil land. "Yang Kai." Qiu Yimeng also shouted. Hearing Qiu Yimeng's voice, the movements of the 9 blood warriors slowed down, waiting for Yang Kai's new instructions. This momentary delay allowed Huang Xiao and Jiang Zhe to escape. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't say anything to stop him, Lu Si couldn't help but sigh in relief. The elites of the Huang family and the Mansion of Light had died here. Although the losses were not small, there was always a chance for them to make a comeback. If Huang Xiao and Jiang Zhe also died, then these 2 first-class forces would really be destroyed. "Many thanks, young Master Yang." Lu Si quickly cupped his fists and thanked him. Yang Kai had a strange look on his face. His brows were furrowed, and he looked unhappy. He didn't say anything. Lu Si's heart was on tenterhooks, the pressure was great, and he could only wait quietly. Yang Kai's attention was no longer on them. When the 9 blood warriors rushed out to kill the first Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, Yang Kai suddenly discovered that a huge suction force had suddenly appeared in his knowledge sea, pulling in an inexplicable amount of energy into it. With the deaths of the Huang family and Mansion of Light's elites, one after another, this inexplicable energy was sucked into his knowledge sea. Yang Kai quickly immersed himself in this and sent his divine sense into his knowledge sea to investigate. After a long time, he discovered that this inexplicable energy that was being sucked into his knowledge sea was actually the remnant spiritual energy of these Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Every Immortal Ascension Boundary Master had their own knowledge sea, and within that knowledge sea stored the spiritual energy they cultivated. If an Immortal Ascension Boundary Master died, their knowledge sea would collapse the moment they died. When their knowledge sea collapsed, the spiritual energy contained within it would quickly disperse into the void and disappear. It was like a cup full of water being broken. The water inside would only flow out and evaporate. Unless there was some kind of special treasure that could preserve the spiritual energy of an Immortal Ascension Boundary Master after their death. For example, the soul-warming lotus. When Yang Kai first obtained the soul-warming lotus, the soul-warming lotus had been wrapped in a huge amount of spiritual energy left behind by its previous master. However, at that time, Yang Kai's strength was too low, so he couldn't do anything about this spiritual energy and had ended up benefiting the old demon. But now, the spiritual energy of these Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters was actually being absorbed into Yang Kai's knowledge sea. The source of the attraction was the solitary golden eye that was tightly shut. Yang Kai's expression became strange. The tyrannical power of the solitary golden eye was something he had witnessed with his own eyes. He had even gone into seclusion for a month in an attempt to refine it. Unfortunately, he had failed. Only his divine sense had formed a subtle connection with it. At first, Yang Kai didn't care much about this solitary golden eye, but now it suddenly played a role. Clumps after clumps of divine sense gathered together. A total of 60 to 70 clumps. These clumps of divine sense contained the thoughts of the Huang family and Radiant Palace's cultivators, making them look like a hodgepodge, causing Yang Kai to frown. His divine sense was completely immersed in this place, so naturally he didn't respond to the shouts of the outside world. But in the eyes of the bystanders, Kai Yang was deep in thought, as if he was thinking about something very important, his expression constantly changing. After a while, Yang Kai suddenly recovered and turned his head to look around, but did not find the bodies of Huang Xiao and Jiang Zhe, so he knew they had escaped. Not wanting to pursue this matter, Yang Kai simply said, "Clean up the bodies." After giving this order, Yang Kai turned around and walked into the house. "Young Master Yang, please wait," Lu Si hurriedly shouted. Yang Kai turned his head, a look of impatience appearing on his face as he said faintly, "What other advice does Elder Lu have?" Lu Si's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he quickly waved his hand. "I dare not." In the past, Lu Si could still put on airs in front of Yang Kai, taking advantage of his seniority, But after witnessing such a large and luxurious lineup of subordinates gathered together and seeing how cruel and decisive his methods were, how could Lu Si dare to give him any advice? If things went wrong, the Lu family would likely lose their lives here. Lowering his posture to the extreme, Lu Si carefully asked, "Young Master Yang, how do you intend to deal with this matter?" "Deal with what?" Yang Kai frowned. "You killed so many. So what if I killed them? If anyone wants revenge, just come find me," Yang Kai sneered. "What? Does Elder Lu want to avenge them?" "Young Master Yang must be joking," Lu Si said awkwardly. "This Lu just wanted to say that my Lu family, together with the Huang family and Palace of Light, was preparing to head to the central capital to assist the 8 great families. We were just about to arrive at the central capital when such an incident occurred. If the 8 great families were to ask about it, this Lu would not be able to explain himself." Yang Kai turned around and looked at Lu Si calmly, asking, "Elder Lu, let me ask you, was this matter my fault?" "No." Lu Si thought for a moment before shaking his head seriously. This time, it really wasn't Yang Kai's fault. It was Huang Xiao and Jiang Zhe who had been so insistent on causing trouble for Yang Kai's mansion. Their strength was inferior to his, but they had been killed. They could only blame themselves for having eyes but failing to see and offending someone they shouldn't have. If one really wanted to blame someone, it could only be said that Yang Kai's methods were too extreme. He didn't need to kill so many people. As long as the 9 blood warriors showed their strength, the Huang family and Palace of Light would definitely retreat. However, the Yang family's little lord's actions were something Lu Si had also heard about. He even dared to kill the future successor of a first-class family, not to mention these so-called elites. Since it's not my fault, if the 8 great families ask, Elder Lu can simply report to them truthfully. Yang Kai sneered. "That won't be possible." Lu Si slowly shook his head. "Our 3 families acted together and the Huang family and Palace of Light suffered heavy losses. Only my Lu family managed to remain unscathed. Once we reach the central capital, I'm afraid my Lu family will become a target of suspicion." "What does Elder Lu want to say? Let's get straight to the point. I don't have time to waste with you." Lu Si's expression became solemn as he declared, "Huang Xiao and Jiang Zhe's actions, this old master understands. Their wrong decision has greatly damaged their sect and family's Yuan Qi. Now that they have cleared their name, I'm afraid my Lu family and young Master Yang's name will be smeared together." "You're saying you colluded with me to frame them?" "That's not impossible." Lu Si nodded. Yang Kai laughed. "Then your Lu family is finished. This time, I'm afraid even the Qiu family won't be able to protect you." Facing Yang Kai's gloating expression, Lu Si didn't dare get angry and sincerely said, "That's why this old master would like to ask young Master Yang to accompany me to the central capital." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as a cold light flashed across the depths of his pupils. "Young Master Yang has many masters in his house. If you can go to the central capital with my Lu family, perhaps you can resolve the current situation. At that time, the 8 great families will no longer blame young Master Yang and will ensure the safety of my Lu family, which will be beneficial to both you and me. In fact, this old master has never believed that young Master Yang would collude with such evil forces. I'm indebted to Elder Lu for thinking so highly of me," Yang Kai said lightly. "But what does the survival of the 8 great families and the central capital have to do with me? I'm simply taking refuge here. Elder Lu, I won't be seeing you out." Saying so, Yang Kai turned around and walked into the house, not giving Lu Si a chance to speak. After a while, the corpses outside the house had been cleaned up by the 9 blood warriors and everyone else followed Yang Kai inside, leaving only the Lu family members standing awkwardly outside. Lu Si smiled bitterly. Inside the house, the injured Bai Luo was being treated. Shanqing Luo also followed in and after inspecting her condition, she couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. "Thank you." Shanqing Luo stared at Yang Kai faintly, a faint blush appearing on her enchanting face as her breathing became slightly heavy. Noticing her abnormality, Xueqi Meng and Luo Xiaoman both stared at her in surprise. "Are you okay?" Yang Kai looked her up and down. "I'm fine," Shanqing Luo grinned, a look of infatuation appearing on her face. "I just want to eat you've." "Hey, there's someone here." Xueqi Meng couldn't stand it anymore. Such blatant seduction. Wasn't it too shameless? The good impression she had of the beguiling demon queen immediately collapsed. "Are you okay?" Yang Kai looked her up and down. "I'm fine," Shanqing Luo grinned, a look of infatuation appearing on her face. "I just want to eat you've." Hey, there's someone here. Xueqi Meng couldn't stand it anymore. Such blatant seduction. Wasn't it too shameless? The good impression she had of the beguiling demon queen immediately collapsed. Chapter 577. Is young lady Qiu jealous? Shanqing Luo looked at Xueqi Meng with a mischievous smile on her face. Xueqi Meng curled her lips. If you don't leave now, I'll really eat you. Shanqing Luo looked at Yang Kai again, her beautiful eyes blurred, the tip of her scarlet tongue roaming around her lips, a look of unbearable hunger on her face. The mystery of Shanqing Luo's poisonous widow body was only known to him and the beguiling demon queen. Shanqing Luo was certain this had a great influence on her. I'm going to enter retreat, Yang Kai said and turned to leave. Didn't you just come out? Xueqi Meng snorted, using Yang Kai as an excuse to leave, feeling a little unhappy. I just had some insights, Yang Kai casually explained. Back in his room, Yang Kai quickly sat down and sent his divine sense into his knowledge sea, transforming into his soul avatar as he stared at the clusters of energy around him. These clusters of energy were very different from the pure energy left behind by the Yi family masters who died last time. They contained the thoughts and life experiences of 60 to 70 masters. If he were to absorb them, Kai Yang reckoned that his memories and thoughts would definitely be affected. Perhaps he wouldn't even remember who he was. This was not a trivial matter. A person who didn't even remember who they were was destined to live a sad life. Looking up at the closed solitary golden eye, Yang Kai concentrated on connecting with it with his divine sense. This energy was drawn into his knowledge sea by the attractive force of the solitary golden eye. Furthermore, with his previous experience, Kai Yang now knew what to do. All he needed to do was to use his solitary golden eye to once again release that golden light. Then he would be able to purify all of this impure energy. However, Yang Kai didn't know if he could control this solitary golden eye. Gradually, his divine sense began to connect with the solitary golden eye. And in that moment, Yang Kai seemed to have opened a door. Inside that door, a golden light flashed, making it impossible for anyone to see clearly. The solitary golden eye, which had been tightly shut, slowly opened at this moment. Just like the first time Yang Kai saw it, the majestic golden eye made people involuntarily feel a sense of fear and worship. A beam of destructive golden light shot out from the single eye and slammed into the cluster of heterogeneous energy. Silala, star. It was like a soldering iron being dipped into water. Among the impure energy, a black aura overflowed, struggling and squirming, but it couldn't escape the golden light, and in only a moment's time, it dissipated and no longer existed. These black auras should be the thoughts and life experiences of those experts. Under the illumination of the golden light, all of them were purified. Soon, the golden light disappeared, and the open eye slowly closed again. The solitary golden eye's eyes, the impure energy Yang Kai laughed heartily, his heart filled with joy. He finally knew how to use the solitary golden eye he had obtained from the 7th page of the Black Book. The only thing he felt a little regretful about was that he wasn't able to establish any connection with the solitary golden eye when the 7 people from the Seal Temple died. Otherwise, how great of a fortune would it have been if he had absorbed the spiritual energy left behind by the 7 people from the Seal Temple. However, it wasn't too late to find out now. Walking over to the pure energy, Yang Kai happily absorbed it. Soon, this pure energy transformed into Yang Kai's strength. His immortal ascension boundary 4th stage cultivation had been consolidated once again, and it wouldn't be long before he reached the immortal ascension boundary 5th stage. This result made Yang Kai a little dissatisfied. If he had obtained such a huge amount of pure energy, his strength would have at least risen by another minor realm. But now it seemed he had thought too much. After all, this energy had escaped from the knowledge seas of the immortal ascension boundary masters. In terms of quality, it couldn't be compared to the energy left behind by the Yi family's top master. Although this amount was huge, it wasn't enough to cause a qualitative change. Yang Kai also faintly felt that he had reached a bottleneck. This was the bottleneck of his understanding of the immortal ascension boundary. Fortunately, when Yang Kai absorbed the energy left behind by the Yi family master, he had accepted his insights into the martial Tao and heavenly way. Otherwise, with the speed at which he was breaking through, his foundation in the immortal ascension boundary would have been unstable. Slowly opening his eyes, Yang Kai fell into contemplation. After a while, his heart began to stir. Half an hour later, Yang Kai exited his retreat and quickly came out of the house. Outside the mansion, the Lu family group had not yet left. Under the leadership of Lu Si, they were still waiting quietly. "Elder, are we just going to wait like this?" Lu Mu, an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Master from the Lu family, asked. "And we wait?" Lu Si nodded. "Is that really necessary?" Lu Mu couldn't understand. He was also an elder in the Lu family, but compared to Lu Si, who was a supreme elder, whether it was in terms of seniority or status, the difference was vast. Although he didn't quite agree with Lu Si's current approach, he didn't dare act too presumptuously and just respectfully said, "Although my Lu family, the Huang family, and the Radiant Light Palace acted together and suffered heavy losses, they brought this upon themselves, they can't blame my Lu family. But because of this, the 8 great families shouldn't be suspicious of us, right?" That's just an excuse this old master gave to the young lord of the Yang family. Lu Si smiled. "The 8 great families aren't confused people. As long as we explain what happened, how could they be suspicious of us?" Then, Lu Mu was even more confused. Lu Si sighed faintly and said, "Let me ask you, if we rush to the central capital now, what will the result be?" Lu Mu thought for a moment and said, "We will fight the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. We will fight the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land, and we will definitely be placed in the vanguard position." Lu Si turned his head and looked around. The Lu family has 35 elites, all of whom are Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. If you were to experience such a battle, how many of you would survive? Lu Mu didn't say anything. 35 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. If even 3 or 5 of them could survive, it would be a stroke of heaven-defying luck. But what if we could act together with young Master Yang and follow his lead to the central capital? Lu Si asked. The Lu family members' eyes lit up, recalling the 9 luxurious lineup they had just witnessed, all of them feeling deeply shocked and expectant. This young Master Yang isn't colluding with evil demons like the rumors say. As far as I know, all of his allies in the inheritance war have obtained great benefits. If my Lu family can hitch a ride with him, regardless of whether we can obtain any benefits, at the very least, we won't be used as the vanguard and needlessly sacrificed. That's all I hope. The Lu family has cultivated you. It wasn't easy. Elder is wise. Lu Mu finally understood why Lu Si had been waiting in Yang Kai's house all this time. It turned out he had such concerns. Indeed, if Yang Kai could lead them to the central capital, their future would not be as hazy as it was now. During the inheritance war, he had repeatedly created miracles, so all of them had heard of these rumors. But this young Master Yang, will he go to the central capital? Someone asked. It'll be difficult. Lu Si shook his head sadly. The 8 great families had treated Yang Kai too unfairly. It was likely they had already disheartened him. Otherwise, with so many masters gathered around him, why hadn't he made a move yet? He himself had said that the life or death of the 8 great families and the central capital had nothing to do with him. If he still had any attachment to the central capital and the 8 great families, he wouldn't have just sat back and watched. Let's wait a few days. If it really doesn't work out, my Lu family can only rush to the central capital to help. Lu Si smiled bitterly, his expression helpless. As he was speaking, a person suddenly walked out of Yang Kai's house. Lu Si stared at this person and couldn't help feeling shocked, putting on a warm smile on his face and cupping his fists. Young Master Yang. Yang Kai had actually come out. This was something Lu Si hadn't expected. Everyone from the Lu family also hurriedly saluted and respectfully greeted him. After listening to Lu Si's words, all of them had already regarded Yang Kai as their life-saving straw, so how could they dare disrespect him? Yang Kai glanced over at them and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Elder Lu, speaking of which, I have some friendship with the Lu family, and you are a senior among seniors. For you to stand outside like this, I feel a little apologetic." It's fine, it's fine." Lu Si quickly waved his hand, indicating that it was fine. "Would you like to come in and sit down?" Yang Kai tilted his head. Lu Si's eyes lit up, although he didn't quite understand why Yang Kai's attitude had changed so much. He was still overjoyed and nodded. "Very good, then this old man will disturb you. Please." Lu Si had invited Yang Kai into the house to discuss the matter of rushing to the central capital. But after entering, Xueqi took over the Lu family's hospitality while Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. Lu Si was confused, wondering what Yang Kai was up to. He had asked Xueqi Meng several times, but the Qiu family's first young lady didn't know anything, so he couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. Inside Meng Wuya's room, Yang Kai told his thoughts to Meng Wuya, Old Demon, and Ling Tai Sub. Young master, you want to go to the central capital? Old Demon was surprised, not understanding why Yang Kai would suddenly have such an idea. For the past 6 months, everyone in the mansion had been working hard to improve their strength, and everyone had achieved great results. But if they were to be drawn into the central capital's battlefield, who knew how many of them would die? I want to go to the central capital. Yang Kai nodded firmly. Now that he knew how to use the solitary golden eye and the great benefits it could bring him, Yang Kai naturally had to look for an opportunity. Staying in War City was indeed safe, but his strength would also rise slowly. The central capital was different. There were countless immortal ascension boundary masters there, and every day people died. As long as an immortal ascension boundary master died, Yang Kai would be able to obtain their spiritual energy. You're not such a selfless person, Meng Wuya smiled. Tell me, what is it? I can't say the specific reason, but I can tell the three of you that I have my own reasons. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. The three of them raised their brow and stared at Yang Kai in surprise. Grandmaster, are you planning to go to the central capital yourself? Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and looked at Ling Tai Su. Ling Tai Su was startled but didn't deny it, nodding. There are only 2 disciples this old master has ever accepted in his life, so I must go there to settle them. Chapter 578. Tonight. There was no need to wait any longer. Brother Ling. Meng Wuya was shocked. Ling Tai Su's words suddenly made him realize something. Ling Tai Su obviously intended to go all out against Yang Bai, but although he was a second-order transcendent, against Yang Bai, only death awaited him. Ling Tai Su was still brooding over the fact that he had cultivated Yang Bai, so since he couldn't destroy him, he would destroy himself. This was probably what Ling Tai Su was thinking. After understanding all this, Meng Wuya's expression became dignified. Over the years, Treasurer Meng hadn't made many friends. Xiao Fu Shang from Medicine King's Valley's Hidden Cloud Peak could barely be considered one, and the only one left was Ling Tai Su. Although he had a good relationship with Yang Kai, he was still a junior. Now that his old friend was going to throw his life away, Meng Wuya naturally couldn't just ignore it. Since Brother Ling has such an idea, we'll go to the central capital together. Meng Wuya said. Brother Meng. Ling Tai Su was slightly moved. If I go with you, I can guarantee your safety. Meng Wuya smiled lightly, turning to Yang Kai and asking, when do you plan to leave? Let's wait a few more days. The 4 blood warriors brought by Big Brother and Second Brother are now at a critical juncture. When they break through, we'll set off. Yang Kai said. At that time, 13 Transcendent Realm blood warriors, plus Meng Wuya, Ling Tai Su, Old Demon, and Li Yuan Chun, would form an unprecedentedly powerful lineup. Today, Lu Si, who was also a Transcendent Realm Master, had also been pulled in. Although such a force couldn't completely quell the chaos in the central capital, in Yang Kai's plan, it was enough to ensure their safety. Unless Demon Lord Yang Bai decided to attack them at all costs. After reaching an agreement, Yang Kai rushed out to inform Lu Si. When he heard that Yang Kai was actually willing to take his people to the central capital, Lu Si was so surprised that he didn't know what to say. Instead, he praised Yang Kai for his righteousness and consideration for the overall situation, and expressed that the Lu family was willing to follow Yang Kai. After a few days of peace, the 4 blood warriors brought by Yang Wei and Yang Zhao were still in retreat trying to break through to the Transcendent Realm. It had been half a year since they had arrived in Yang Kai, and during the first 3 months, Yang Kai had vigorously cultivated them, using the myriad drug liquid to help them cleanse their bodies and break through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage. After 3 months, he had given them the myriad drug cream to help them break through to the Transcendent Realm. Now, they were on the verge of success. These few days, the Lu family also rested at the residence. Everything in the manor made Lu Si and the others shocked. 80% of the cultivator who came in and out were in the Heaven's Gate realm. The remaining 20%, even if not in the Heaven's Gate realm, were at least in Yuan Qi realm level 8. Many of these cultivators were from the younger generation. These young people who were less than 20 years old had actually reached such a high level. Lu Si was both shocked and envious. How could his Lu family have such a scene? Reaching the Yuan-Chi realm at the age of 20 was already considered a genius in his Lu family, and would be vigorously cultivated as a disciple. But in Yang Kai's mansion, Yuan-Chi realm was nothing. 9 Transcendent Realm Blood Warriors and 4 other Transcendent Realm Masters. Such a mansion's strength far surpassed any of the central capital's 8 great families. Lu Si and the Lu family's people had been acting very cautiously these past few days. After witnessing the strength and lineup of Yang Kai's mansion, they found that the Lu family was just a small family and couldn't help feeling inferior. How could they dare act presumptuously? 7 days later, a towering energy fluctuation suddenly erupted. A magnificent heavenly manifestation reappeared and Lu Si rushed out of his room, staring at the huge gathering of energy in the sky, his lips trembling. Someone had broken through to the above immortal ascension boundary. And it wasn't just one person. It was 2 people breaking through at the same time. But this wasn't over yet as 2 more tyrannical auras burst forth. Lu Si was dumbstruck like a wooden chicken. At some point, Li Yuan-chun of the Endless Sea Island Supreme Solitary Sect appeared beside Lu Si and stared up at the sky with him, letting out a faint sigh. This isn't much. Haven't you seen 9 people break through to the above immortal ascension boundary one after another? There was a hint of sadness in his tone. Hearing this, Lu Si glanced over at him and cupped his fists. What is your excellency's name? Endless Sea Island Supreme Solitary Sect. Li Yuan-chun. Supreme Solitary Sect. Lu Si was surprised. That Super Force Supreme Solitary Sect? Li Yuan-chun's expression became awkward as he waved his hand. Brother Lu is too serious. There's no need to mention super forces here. Compared to my Supreme Solitary Sect and young Master Yang's mansion. Haha. There's no comparison. Lu Si nodded in agreement. How could Supreme Solitary Sect compare to Yang Kai's mansion? The 8 great families couldn't even compare to Yang Kai's mansion. This was the world's top force. It had completely surpassed the heritage of any sect or family in history. Does Brother Lu have a granddaughter? Li Yuan-chun suddenly asked an irrelevant question. This old man has been obsessed with cultivation all his life and has no direct descendants. Lu Si was confused, not understanding why this old man was asking this. Your Lu family is a first-class family. You must have young and beautiful women, right? There are quite a few. Hurry up and marry me. I really envy your inland sects and families. With such a promising young man here, if Brother Lu doesn't try to establish a relationship with him now, how long will he wait? If my Supreme Solitary Sect was inland, let alone a granddaughter, even if it was a daughter, this Li would give her to young Master Yang. Lu Si's face went black, thinking that with Li Yuan-chun's age, if he had a daughter, she would be at least 40 or 50 years old, right? Wasn't this an old cow eating young grass? Would Yang Kai be willing? Thinking so in his heart, Lu Si fell into contemplation. What Li Yuan-chun said may not be impossible. The Lu family had a large number of young and beautiful girls, each one of them a feast for the eyes. If any one of them could win Yang Kai's favor, the Lu family would be holding onto a thigh that was countless times thicker than the 8 great families. In the end, Yang Kai was still a young man. Which young man wasn't romantic? Men couldn't resist the temptation of beautiful women. Lu Si was also a man who had experienced such a period, so naturally, he had experienced such a period. Thinking so in his heart, his expression became ambiguous. Obviously, he was tempted by Li Yuan-chun's words. The 4 Blood Warriors' breakthroughs lasted for 4 days. After 4 days, everything gradually calmed down and they all emerged from their seclusion, each of them having reached the transcendent realm. Yang Kai gave them another 3 days to consolidate their cultivations. Tu Feng and the other saints shared their cultivation experiences and the experiences they had obtained from Meng Wuya during this time, allowing the 4 of them to benefit greatly and immediately understand the mysteries of the transcendent realm and the division of realms. Everything was ready. Yang Kai's original intention was to take the 13 Blood Warriors, the old demon, Li Yuan-chun, and the rest of the Lu family to the central capital. However, Meng Wuya's words stunned him. I can take everyone in the house to the central capital. How? Yang Kai was stunned. Meng Wuya smiled mysteriously, waving his hand and sending out a ray of light that disappeared into the void. The heavenly palace once again appeared, its transparent barrier wrapping around the entire mansion. Atop the barrier, a series of complex spirit array lines flashed, giving off a mysterious aura. Rise! Meng Wuya shouted. With a huge humming and trembling sound, the entire Yongkai mansion rose up from the ground. Under the protection of the heavenly palace, not a single brick or tile was damaged as it slowly rose into the air, like a small island moving through the sky. Everyone was dumbfounded. Feeling that they were rising, the cultivator in the mansion rushed to the edge of the mansion and looked down, all of them shouting in amazement as if they had discovered a new continent. Even the transcendent realm masters were deeply shocked by the means displayed by Meng Wuya at this moment. Did I say the heavenly palace couldn't be moved? Meng Wuya glanced over at Yongkai triumphantly, as if he was very happy to see him suffer. I've been played for a fool. Yongkai smiled bitterly. No wonder when Yongkai said he wanted to go to the central capital that day, Meng Wuya didn't oppose and instead supported him, even declaring that he could ensure everyone's safety. Yongkai had been wondering why Meng Wuya would abandon Xianing Chang and follow him to the central capital. According to Meng Wuya's principles, Xianing Chang's safety was his top priority, so there was no reason for him to act so rashly. It turned out that it wasn't that he didn't care about the safety of his treasured apprentice, but rather that he had already made up his mind. The fact that the heavenly palace could be moved was tantamount to having an unbreakable defensive barrier. So Yongkai's worries were no longer a concern at this moment. That's even better. Yongkai quickly recovered and grinned towards Meng Wuya. Treasurer Meng, thank you for your hard work. Don't make such sarcastic remarks. Meng Wuya's expression was difficult as he constantly waved his hand and sent a profound light into the surrounding barrier. It was obvious that moving the heavenly palace like this was quite taxing for him. Ha ha ha. Yongkai laughed. On the ground, Shanqing Luo and Bai Luo both stared blankly at Yongkai's mansion, which was slowly moving towards the central capital, unable to recover from their shock for some time. How did he do that? Bai Luo murmured. Last time, she had been injured by a transcendent realm master, but in just a few days she had healed and Shanqing Luo had taken her away from Yongkai's mansion. I don't know, the scene in front of her had completely exceeded Shanqing Luo's knowledge and understanding. Master, what do we do now? Bai Luo asked. Go to the central capital. There's no need to stay here any longer. She and Bai Luo had only stayed here because Yongbai wanted her to monitor the movements of Yongkai's mansion. But now that the entire Yongkai mansion had flown away, there was no need for her to remain. Saying so, her tender body transformed into a stream of light and caught up with Yongkai's mansion, shouting, Yongkai, I'm going to the central capital to report to the demon lord. Hearing her shout, Yongkai shook his head and ordered, Old demon, stop her. Old demon scratched his head and asked, Can't we send someone else? Old servant doesn't want to go. The relationship between Yongkai and Shanqing Luo was unclear, but anyone could see that this beguiling demon queen had no hostility towards Yongkai. On the contrary, she had a good impression of him. Yongkai's attitude towards her was also quite ambiguous. She had deliberately shouted this in the hope that Yongkai would send someone to stop her. Stopping her without injuring her. Old demon was naturally unwilling to do such a thankless task. Yongkai glared at old demon, to which old demon quickly nodded. Old servant obeys. Saying so, he rushed out of the mansion with a frown on his face and met Shanqing Luo. Chapter 579. Neither north nor south, the world's greatest city. These words were originally used to describe the glory of the central capital, but with the large-scale invasion of the ash-gray cloud evil land, these words of glory had become reality. A true north and south cannot see each other. The north of the central capital had been invaded by the ash-gray cloud evil land. In the south of the central capital, the 8 great families, with Yongkai as their core, defended and counterattacked in an attempt to repel Yongbai and the 5 evil kings. The battle lasted for half a year and the situation was deadlocked. In terms of master level, the ash-gray cloud evil land had an absolute advantage with their third-order transcendent Yongbai. However, in terms of number of masters, the 8 great families were far ahead. Even though many transcendents had died in the past 6 months, this gap had not been shortened. Neither side could do anything to the other and could only confront each other, neither willing to give up on the central capital. A small battle every 3 days. A big battle every 5 days. For the 8 great families and the ash-gray cloud evil lands cultivator, this was a common occurrence. After fighting for so long, both sides had a good understanding of each other's details. At this moment, on the north-south line of the central capital, a fierce battle was taking place. People were constantly falling down and dying, but a steady stream of people continued to pour into the battlefield, causing the scene to become more and more intense. However, both sides still had some restraint, only sending immortal Ascension boundary masters to the front lines while the Transcendents sat in the rear and commanded. Even Transcendent Realm Masters, after such a long time of tug-of-war, would appear tired and powerless, unable to constantly rush to the battlefield. On the ash-gray cloud evil land side, the 5 great evil kings were indifferently watching the tragic battle. The Ghost King and Poison King were even more gloomy, seemingly quite happy with this bloody scene, not caring about the life or death of their subordinates, constantly sending people to the front lines to cheer them on. On the 8 great families side, Yi Kuangren, Kong Rui, Gao Mo, and Meng Shiping all had crimson eyes, their irreconcilable hatred for the ash-gray cloud evil land. Each of them sent their family's elites into the battlefield, determined to compete with the ash-gray cloud evil land's cultivator. These 4 were the current leaders of the 8 great families: Yi family, Kong family, Gao family, and Meng family. Half a year ago, when the ash-gray cloud evil land invaded, their first stop was War City. The Gao family's Gao Rangfeng had died tragically at the hands of the Ghost King and Poison King, while the Yi family's Yi Xianro and Kong family's Kong Zhan had been captured alive and were still imprisoned in the ash-gray cloud evil land, living a life worse than death. At that time, only one person, Meng Shan Yi, was smart enough to disguise himself as an ordinary disciple and escape, but under the influence of the poison qi and ghost qi, he was reduced to a cripple. After escaping back to the central capital with the help of the Meng family's masters, the Meng family continued to use Meng Shan Yi's precious rare treasures to prolong his life, but there was still no sign of him getting better. The heirs of the 4 great clans were either killed, crippled, or captured. As their fathers, the 4 great clans were naturally especially furious. During the war in the past half-year, the 4 great clans were also extremely aggressive. They were even more belligerent than the other 4 great clans. Today's battle was the main force of these 4 families and the 8 great families joining forces to pressure the ash-gray cloud evil land. Suddenly, both parties in the middle of the battle felt a terrifying aura rapidly approaching from the horizon. Sensing the approach of this aura, everyone involuntarily stopped what they were doing and put some distance between them and the enemy, raising their heads to look into the distance. A small black dot appeared in everyone's field of vision, but because it was too far away, no one was able to see what it was for a while. After waiting for a moment, everyone was able to see a faint outline and couldn't help being stunned. Because it was actually a mansion. Floating in the sky, the mansion was rapidly flying towards them like a moving fortress, with an imposing aura. Outside the mansion, there was a palace-shaped barrier. The barrier was dazzling and magnificent. Bright lines were moving around it. The tyrannical energy fluctuation came from this mansion. What is this? The profound Yin Ghost King stared at it for a while but still couldn't understand. A cultivator could cultivate to the Yuan Qi realm and fly, but he had never heard of a mansion that could also fly. Ghost King, don't you think that barrier outside looks familiar? The annihilating Poison King's pair of green eyes flashed like a ghost fire as he asked thoughtfully. Hearing him say this, the Ghost King thought for a moment and was startled. You mean, more or less it came from that direction. That thing can fly? The Ghost King screamed. Even though he was an experienced and knowledgeable person, the scene in front of him was still somewhat difficult for him to accept. That's a mysterious artifact after all. It's only natural that it has a function we don't know about. Lightning Flash Shadow King suddenly interjected. What about the Dragon Lady? Didn't Master ask her to monitor the situation over there? Why didn't she report such a big thing? The tyrannical Force King shouted, his thunderous voice echoing throughout the central capital. Heh, that Dragon Lady isn't on the same side as us, the Poison King laughed grimly, his words full of meaning. Father knew it, the Thunderbolt Beast King coldly snorted. One day, Father will make that cheap slut submit under my crotch. The 5 great evil kings pointed at the huge mansion as they discussed among themselves. The 8 great families were also speculating. None of them knew what the situation in War City was like, but Yang Kai's mansion. Such a sudden attack naturally made them nervous, fearing that the reinforcements from Ing Han Yun's side might be a trap. Only Yang Ing Hao stared at the moving fortress with a dignified expression on his face. He had already learned from 4th Master Yang that Yang Kai's mansion was safe and sound. Although he didn't know what means Yang Kai had used to protect his mansion, inexplicably, Yang Ing Hao felt that he had the ability to do so. Now that he saw this scene, all his doubts were resolved. Soon, Yang Kai's mansion arrived at the top of the central capital city, and the many figures standing in front of it entered everyone's line of sight. After seeing the appearance of these people, the 8 great families suddenly burst into exclamations. It's Yang Kai, the youngest young lord of the Yang family, Yang Kai. He didn't die? Wasn't it said that there were no survivors in War City? What's going on with this mansion? How can it fly? He brought a lot of people with him. Yang Kai took the lead and stood at the edge of the mansion, overlooking the central capital. Behind him, the 13 Yang family blood warriors, who had all reached the transcendent realm, lined up in a row, like stars surrounding the bright moon. Behind them were Old Demon, Ling Tai Su, Lu Si, and Li Yuan Chun, for transcendence. Even further back, there were countless immortal ascension boundary masters. Beside Yang Ying Hao, the Blood Warrior Hall's Hall Master Feng Shang stared at the 13 Blood Warriors participating in the Inheritance War and suddenly frowned, whispering to the Blood Warrior Hall's Vice Hall Master Zhou Feng, "Why do I feel like the auras of Tu Feng and Yu Xian are somewhat different from before?" It's said that they have all reached the Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage, probably because they broke through. Zhou Feng also had some doubts. No. Feng Shang shook his head. All of them give me a great sense of pressure. This is not something an Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage cultivator can achieve. As the Blood Warrior Hall's Hall Master, Feng Shang was naturally a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. If Tu Feng and the others were only Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage cultivators, there was no reason for him to feel any pressure. Yang Kai's mansion was surrounded by the Heavenly Palace's barrier and was isolated from the prying of anyone's divine sense. Feng Shang didn't know what kind of cultivation Tu Feng and the others had, but he faintly felt that they weren't simple. Could they have broken through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage? Feng Shang, who had always been calm, was taken aback by this thought and immediately shook his head, secretly feeling that it was unrealistic. "Brother Yang, what do you mean?" Meng Shiping and the others quickly turned to look at Yang Ying Hao, expecting him to give them an answer. "If you want to know, ask him yourself." Yang Ying Hao replied faintly. He didn't know why Yang Kai had suddenly come to War City. Could it be he's here for revenge? Yi Kuangren asked. Listening to him say this, the faces of the 8 great families' patriarchs all became ugly. It wasn't impossible. Half a year ago, the scene of the 8 great families using all kinds of methods to deal with Yang Kai was still vivid in their minds. He was a young man less than 20 years old, young and full of vigor. It was inevitable that he would hold a grudge and seek revenge. If he took advantage of the current situation of the 8 great families and joined forces with the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land, then, if he dares do this, Father here will make him suffer a fate worse than death. Gao Mo coldly snorted. Kong Rue also said, "Brother Yang, no matter what, he is still a member of your Yang family, you have to intervene." "How can I intervene? When your 7 families joined forces to attack him, my Yang family didn't intervene, but now if he really wants to retaliate, my Yang family will meet him head-on. Aren't you worrying too much?" Meng Shiping sneered. Although Yang Kai has a lot of powerful masters under his command, with his little strength, what can he do? If he really wants to retaliate against my 8 great families, he's simply courting death. Besides, aren't his parents in the Yang family? Yang Ying Hao suddenly turned his head and glared at Meng Shiping, his eyes filled with warning. Don't even think about provoking his parents. If he's angered, he's capable of doing anything. Meng Shiping secretly shook his head, feeling that Yang Ying Hao was making a big fuss over nothing. A trivial Yang family disciple. Was there any need to take him so seriously? As they spoke, Yang Kai's mansion stopped at the center of the central capital and then slowly descended to the ground. After a long time, with a loud bang, Yang Kai's mansion, which had been in War City for 100 kilometers, once again settled down in the central capital. Meng Wuya gasped for breath, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Iran was about to collapse. With his peak Immortal Ascension boundary cultivation, using the Heavenly Palace, this heaven-defying artifact, had taken a huge toll on Meng Wuya's strength. Fortunately, he had only flown a few hundred kilometers. If he had flown any further, he feared he wouldn't have been able to bear it. "Treasurer Meng, you've worked hard," Yang Kai solemnly said. Meng Wuya nodded and immediately adjusted his breathing. The mansion landed in the middle of the square, with the 8 great families in front and the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land behind, like a sharp knife, completely separating the 2 camps without any scruples. Such an arrogant posture not only showed that Yang Kai didn't put either side in his eyes, but also showed that he wouldn't submit to either side. Interesting, the several evil kings laughed as they stared at Yang Kai at the front of the crowd with great interest. "Arrogant," The several patriarchs of the 8 great families coldly snorted, their dislike for Yang Kai increasing. Chapter 580. In the camp of the 8 great families, 2 transcendent realm masters stared at the people from Yang Kai's mansion with bloodshot eyes filled with hatred and dread. They were Huang Xiao and Jiang Zhe. More than 10 days ago, the 2 of them had fled to the central capital and reported their experiences to the 8 great families. But to their disappointment, the people of the 8 great families did not believe what they said. How many masters there were in Yang Kai's house and what kind of strength each of them possessed, the 8 great families were well aware. Even if this information was only half a year old, it was impossible for 9 transcendent realm blood warriors to suddenly appear like Huang Xiao and Jiang Zhe had claimed. That was simply too unrealistic. Although Huang Xiao and Jiang Zhe both swore solemnly, repeatedly swearing that everything they said was true, the people from the 8 great families still didn't believe them and simply thought that they were using this as an excuse to prevent the elites of their families from coming to their aid. For this reason, Huang Xiao and Jiang Zhe were heavily doubted, and not only were they not valued by the 8 great families, the other first-class forces who had come to the central capital were also ostracizing them. This debt had now been placed on Yang Kai's head. If it weren't for Yang Kai's ruthless methods, ordering their 2 families' elites to be killed, how could they have fallen into such a situation? Although the 2 of them were furious, they still had a clear head and knew that with their strength, there was nothing they could do to Yang Kai's mansion. Exchanging a glance with each other, the 2 of them grinned wickedly before quietly moving to the side of the other 2 transcendent realm masters. Like Huang Xiao and Jiang Zhe, these 2 transcendent realm masters also stared at Yang Kai with hatred, their eyes filled with murderous intent, as if they had some kind of irreconcilable enmity with Yang Kai. Brother Xiang, Brother Nan, that little brat is the one who killed the heirs of your 2 families. Now that the 2 of you have met, don't you 2 have any thoughts? Huang Xiao said sarcastically. Xiang Ning heard the bewitching intent in his words and couldn't help coldly snorting. My Xiang and Nan family's enmity with Yang Kai is absolutely irreconcilable. If there is a chance, we will naturally take his life. There's no need for Brother Huang to worry. The Xiang family and Nan family were first-class families, so naturally, they had also accepted the conscription order of the 8 great families and had come to the central capital to provide assistance. After these few days of fighting, both families had suffered heavy losses. The Xiang family's patriarch, Xiang Ning, and the Nan family's patriarch, Nan Shilu, were in a terrible mood. He wanted to withdraw from the central capital, but he didn't have the guts to do so. Now that they had seen the murderer of Xiang Chu and Nan Shang, the 2 patriarchs couldn't help feeling jealous. Nan Shilu turned to look at the 8 great families, his expression gloomy as he muttered, I wonder what kind of attitude they have towards Yang Kai. Huang Xiao sneered, Yang Kai and the 8 great families have long turned against each other. This is a well-known fact. What are you 2 worried about? Jiang Zhe also sneered and said, the enemy is right in front of you. Could it be that the 2 of you are still going to swallow your anger? Xiang Ning and Nan Shilu coldly snorted at the same time. Although they also wanted to kill Yang Kai personally to avenge the deaths of Xiang Chu and Nan Shang, they were not fools. Naturally, he could tell that the heavenly palace outside Yang Kai's mansion was not simple. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to break through that barrier of light with his own strength. If they couldn't break through this barrier, they naturally couldn't take revenge. Just as they were hesitating though, Yang Kai suddenly moved. Without any hesitation, he stepped out of the barrier, followed by the 13 blood warriors and the old demon. Li Yuan Chun, Lu Si, and the other immortal ascension boundary masters also followed closely behind. This action stunned everyone on the spot. None of them had expected Yang Kai's courage to be so great, actually daring to walk into this chaotic battlefield. Looking around, Yang Kai glanced around and ordered, kill. With this order, all the immortal ascension boundary masters rushed towards the stunned ash-gray cloud evil land cultivator. In an instant, the stalemate was broken. On Yang Kai's side, there were a total of 400 to 500 immortal ascension boundary masters, all of them like tigers descending the mountain. With such an aggressive momentum, the physically and mentally exhausted ash-gray cloud evil land cultivator was unable to resist and was forced to retreat. Screams rang out as blood splashed everywhere. Yang Kai felt the solitary golden eye in his knowledge sea once again produce an inexplicable attractive force, absorbing the collapsed spiritual energy of these immortal ascension boundary masters into his knowledge sea. Filled with excitement, Yang Kai stood quietly in place, enjoying the process of absorbing this spiritual energy. The blood warriors still didn't move, simply standing guard beside Yang Kai to prevent the ash-gray cloud evil land's transcendent realm masters from attacking Yang Kai. After seeing this scene, the patriarchs of the 8 great families all wore strange expressions. None of them had expected that Yang Kai would actually take the initiative to attack, and even directly attack the ash-gray cloud evil land cultivator. Begin! Yang Yinghao's eyes lit up as he shouted, "Cooperate with Yang Kai and destroy this group of evil cultivators." Hearing his order, the immortal ascension boundary masters of the 8 great families and the various great forces who had come to assist also took action, taking advantage of the chaos in Yang Kai's cultivator to rush forward. The opportunity has come, Brother Xiang, Brother Nan, let's see if you can grasp it well. Huang Xiao grinned meaningfully. Xiang Ning and Nan Shilu glanced at each other. Although there was some dread and worry in their eyes, the hatred for their son's death was also burning fiercely, nearly destroying their reason. After a while, the two men's expressions became firm and their figures flickered, disappearing from the scene. The elites of the Xiang and Nan families also followed their patriarchs and rushed forward. Huang Xiao and Jiang Zhe stood quietly in place, grinning widely, their faces filled with gloating. They knew that Xiang Ning and Nan Shilu had been convinced by them and were about to experience the tyrannical strength of Yang Kai's forces. These past 10 days, Xiang Ning and Nan Shilu had repeatedly humiliated them, causing them to be filled with resentment, but now, this resentment had finally been vented. Huang Xiao and Jiang Zhe felt extremely comfortable. Yang Kai, hand over your life. Suddenly, an angry roar reached Yang Kai's ears. Yang Kai, who was in the middle of absorbing the spiritual energy from the dead masters, heard this shout and looked up, only to see 2 transcendent realm masters flying towards him, their murderous intent boiling. This made Yang Kai feel very puzzled, wondering when he had offended these 2. His expression remained unchanged, not even his body moving, simply staring at them indifferently. Perceiving the ridicule in Yang Kai's eyes, Xiang Ning and Nan Shilu threw away the last of their worries. Only the thought of killing Yang Kai to avenge Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng filled their hearts. Tu Feng and the others just quietly watched Xiang Ning and Nan Shilu approach, waiting until they were within a certain distance before suddenly condensing their true qi and sending out a violent burst of yuan qi. Feeling the tremendous killing intent contained in this yuan qi, Xiang Ning and Nan Shilu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This power was not inferior to theirs in the slightest. In fact, it was even stronger. In a flash, Xiang Ning and Nan Shilu didn't even have time to react before they were sent tumbling through the air a dozen times before being pinned to the ground by Tu Feng and Ying Jiao, unable to move. Their eyes widened in shock. The patriarchs of the 8 great families all gaped. When the blood warriors hadn't moved, they hadn't realized how powerful these 13 people were, but now that they had taken action, the patriarchs of the 8 great families were shocked to discover that these people were no longer immortal ascension boundary masters but genuine above immortal ascension boundary masters. Sure enough, the blood warrior Hall's Hall Master Feng Sheng's face was filled with joy as he grinned widely. Although he had some guesses, when the facts were placed in front of him, Feng Sheng still couldn't believe it. Compared to the shock in his heart, he was more happy that these brothers and sisters of his had walked further than he had. While feeling happy, Feng Sheng also faintly envied them. Patriarch Xiang, Patriarch Nan, what are you doing? Lu Si was shocked and hurriedly asked. Patriarch Xiang, Patriarch Nan? When Yang Kai heard the way he addressed them, he instantly understood why these 2 were hostile to him. Xiang Ning and Nan Shilu's faces were ashen. Although they had been pinned to the ground by the blood warriors, they still stubbornly raised their heads and stared at Yang Kai in horror and anger. Little Lord, how should we deal with these 2? Tu Feng asked. Kill them. Yang Kai's eyes flashed a cold light. Before he knew their identities, Yang Kai hadn't intended to kill them, but after learning their identities, Yang Kai didn't want to let them live in this world. Xiang Ning and Nan Shilu both wore looks of disbelief, never having imagined that with their status, this young family little lord would actually dare to issue such an order. Xiang Ning roared, Yang Kai, leave some leeway so we can meet again in the future. Yang Kai grinned wickedly, I don't need to leave some leeway, because we will never meet again, and the Xiang and Nan families will no longer exist in this world. Xiang Ning and Nan Shilu's faces suddenly became pale. Tu Feng and Ying Jiao didn't hesitate either, their yuan qi bursting forth, instantly killing the 2 transcendent realm first-class families' patriarchs. Under the guidance of the solitary golden eye, 2 different spiritual energy streams were absorbed into Yang Kai's knowledge sea. Feeling the strength of these two streams of spiritual energy, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling pleasantly surprised. Raising his eyes, Yang Kai stared coldly at Huang Xiao and Jiang Zhe, who were standing 1,000 meters away, taking pleasure in his misfortune, waving his hand as he shouted, "Kill those two for me too." Last time, because he had been investigating the mysteries of the solitary golden eye, these two had managed to escape. Yang Kai had felt quite sorry for them, but now that they had met again, how could Yang Kai let them go? The 5 blood warriors immediately moved. Huang Xiao and Jiang Zhe didn't even have time to react before they were surrounded by the blood warriors. Unable to fight back, in less than a dozen breaths of time, they were both killed. Although the blood warriors had only broken through to the transcendent realm a short time ago, under the guidance of Meng Wuye, the strength they could display was even greater than an average transcendent. 5 against 2. How could Huang Xiao and Jiang Zhe be their opponent? After the two died, Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he stepped forward, but when he was less than 20 meters away, he felt 2 huge streams of spiritual energy enter his knowledge sea. 20 meters should be the maximum distance from which the solitary golden eye could absorb these spiritual energy. Yang Kai had inadvertently discovered this mystery. Bastard! Yi Kuang roared while the other patriarchs of the 8 great families were also stunned. They had thought that Yang Kai had come to the central capital to join forces with the 8 great families to resist the invasion of the ash-gray cloud evil land. But they hadn't expected him to be so cruel as to not even spare the masters who had come to help the 8 great families. Chapter 581. The death of 4 transcendent realm masters was not only a blow to the central capital's overall strength, but also a blow to their morale. What made the patriarchs of the 8 great families even more confused was that they couldn't figure out Yang Kai's position. 17 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Meng Shiping's lips trembled as he stared blankly at the luxurious lineup around Yang Kai, his eyes dazed. 13 blood warriors, plus the old demon, Ling Tai Su, Li Yuanchun, and Lu Si, a total of 17 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. This huge number made the 8 great families ashamed to the point of being unable to show their faces. Their families had worked so hard for so many years yet only had 4 or 5 such top masters. Compared to Yang Kai's mansion, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. How did the strength of these people suddenly increase so much? No one could understand. Ingjiu, follow me, the rest of you act on your own. Yang Kai ordered, immediately leading Ingjiu through the chaotic and bloody battlefield. The remaining 16 transcendents silently rushed towards the ash-gray cloud evil land side. The 8 great families' cultivator hesitated for a moment before cooperating with the masters from Yang Kai's mansion to launch an encirclement of the ash-gray cloud evil land's forces. Have everyone retreat. Yang Bai suddenly appeared and gently ordered the 5 great evil kings. The expressions of the 5 great evil kings were not much better than those of the 8 great families' patriarchs. After seeing the number and strength of Yang Kai's mansion's cultivator, the 5 great evil kings also felt that the situation was far from good. For so long, they had been in a stalemate with the 8 great families, but now with the sudden appearance of Yang Kai's mansion, this stalemate was about to be broken. Whichever side Yang Kai's mansion chose to stand on, the other side was bound to lose. What made the 5 great evil kings feel slightly relieved was that Yang Kai had not only killed their ash-gray cloud evil lands people, but also those from the central capital. It was as if he didn't respect either side and would kill whoever provoked him. After listening to Yang Bai's orders, the 5 great evil kings didn't dare hesitate. A dull sound rang out, like the sound of a horn. Following this shout, the ash-gray cloud evil land cultivators retreated and gradually disappeared. Yang Kai's cultivator and the people from the 8 great families chased after them for a while, but they didn't dare to rashly go too deep, so they all returned home. Since the arrival of Yang Kai, the battle had ended in less than 10 minutes. Both sides had suffered heavy casualties. On the contrary, the cultivator from Yang Kai's mansion who had joined in later had no losses. At most, he had suffered some minor injuries. All of them had smiles on their faces as they calmly returned. Yang Kai wandered around the battlefield a few times, absorbing all the spiritual energy of the dead Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters before returning to the house with Ingjiu. He directly went into seclusion to purify and absorb the energy, not even bothering to greet the 8 great families. Such arrogance and disregard for the 8 great families' attitude made everyone's heart flutter. Brother Yang, Isn't this little brat from your Yang family a bit too arrogant? After withdrawing his troops, Kong Rui looked at Yang Yinghao angrily. He has the capital to back it up. Yang Yinghao gently sighed. But in the end, he is still a member of your Yang family. Can't you use your status as patriarch to suppress him? Nonsense. Do you think he'll still give face to my Yang family? Yang Yinghao coldly snorted. Ha! We've probably made a mistake. Meng Shiping sighed. We shouldn't have targeted him and tried to dig out those secrets from him. If only, what's the point of saying this now? Yi Kuangren glanced at Meng Shiping coldly. Now the situation is clear. If we can get the support of Yang Kai, we can defeat the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land in less than half a month. On the other hand, if the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land gets the support of Yang Kai, then the central capital. It's over. But he just killed 4 people from the Nan family, Xiang family, Huang family, and Radiant Palace. How do we deal with this? Gao Mo frowned and asked. This is not a trivial matter. After all, these people were summoned by my 8 great families to help the central capital. If we don't deal with this matter properly, it will only make the world's 8 great families bitterly disappointed. Everyone suddenly fell silent, realizing how tricky the situation was. It stood to reason that Yang Kai killing those 4 people, the 8 great families would definitely not let this matter go. Even if it was just for show, they would still have to give the world an explanation. But if they were to fall out with Yang Kai, the consequences would not be something they could afford. What kind of person is this little brat? Hua Zheng's face was filled with confusion. How can he do such a thing? Hearing what he said, the 7 people all turned their eyes to Yang Yinghao. Yang Yinghao said lightly, Don't look at me, I don't know much about him. I only know that he has a very strong temper. When he was in the Yang family, he was very strong and absolutely refused to suffer a loss. Call his parents over and ask them, they should know more than us. Kong Rui suddenly proposed. That's a good idea. No matter how cruel that little brat is, no matter how much he opposes the 8 great families, he should still care about his parents, right? Yang Yinghao hesitated for a moment before nodding. Call them over, but remember, you must never do anything to harm them. Of course we know. Brother Yang worries too much. Everyone nodded. At this moment, who would dare to offend Yang Kai again? The 4th Master Yang and his wife had been in the Yang family and had not been sent out to fight the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land. This was also arranged by Yang Yinghao. Although the 4th Master Yang had asked to fight many times, Yang Yinghao had never agreed. This could be regarded as Yang Yinghao's compensation to Yang Kai. Soon after, the 4th Master Yang and his wife were called over from the Yang family. Yang Yingfeng cupped his fists and asked, Patriarch, why have you called me and my wife here? He and Dong Suju didn't know that Yang Kai had arrived in the central capital today and had just fought with both sides. So naturally they had some doubts and thought Yang Yinghao wanted them to fight. It's not a big deal. Yang Yinghao lightly coughed and said, It's just that the patriarchs want to understand Yang Kai's character. Kai. The 4th Master Yang frowned, a puzzled look on his face. Did something happen to Kai? Dong Suju suddenly became nervous and hurriedly asked. Yang Yinghao shook his head and said, Yang Kai is safe and sound. Sister-in-law doesn't need to worry. If nothing happened, why do you want to see Kai? Dong Suju was extremely vigilant, her pair of beautiful eyes glancing around and quickly discovering that these patriarchs, who were usually aloof and arrogant, actually looked a little restrained when facing her husband and wife. A few of them even smiled at her. This was not something she could see normally, so Dong Suju couldn't help feeling suspicious, unable to figure out the whole story. Yang Yinghao was helpless and could only briefly explain what had just happened. This unfilial son. 4th Master Yang angrily rebuked. Since he came to the central capital, why didn't he return to the family? Could it be he still holds a grudge against the 8 great families for treating him unfairly? The expressions of the 8 patriarchs suddenly became extremely awkward. 4th Master Yang seemed to be reprimanding Yang Kai's actions, but anyone could tell that he was venting his dissatisfaction on behalf of his son. If the 8 great families hadn't treated him unfairly before, as a member of the Yang family, how could he have picked up the banner and acted on his own? Patriarchs, please forgive my unfilial son. He is still young and has made some big mistakes. When I see him in the future, I will definitely teach him a lesson. That won't be necessary, Kong Rui quickly said. Kong Rui quickly said. If Yang Kai was reprimanded by 4th Master Yang and became angry out of humiliation, Yang Kai would completely fall out with the 8 great families. Today, we just want to know more about Yang Kai's character. As the two who raised him, shouldn't you know him better than anyone else? This. Fourth Master Yang hesitated. Speaking of which, I don't mind if you laugh at me, but I haven't had much interaction with my unfilial son. In fact, I don't know much about him. I understand. Dong Suju raised her hand and shouted. Everyone turned their eyes to her, their faces filled with expectation. Dong Suju quickly began to talk about the trivial things that had happened to Yang Kai when he was a child. When the 8 patriarchs heard this, their expressions became strange. After speaking for a full hour, the 8 patriarchs didn't hear much useful information, but they all knew about Yang Kai's experiences over the years. Enough. Seeing that Dong Suju was about to continue, Yang Yinghao quickly interrupted her. We have a general idea. Dong Suju giggled. My son is not a bad person. From a young age, I taught him that if people respect him, I will respect him 10 times over. If people destroy my grain, I will rob people 3 times over. The expressions of the 8 patriarchs suddenly became dignified as they all stared at the seemingly innocent and naive Dong Suju. Dong Suju didn't show any fear and simply smiled. Fourth Master Yang stood in place like a puppet, not moving at all. We understand. Kong Rui nodded gently, his expression solemn. Since everyone understands, then the husband and wife will take their leave. Fourth Master Yang said and then calmly left with Dong Suju. After the Yang family's fourth master and his wife left, the 8 people looked at each other and realized that the fourth madam, who seemed like a young girl, was actually not a simple character. Yang Kai's current behavior was more or less related to her teachings in the past. If people respect him, I will respect him 10 times over. Everyone fell into contemplation. Yang Kai's mansion. After this large-scale absorption and purification with the solitary golden eye, Yang Kai finally broke through to the immortal ascension boundary 5th stage after 2 days of retreat, completely closing the gap between him and Su Yan. Reaching this realm, Yang Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Since he met Su Yan, her strength had always been ahead of his own. As her man, Yang Kai naturally wanted to surpass her. This wasn't a competition, nor was it a manly idea, but because Yang Kai knew that Su Yan's potential was infinite. If he remained stagnant, he would only fall further and further behind her. After exiting his retreat, Yang Kai once again led the many masters in his mansion to attack the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land. However, after suffering a loss last time, the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land had already made preparations. Yang Kai's surprise attack didn't play much of a role, only killing a few immortal ascension boundary masters and a few monster beasts. The harvest was minimal. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry. The solitary golden eye had a huge role, but he only considered it as a supplement to his own cultivation. If he wanted to become stronger, he would have to rely on his own perseverance and unflagging cultivation. Frequent attacks were to obtain the spiritual energy of the immortal ascension boundary masters who died and also to temper himself. Chapter 582. Over the course of this month, the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land had suffered several dozen casualties while the rest had completely holed up under the orders of Demon Lord Yang Bai. During this month of entanglement between Yang Kai's mansion and the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land, the 8 great families had obtained a brief respite. Although they would occasionally cooperate with Yang Kai's actions and attack the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land's forces, they had never dispatched a large number of people. Because of this, the 8 great families still couldn't understand Yang Kai's intentions. The entire central capital had become a tripartite balance of power between Yang Kai's mansion, the 8 great families, and the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land. The relationship between them was also complex, making it difficult to see through. The 8 great families and the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land were naturally like fire and water, and Yang Kai's mansion, which was sandwiched in the middle, often launched attacks on the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land. However, this mansion's people didn't respect the 8 great families, and even sometimes, if the 8 great families' people provoked them, the mansion's people would not hesitate to strike back. Fortunately, the patriarchs of the 8 great families issued orders not to provoke Yang Kai's mansion. Even if there were any conflicts of interest on the battlefield, they had to endure and back down. At this critical moment, the 8 great families didn't want to have any more conflicts with Yang Kai's mansion. As a result, All the spoils on the battlefield belonged to Yang Kai's mansion. The pills and artifacts of the dead ash-gray cloud evil land cultivators were all confiscated by Yang Kai's mansion cultivator. The 8 great families didn't even get a single share. Yang Kai's mansion's illustrious reputation quickly spread. A month later, a large number of cultivators gathered outside Yang Kai's mansion. The movement was noticed by Xueqi, so after investigating the situation outside, she immediately found Yang Kai. "What's the matter? There are a lot of people outside. Who are they?" Yang Kai frowned, his expression somewhat displeased. He had thought these people were looking for trouble. "They're all here to seek refuge with you. Seek refuge with me." Yang Kai was surprised and couldn't help laughing. "This isn't the inheritance war." Xueqi rolled her eyes at him. "Those forces are all first-class forces. Because we received the conscription order from the 8 great families, we have come to the central capital's aid." "The 8 great families were the ones who recruited them. Why did they come to me instead of the 8 great families?" Yang Kai asked with a strange expression. "Don't play dumb." Xueqi snorted. "Isn't it because it's safe here? Before we arrived, some first-class forces had already rushed to the central capital's aid. However, the foundations of those forces had been crippled. More than half of the elites of the various clans and sects were either killed or injured. Learning from the mistakes of the past, how could the forces now dare to count on the 8 great families to protect them?" "So you came looking for me?" Yang Kai's expression turned serious. Xueqi nodded lightly. "Moreover, there is a ready-made example in the house." "You mean the Lu family?" Yang Kai immediately understood. The Lu family's Jing Rue also came to the rescue of the central capital. But it was under your name. During this time, the Lu family didn't lose a single person and instead killed many of the ash-gray cloud evil lands cultivator. Xueqi smiled gloatingly. "You set a precedent yourself. Now others have come knocking on your door. Let's see how you deal with this." "Is that so?" Yang Kai's brow furrowed. He had allowed the Lu family to stay because he had some friendship with Lu Si. The Lu family's elites weren't too bad, so he had allowed them to stay in his house. If all the other forces that had come to the central capital's aid were to gather in his mansion, not to mention whether his mansion would be big enough to accommodate all of them, even if it could, with so many people living together, there would always be conflicts. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Kai suddenly grinned. "Since they've come to seek refuge, I'll take them all in." Xueqi looked at him in surprise. With Yang Kai's personality, she was certain he would drive all of them away. She hadn't expected him to give such an answer. After a moment of contemplation, Xueqi wore a playful expression. "Your appetite is really big." "This is an opportunity," Yang Kai sneered. "The central capital's 8 great families. It's time for a change of blood." Xueqi beautiful eyes lit up as she secretly looked forward to it, quickly walking out of the house to make arrangements. Over on the 8 great families' side, looking at the crowded Yang Kai's house, everyone's expression was not very good. These forces had all received the conscription order from the 8 great families and had come to the central capital's aid. But now, they were not willing to be on the same side as the 8 great families and had instead flocked to Yang Kai's side. The patriarchs of the 8 great families couldn't help feeling a subtle sense of loss. The sky is about to change. Kong Rue sighed slightly, seemingly having a premonition of the future situation. The world's forces' rejection and distrust of the 8 great families and their eagerness to join Yang Kai's house formed a sharp contrast. If things continued like this, the prestige of the 8 great families would inevitably be wiped out and replaced by the newly risen Yang Kai mansion. After this crisis passed, whose hands would the central capital fall into? Your Yang family has produced an incredible character. The other patriarchs all looked at Yang Yinghao with envy and jealousy. Yang Yinghao's mouth twitched slightly as he sighed. "I hope he still cares about his own bloodline." Yang Kai's house was bustling with activity as all the forces who had come to seek refuge were led into the heavenly palace. After entering this barrier, no matter who it was, all of them couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief, seemingly feeling that their safety had been greatly guaranteed. Taking a closer look at the strength of Yang Kai's forces, all of them immediately became obedient. Facing Xueqi commands and arrangements, no one dared to object. With so many people flooding in, the already small Yang Kai's house became even more crowded. The newcomers were all arranged into courtyards according to their respective sects and families. Inside these courtyards, they each found a place to sit cross-legged and meditate, not even having their own rooms or beds. However, no one complained. Being able to find a place to stay in Yang Kai's house was enough to satisfy them. More and more forces asked to join Yang Kai's house, and Yang Kai did not refuse them all. These forces had all come to fight against the ash-gray cloud evil land, so although the 8 great families were annoyed, they could not stop them. As time passed, Yang Kai's house gradually calmed down, and the entire Yang Kai house reached a state of saturation. Inside the house, more than 2,000 masters had gathered. Besides the 17 transcendents who had arrived, 10 more had joined. These 10 were the most powerful trump cards each of the 10 first-class forces possessed. The development of Yang Kai's house's strength was simply too sensational. While the 8 great families could not sit still, the ash-gray cloud evil land also could not sit still. The night wind blew gently as the 2 groups of people arrived at Yang Kai's house one after another. It just so happened that they ran into each other outside. From the left came 2 women, one enchanting and the other charming, the beguiling demon queen Shanqing Luo and Bai Luo. From the right came a total of 8 people, the patriarchs of the 8 great families. After they bumped into each other, Yi Kuangren suddenly shouted, "Beguiling demon queen!" As he spoke, Yuan Qi surged, apparently intending to start a fight here. The other 7 patriarchs also stared at Shanqing Luo with unkind eyes. Shanqing Luo hurriedly retreated a few steps and secretly condensed her strength, her heart secretly anxious. She had not expected that the other 8 would quietly conceal their auras and come here just like her, causing them to run into each other. "Dragon Lady, what are you doing here?" Kong Rue asked sharply. Shanqing Luo did not say a word, simply staring at the 8 people vigilantly. "Don't waste time talking nonsense with her, since she's delivered herself to us, we'll just kill her," Gaomo coldly snorted. Everyone nodded gently, but just as they were about to act, a person suddenly walked out of Yang Kai's house and called out, "Please come in. Yang Kai has said that all who come are guests. Please do not act presumptuously outside his house." Hearing this voice, the patriarchs of the 8 great families all wore strange expressions. Qiu Shoucheng even stared blankly at the person who had just walked out of Yang Kai's house and called out with difficulty, "Meng Er, father." Qiu Yimeng's expression was calm as she politely bowed to Qiu Shoucheng and said, "You should have come here to discuss something important with Yang Kai, right? He is already waiting in the side hall. Please come in." As he said this, he moved aside half of his body and gestured. "Humph." Yi Kuangren snorted and stared coldly at Shanqing Luo. "I'll spare your life this time, but don't let me see you again." After saying that, he strode forward. The heavenly palace opened up a crack and the 8 people entered one after another. After the 8 left, Qiu Yimeng turned to Shanqing Luo and smiled. "Elder sister, come in too. Did Yang Kai know why I came here?" Shanqing Luo smiled bitterly. "I don't know, he only said that there were guests outside, so I came to greet them. I didn't expect it would be such a guest." Qiu Yimeng's heart was filled with resentment. If she had known that it was the 8 great families who had come, she would never have come to greet them. After all, her father was among them. That little bastard. He always acts so mysteriously. Shanqing Luo sneered. Qiu Yimeng's expression suddenly became infatuated as she stared at Shanqing Luo in a daze, her pair of beautiful eyes flashing with a different kind of brilliance. Shanqing Luo's expression changed slightly as she quickly restrained her charm. Qiu Yimeng finally awoke from her stupor, her heart filled with fear as she suddenly realized that the beguiling demon queen's allure was something even women could not resist. Inside the main hall, the 8 patriarchs took their seats. Shanqing Luo also arrived and sat down calmly on the other side. Although there were 8 people here who did not want to see her, she knew that Yang Kai would not allow her to be in danger. At this moment, the 8 patriarchs did not have the leisure to look for trouble with Shanqing Luo, because looking at Yang Kai sitting high above them all, each of them had a complex mood. They didn't know how, but this young family direct descendant, who was a generation younger than them, had actually grown to the point where he could sit and talk to them as equals. This rate of growth had only taken him a little more than a year. None of those of his age could catch up with his pace. All of them could only look up to him, perhaps never reaching his height in their lifetime. Even Lu Qingyao, who was once considered the first young master of the central capital, was nothing in front of him. The 8 patriarchs all felt deeply shocked and aghast. One of the house's maidservants served tea, and as the 8 patriarchs drank, they couldn't taste anything other than a bitter taste that spread across their tongues. Chapter 583. After sipping the tasteless tea for a while, the patriarchs of the 8 great families gradually lost their patience. Speaking of which, they were the leaders of the central capital's super families. Whether it was their status, identity, or cultivation, they were far inferior to the average person. Normally they would act high and mighty, but now that they had come to Xueqi's house, they were acting so cautiously. Naturally they felt some dissatisfaction and resentment. In particular, Xueqi still had a calm expression on his face, as if he had already eaten all of them. Sitting at the head of the table, his expression was cold, not uttering a single word, seemingly waiting for them to speak first. Gaomo suddenly stood up and shouted, "Nephew, the patriarchs of our 8 great families have come here to discuss an important matter with you, yet you have allowed this dragon lady to participate. What is the meaning of this?" "Dragon lady?" Xueqi Luo's beautiful eyes flashed a cold light before she suddenly laughed. "Patriarch Gao is too serious. I can't afford to bear such a title." "Humph. A dragon lady is a dragon lady. Today, if it weren't for giving nephew some face, this old master would have directly taken your life. Since you don't care about our kindness, why don't you quickly leave? Do you really want to force this old master to act against you here?" Gao Rangfeng had died tragically at the hands of the Poison King and Ghost King. So Gao Mo and these ash-grey cloud evil lands evil kings were naturally irreconcilable. "In my house, no one can act against me." Xueqi coldly snorted and snapped his fingers. In the next moment, the faces of the 8 great families' patriarchs all changed dramatically because they simultaneously felt a mysterious energy suddenly appear and envelop their bodies, making it impossible for them to condense their yuan qi. Their expressions suddenly became aghast as they stared at Xueqi in horror. They didn't know what kind of method Xueqi had used to seal their above immortal ascension boundary masters, but such a method was simply too sensational. Xueqi's expression remained indifferent as he gave them a slight warning before signaling Meng Wuya to release their shackles. Within the heavenly palace, Meng Wuya could control everything. Even if a transcendent realm master entered this place, their life or death would be under his control. It was because of this that he had tried to force the tyrannical Force King into the heavenly palace, only to be rescued by the lightning flash Shadow King. His heart filled with anger, Gao Mo glared at Xueqi, but he knew he couldn't act on the spot, so his expression became ugly as he asked, "Nephew, as a direct descendant of the Yang family, do you intend to stand on the ash-grey cloud evil land side this time?" The other 7 people's expressions turned solemn as they stared at Xueqi with concern. Colluding with evil demons, cultivating demonic secret arts, attempting to bring chaos to the central capital. Xueqi said softly as he listed out one by one, "These are all one-sided statements made by the 8 great families. Now that you say I am standing on the side of the ash-grey cloud evil land, these are also your one-sided statements. Uncles, does Xueqi wish to refute this?" Xueqi stared at the crowd coldly. The expressions of the 8 patriarchs suddenly became awkward, all of them feeling a bit ashamed. At that time, the 8 great families had tried their best to frame and discredit Xueqi, but Xueqi had been powerless to resist, but now? Now he had the qualifications to stand on equal footing with the 8 great families. The strength he could gather was enough to sweep away any one of the 8 great families. Xueqi's cold questioning caused all of them to feel a chill run down their spines. "However, there is one thing you are not wrong about. I have indeed colluded with evil demons." The 8 patriarchs all paled as they stared at him in horror. Xueqi pointed to the beguiling demon queen and smiled. "Xueqi Luo and I are old acquaintances. When I was trapped in the ash-grey cloud evil land, she took care of me many times. Kindness must be repaid with kindness, and hatred must be repaid with vengeance. So if anyone dares to harm her, don't blame me for not showing mercy." The beguiling master's face filled with happiness as a sense of pride rose in her heart. This was the man she had chosen, using such a strong posture to suppress the patriarchs of the 8 great families, making them not dare to show the slightest resistance. Xueqi Luo thought to herself, her beautiful eyes blurring. This should just be nephew and this beguiling demon queen's personal friendship. It can't be considered collusion. Nephew is a person who distinguishes between public and private interests. This we all know. Kong Rue quickly said, taking the initiative to defend Xueqi. Yang Yinghao sighed softly and said, "Xueqi, about what happened half a year ago, my Yang family and the central capital's 8 great families were the ones who wronged you. Now that is all in the past. After we get through this crisis, my 8 great families will definitely compensate you. We can satisfy all of your requests." Great uncle. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before saying with a straight face, "There's no need to mention what happened half a year ago. I don't care too much about it. If I want something, I will take it myself. There is no need for the 8 great families to compensate me." Yang Yinghao nodded gently, knowing that Yang Kai's words showed that he was truly bitterly disappointed with the 8 great families. But at the same time, it also showed that he really didn't care about what happened half a year ago. After all, those who had tried to deal with him at that time were basically all dead. "What business do all these uncles have here today?" Yang Kai asked. The 8 people exchanged glances before Yang Yinghao lightly coughed and said, "It's not a big deal. Since the beguiling demon queen has come to see you, she must have something to discuss with you. She can speak first." Yang Kai just smiled and didn't insist. He knew that these people were worried about Shanqing Luo's purpose for coming here and wanted to wait and see. Turning his head to look at Shanqing Luo, the latter pursed her lips and smiled, not bothering to hide anything from these 8 people, bluntly saying, "Yang Kai, I came here this time on the orders of the demon lord to act as a mediator." Yang Yinghao and the others' expressions suddenly became cold. Although they had already guessed this, when Shanqing Luo actually said it, they couldn't help feeling worried, all of them perking up their ears and listening carefully. "The demon lord said that he hopes you can join forces with him to destroy the 8 great families and control the world," Shanqing Luo said bluntly, as if she didn't put the 8 patriarchs in her eyes at all. Yang Kai raised his brow and showed a look of interest. "What are the benefits? After this matter is settled, this world will belong to you." Yang Kai was stunned. What does the demon lord want? He only wants to destroy the 8 great families. Shanqing Luo replied with a frown, her tone somewhat strange. Obviously, she didn't think that the demon lord had spent so much effort to lead a large number of masters to invade the central capital just for this purpose. Why would he work so hard for something that didn't benefit him in the slightest? The demon lord also said. Shanqing Luo's cheeks flushed red as she glanced over at Yang Kai. "If you can agree with him, he will give you the beguiling demon queen as a thank you gift." Ha ha ha. Yang Kai laughed as he stared at Shanqing Luo with interest. "Aren't you mine to begin with? What qualifications does he have to give you?" "I think so too." Shanqing Luo smiled and nodded. The faces of the 8 great families' patriarchs all became strange. How could the relationship between Yang Kai and this world-famous beguiling demon queen be so ambiguous and intimate? "Then do you agree or not?" Shanqing Luo asked. "I agree, such a good thing. Why wouldn't I agree?" Yang Kai nodded seriously. Yang Yinghao and the other patriarchs all stared at Yang Kai with great vigilance, none of them having expected him to be so easily persuaded by Shanqing Luo. Just as they were about to ask, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became cold and said, "But I have a condition." Shanqing Luo nodded. "Speak, I'm only responsible for passing on your message. Go back and tell the demon lord that I want his head. My Grand Master is very interested in his head. As long as he can accomplish this, I will join forces with him." Shanqing Luo's expression remained indifferent as she nodded gently. "Then I'll go back and pass on your message to him, but I don't think he will agree." Saying so, she stood up and left with Bai Luo, as if she really was just passing on the demon lord's message and not trying to persuade Yang Kai at all. After she left, the patriarchs of the 8 great families breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that it was absolutely impossible for Yang Kai to stand on the same side as the demon lord. The demon lord was from High Heaven Pavilion and was Yang Kai's martial uncle. High Heaven Pavilion's sect master, Ling Tai Su, wanted to take demon lord Yang Bai's life. With this kind of relationship, Yang Kai and Yang Bai could only be enemies, never friends. Considering all this, the 8 patriarchs all secretly relaxed. What business do several uncles have with nephew? Yang Kai turned to look at the 8 patriarchs. Yang Yinghao hesitated for a moment before replying, "We hope you can return to the Yang family. After all, you are still a direct descendant of the Yang family." Currently, the central capital was divided into 3 factions. Yang Kai's mansion was like a thorn in the throat between the 8 great families and the ash-gray cloud evil land. So naturally the central capital hoped that Yang Kai could draw closer to them. This past month, Yang Kai's mansion had received a lot of elite masters who had come to assist the central capital, including 10 transcendents. As long as they could join forces with the 8 great families, it wouldn't be difficult to expel the ash-gray cloud evil land. "Great uncle, I won't go back." Yang Kai shook his head. "Why?" "Only those with strength have the right to speak. If I go back, do you think I can still talk to you like this?" Yang Kai sneered. Once he returned to the Yang family, the forces in his hands would be fully taken over by the 8 great families. At that time, what kind of waves could Yang Kai stir up? My grandmaster wants to take Yang Bai's life, so I must help him. If the sect wants to restore its reputation, I must rely on my own strength. Uncles, if I return to the Yang family, can the 8 great families hand over to me? If you can do that, I don't mind returning to the Yang family. Impossible. Gao Emo shouted. At most, we can only give you some right to speak. The deployment and layout of the battle will be decided by us. In Gao Mo's opinion, Yang Kai was too young, impulsive and prone to making mistakes. The central capital was such a big foundation. How could it be handed over to him? Then there's no need to say anything. I like to be arbitrary. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, an expression that said there was no room for discussion. Do you insist? Yang Yinghao asked. Yes. Yang Kai nodded firmly. Yang Yinghao fell into contemplation for a moment before saying, I have to go back and discuss this matter with the Elder Hall first. Handing over the 8 great families to you is impossible, but if I hand over my Yang family to you, I can still fight for it. Brother Yang? Gao Emo stared at Yang Yinghao like he was looking at a fool, seemingly not having expected him to say such a thing. This sentence meant that the Yang family's patriarch was about to change. People can make mistakes once or twice, but they can't always make mistakes. Yang Kai, what do you say? Yang Yinghao asked meaningfully. Great uncle is right. Yang Kai smiled confidently. Chapter 584. Hearing the meaning behind Yang Yinghao's words, the other 7 also fell into contemplation. Then we'll take our leave. Saying so, Yang Yinghao stood up. The other 7 also left their seats, looking towards Yang Kai with complicated expressions, all of them shaking their heads and sighing before slowly walking out. Meeting with Yang Kai this time had dealt them a heavy blow. Great uncle! Yang Kai suddenly called out. How are my parents? You don't have to worry about 4th brother and his wife. Even if the Yang family is destroyed, I won't let anything happen to them. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he solemnly said, Many thanks, great uncle. We're family. Yang Yinghao nodded gently. The 8 people left the side hall and in the corridor met Xueqi and Huaxing. It was obvious that these 2 young lords and young ladies from the 8 great families had deliberately been waiting here. Greetings, uncles. Xueqi politely bowed. Her etiquette and upbringing from a great family was remarkable. On the other hand, Huaxing's sloppy expression made Huaxing's eyes burn with anger. In the entire central capital, it was likely that only Xing didn't look like a young lord from a great force. Come here. Father has something to say to you. Huaxing shouted at Huaxing. Huaxing grinned meaningfully and obediently followed Huaxing to the side. On the other side, Qiu Shoucheng stared at Xueqi for a long time before saying, Meng, your vision is much further than mine. Before the start of the inheritance war, Xueqi had strongly advocated that the Qiu family form an alliance with Yang Kai. But Qiu Shoucheng and Qiu Zirua had chosen the Yang family's 6th brother, Yang Shen. Facts proved that Xueqi choice was correct. During the inheritance war, Yang Kai suddenly rose up, going from nothing to standing above everyone else. In the later stages of the inheritance war, Qiu Shoucheng issued an order to recall Xueqi and the Qiu Yu Hall, not wanting her to have anything to do with Yang Kai. However, facts also proved that standing firmly on the same side as Yang Kai brought more benefits than the 8 great families joining forces. Nowadays, the central capital is suffering from both internal and external troubles. Xueqi still remained in Yang Kai's mansion, acting as Yang Kai's right-hand woman. Qiu Shoucheng not only couldn't raise any objections, but also secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, Xueqi had chosen to follow Yang Kai, even going so far as to disobey him. He had gone against his orders. This daughter of his. Indeed, he was able to see further than him. Qiu Shoucheng couldn't help but feel the dejection of old age. Father. Xueqi beautiful eyes flashed. This was the first time she had heard Qiu Shoucheng praise her so unreservedly. Ever since she was young, no matter how outstanding her performance was, Qiu Shoucheng had never praised her. His only goal was to nurture Qiu Zirua into the future successor of the Qiu family. Sometimes, when Xueqi Meng's performance was too outrageous, Xueqi would show a look of regret. It was a pity that she was not a man. This time, she heard Xueqi's unstinting praise. Xueqi Meng suddenly felt a sense of exalted bitterness. Father is old. In the future, the Qiu family will probably need you to take care of it. Xueqi sighed softly. Xueqi Meng's beautiful eyes filled with tears. Biting her lower lip, she said, "Father, you're still young." "Not young." Xueqi chuckled and turned to look at the others. "They're all old." Kong Rui, Meng Shiping, and the others couldn't help curling their lips. On the other side, Hua Zheng and Hua Xing, father and son, were whispering to each other, but after a long time, Hua Zheng let out a heavy sigh. "Old master." Hua Xing put on a playful look, putting his arm around Hua Zheng's shoulder and saying earnestly, "You should abdicate and enjoy life. If you have nothing to do, don't run around on the battlefield. Find a few more concubines and give me a younger brother. I have so many sisters, I'm afraid this dowry will become a burden to the Hua family in the future." "Bastard!" Hua Zheng reached out and hit Hua Xing on the head, shouting angrily, "How can you talk to your father like that?" Hua Xing rubbed his head and didn't care at all. Grinning, he said, "I'm doing this for your own good. If you die on the battlefield, the Hua family will really leave me as the sole heir. You're still young and vigorous. You haven't regressed in bed. Do you want me to teach you a few tricks?" "Scram! You unfilial son!" Hua Zheng was furious. Hua Xing suddenly put away his playful expression and said seriously, "Old master, perhaps I am not suitable to take charge of the Hua family, but I believe in Yang Kai. You should consider it carefully. This will not be a bad thing for the future development of my Hua family." Hua Zheng looked at him gloomily and coldly snorted. "You alone don't have the guts to see through the current situation. Who gave you advice?" "Xueqi Meng said so." Hua Xing grinned. "I knew it. That little brat is more clever than any of you." Hua Zheng glanced at Xueqi Meng and thought to himself, with so many daughters, how come none of them could compare to Xueqi Meng? Xueqi, that old bastard, only had one daughter, but she was so clever and quick-witted, immediately seeing the crux of the problem. Yang Kai wasn't willing to cooperate with the central capital's 8 great families because he didn't want to let go of the power in his hands. The patriarchs of the 8 great families naturally wouldn't submit to him. If they really did so, wouldn't the 8 great families become a laughingstock? What's more, the current generation of patriarchs of the 8 great families had done many bad things to Yang Kai. But if the patriarch was replaced, there wouldn't be a problem. Especially among the younger generation of the central capital, many of them had some friendship with Yang Kai. For example, Hua Xing and Xueqi Meng. Once the Hua family and the Qiu family were in their hands, they could legitimately join forces with Yang Kai. Although the others didn't have any friendship with Yang Kai, they were all young people. Young people didn't need to beat around the bush and everything could be discussed. Although it seemed like a child's play, it had now become the general trend. Unless the 8 great families didn't want to rely on the power of Yang Kai's mansion. The patriarchs of the 8 great families left with heavy expressions, Xueqi Meng and Hua Xing escorting them out of the mansion. Everything calmed down again. Since the ash-gray cloud Evil Land's forces had emerged from Yang Kai's mansion, they had become extremely obedient, so the 8 great families naturally wouldn't take the initiative to fight. Although Yang Kai wanted to find some people to kill, he hadn't been able to find an opportunity, so he could only give up and peacefully dual cultivate with Su Yan. Although the progress of his strength wasn't fast, steady progress was of great benefit to him in the future. Those great forces who had taken refuge with Yang Kai's mansion were even more content with the status quo and had come to the central capital's aid. However, no one wanted to have any conflict with the ash-gray cloud Evil Land, so it was naturally best to be safe. A few days later, the patriarchs of the 8 great families suddenly visited Yang Kai's mansion again, bringing him some satisfactory news. Xueqi had passed the position of patriarch to Xueqi Meng. He ordered her to set off immediately. She was to head to the Qiu family's temporary residence to prepare for the succession ceremony. At the same time, Hua Zheng also passed the position of patriarch to Hua Xing. Meng Shiping passed the position of patriarch to Meng Shan Yi. Lu Chu Quan passed the position of patriarch to Lu Qing Yao. Kong Rui passed the position of patriarch to Kong Jian. Gao Mo passed the position of patriarch to Gao Ran Xian. Yi Kuang Ren passed the position of patriarch to Yi Jing Li. The 7 great families' patriarch positions had all changed hands. Among them, Meng Shanyi and Lu Qingyao were old acquaintances with Yang Kai. Kang Jian, Gao Renxian, Yi Jingli, Yang Kai didn't know, but they should also be leaders of the younger generation of the three great families. Although the chaos in the central capital had not yet subsided, and the ash-gray cloud evil land was still eyeing the northern half of the central capital covetously. However, the succession of patriarch was a major event for any of the 8 great families. So the 8 great families were not prepared to be careless. Of course, it was impossible for them to be too grand, so they could only do as much as possible. This was a scene that had never been recorded in the ancient records before. The super forces had collectively changed patriarchs, and all of them were from the younger generation. Forced by the situation, the central capital's superfamilies had no choice but to do so. Once these young disciples took over the position of patriarch, the central capital's superfamilies would all gather under Yang Kai's command. They would become one big piece of iron. What about the Yang family? Who will be the patriarch? After listening to the words of the 7, Yang Kai turned to Yang Yinghao and asked. Yang Yinghao smiled faintly. Besides you, who else do you think is qualified? The other 7 all nodded deeply. They had no choice but to pass the patriarch position to the next generation, which was why they had allied with Yang Kai. If Yang Kai did not take over the position of patriarch of the Yang family, their relationship would not be so solid. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. I will not be the patriarch of the Yang family, great uncle. I should have told you this at the beginning of the inheritance war. Are you serious? Yang Yinghao was surprised. He had indeed heard Yang Kai say so. Yang Kai had participated in the inheritance war only to restore the sect's reputation. He had no intention of coveting the patriarch position. However, Yang Yinghao had always thought that Yang Kai was just joking, never having expected that he really didn't want to be the patriarch of the Yang family. With his current cultivation and strength, as long as Yang Kai nodded, no one in the Yang family would object. Naturally, I'm serious. Yang Kai said seriously. The patriarch position is too taxing, I don't want to do it. But the power you hold now is even greater than the Yang family. Your position is not the patriarch's, but it's better than that. When this crisis is over, those people will naturally return to where they came from. But being the patriarch is a lifelong thing. I'm not a fool. How could I allow myself to be restrained by the Yang family? Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before recommending. You can let eldest brother and second brother be the patriarch, especially second brother. I think he would be very willing. Yang Zhao is indeed willing and has the ability to do so, but you didn't exist. Yang Yinghao shook his head. Your light is too bright. Since the Yang family has you, it's impossible for anyone else to be the patriarch. Yang Zhao was born at the wrong time. He also felt some regret for his son. If it weren't for Yang Kai's performance being too eye-catching, Yang Zhao would have been a very good candidate for the patriarch position. Even Yang Wei couldn't compare. Yang Wei was a loner who was obsessed with cultivation. Such a person was not suitable to be the patriarch. Don't be in such a hurry to refuse. Yang Yinghao smiled slightly. Do you remember what I once said? What? Being the patriarch of the Yang family isn't without any benefits. The other 7 immediately turned their eyes to Yang Yinghao, seemingly faintly aware of something, a look of envy appearing on their faces. Yang Kai recalled carefully and nodded. Yang Yinghao had indeed said such a thing to him. Chapter 585. What do you mean every patriarch of the Yang family is an above immortal ascension boundary master? Yang Yinghao smiled mysteriously, because the patriarch of the Yang family has special treatment, and this treatment can only be enjoyed by the patriarch of the Yang family. As long as you accept the position of patriarch, you can learn this secret. Listening to him say this, Yang Kai didn't react, but the other 7 patriarchs all breathed heavily. Obviously, they had heard of this secret of the Yang family but didn't know what it was. Is great uncle trying to tempt me with benefits? Yang Kai smiled. That's right. Yang Yinghao didn't deny it. Yang Kai was a person who would never suffer a loss. To put it simply, he was a mercenary. If he didn't see the rabbit, he wouldn't act. He didn't believe that the Yang family's secret couldn't move him. Can you reveal a little bit? Yang Kai really became interested. Yang Yinghao smiled and opened his mouth. Yang Kai's expression changed, and a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. The patriarchs of the 7 families scratched their ears and cheeks as they stared intently at the silent communication between Yang Kai and Yang Yinghao, but none of them knew what the two of them were talking about, causing them to feel as if they were being scratched by a cat. Although I'm a little tempted by this secret, great uncle, I really don't want to be the patriarch. Yang Kai frowned again and said seriously, the future of the Yang family will be created by you. Yang Yinghao's expression was equally serious. The central capital's 8 great families have struggled for so many generations, but after so many years, they have only developed to their current level. When the ash-gray cloud evil land attacked, the 8 great families were unable to resist, and half of the central capital fell. But you, after returning to the Yang family for only 2 years, you have already created a situation that is more prosperous than any of the 8 great families. Your mansion is now the true overlord of this world. I have to say that you are more suitable than anyone else to take charge of the Yang family. If not for this, do you think these old fogies would be relieved to hand over the position of patriarch to a child whose hair hasn't even grown yet? What they are relieved about is not their own children, but you. The 7 patriarchs all nodded and looked at Yang Kai expectantly, no longer showing any contempt. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. When he was the enemy of the 8 great families, Yang Kai didn't care if they lived or died, but now that they had all expressed their desire to make peace with him, they had also made some concrete actions, making Yang Kai somewhat embarrassed to target them. The 8 great families had taken great pains to resist the ash-gray cloud evil land's invasion. Uncle, I still have to let you down, Yang Kai said sincerely. However, given the current situation, I will be in charge of the Yang family for a period of time. After this matter is over, Big Brother or Second Brother will take over as the Yang family head. My future is not in the Yang family, nor is it in the central capital. This is just a part of my life, not the end. Yang Kai's eyes revealed a look of yearning and anticipation. Perhaps you won't believe it, but I always feel that somewhere in this world, there is a stronger cultivator, a stronger sect, a stronger family. Compared to them, the 8 great families are nothing. I'm afraid it's nothing. At the very least, Yang Kai knew of a place like Water Spirit Temple that could cultivate a master like Xueqi. The 8 patriarchs all showed shocked looks as they glanced at each other, seemingly unable to understand the meaning of Yang Kai's words. In this world, what force could be stronger than the 8 great families? Although the ash-gray cloud evil land was powerful, it was only on the scale of the combined territory of the 6 great territories. That's fine. Yang Yinghao hesitated. Nodding gently, if you have greater ambitions, I naturally won't stop you. During this time, you will temporarily take over the position of Yang family head. Yang Kai nodded lightly. I can take over temporarily, but there is no need for a succession ceremony. Yang Yinghao sighed. No longer forcing him, Yang Kai could only agree. When the news of the central capital's 8 great families changing patriarchs at the same time spread out, the world was shocked, especially those who were still in the central capital. The 7 great families held a real succession ceremony to formally hand over the position of patriarch. As for the Yang family, they only issued a statement to the outside world that in this life-or-death situation, Yang Kai would temporarily take over the position of patriarch. Such a big event should have been treated as the biggest event of all, but with so many masters from the ash-gray cloud evil land eyeing them covetously, the 7 great families decided to hold the succession ceremony of the 7 patriarchs together. This way, they could better guard against the ash-gray cloud evil land's actions. Fortunately, during this time, the ash-gray cloud evil land's cultivator was quite well behaved, and the 7 great families urgently arranged many matters for the ceremony. During this time, the task of defending the patriarchs was handed over to the many masters in Yang Kai's house. With the masters in Yang Kai's house defending, things here could proceed in an orderly manner. Time passed by, and 3 days later, Yang Yingfeng and his wife arrived at Yang Kai's house. After receiving the news, Yang Kai quickly came out to greet them and greet his 2 elders. Su Yan bashfully followed behind Yang Kai, blushing as she greeted them. Yang Yingfeng and Dong Suju were both experienced people, so when they saw Su Yan's shy appearance, they immediately understood the relationship between her and Yang Kai. Dong Suju immediately pulled Su Yan aside and began chatting with her, feeling quite satisfied with her future daughter-in-law who was as beautiful as an ice doll. 4th Master Yang even silently gave Yang Kai a thumbs up, a look of envy on his face. Auntie, in fact, he has another one. Su Yan suddenly whispered to Dong Suju. Another one? Dong Suju heard this and snickered, But her small face quickly became serious as she said to Xueqi, "Don't worry, I'll teach him a lesson. This little bastard, his wings have hardened, he's actually playing with women." She thought Xueqi was jealous and wanted to complain. "No, it's not like that." Xueqi quickly waved her hand. "It's just that junior sister's skin is thin, so she's a little embarrassed to come out, and junior brother has never expressed his feelings to her, so it's not appropriate to waste her life like this." So, Dong Suju looked at Xueqi with some confusion. "Little girl, you mean? I want her to come and see uncle and auntie," Xueqi said. Dong Suju was secretly surprised, not having expected Xueqi to be so magnanimous. After a while she said, "As long as you don't mind, I'll naturally be happy to see her and give her an explanation. Then I'll bring her over," Xueqi said with a smile, her figure flickering and disappearing. "Mother, where did Xueqi go?" Yang Kai was talking to his father when he saw Xueqi run away and immediately asked. "Humph." Dong Suju snorted sarcastically. Yang Kai scratched his head, a look of confusion on his face. After a while, Xueqi really did bring Xiaoning Chong over. The little senior sister's cheeks were red as she gracefully bowed to the fourth master Yang and his wife, then obediently sat to the side, motionless. Only when Dong Suju asked her a few questions would she reply. Looking at this, looking at that, Dong Suju was especially satisfied. One was cold and beautiful. The other was clever and lovely. What kind of good fortune did his son have in his life? Fourth Master Yang was very envious, but with a stern face he reprimanded, "Kai-er, you can't treat these two girls unfairly. Quickly set a date and settle this matter." Yang Kai laughed mischievously. "No need to rush. We're still young." "You are young, but your parents are old," Fourth Master Yang said in a muffled voice. "Old what? Look at mother, sitting next to little senior sister Xueqi. We're like three sisters." Yang Kai smiled and looked to the side. His heart filled with warmth. "Is that so?" Dong Suju liked to hear these words the most. "Of course." Yang Kai nodded. "Good. Then we'll be sisters from now on." Dong Suju was very excited and affectionately pulled on Xueqi and Xiaoning Chong. Xueqi and the little senior sister's beautiful faces turned pale as they stared at Dong Suju in shock. Fourth Master Yang and Yang Kai's faces also darkened. "Your aunt often goes crazy. Don't pay attention to her," Fourth Master Yang hurriedly explained. "Father, why did you come here today?" Yang Kai also changed the topic, lest Xueqi and the little senior sister think too much. Yang Yingfeng said, "Your uncle wants you to go back." "Go back to the Yang family?" Yang Kai frowned. "When?" "As soon as possible." "I know." Yang Kai nodded slightly. "Did uncle say why?" "He didn't say, only that it was an important matter and that you must return to the Yang family in person." "Since that's the case, then I'll go right away." Yang Kai thought for a while and said, "Father, mother, please wait a moment, I'll arrange it." After entering the mansion, Yang Kai informed everyone that he was returning to the Yang family. Qiu Yimeng and Huaxing were not in the house right now and had returned to their respective families to prepare to take over the position of patriarch. Yang Kai could only let Ling Tai Su and Meng Wuya take care of the mansion for now. "Young master, don't blame old servant for speaking out of turn. The Yang family is so eager to invite you back. Is there some kind of conspiracy?" The old demon suddenly became vigilant. "No." Yang Kai shook his head. "Since I've already agreed to join forces with them, they have no reason to target me." "That's not necessarily the case." The old demon smiled grimly. "The 8 great families are accustomed to being domineering. Now that they are forced to serve under someone else, I'm afraid they are filled with resentment. As long as young master has an accident, the strength of the mansion will collapse, and at that time, the 8 great families will be able to reap all the benefits. We have to guard against that." Meng Wuya also quickly said, "If they really do so, then they're too short-sighted." "I have nothing to say." Yang Kai sneered. Now that the crisis of the ash-gray cloud evil land occupying the central capital had not yet been resolved, these 8 great families were already trying to carve up benefits from Yang Kai's hands. If such a situation really occurred, the 8 great families would no longer need to remain in this world. "No matter what, old servant will go with you," the old demon quickly said. Yang Kai glanced at him and said casually, "Good." He always felt that the 8 great families would not be so idiotic this time. The young masters of the 8 great families were also serious about taking over the position of patriarch. In the face of such a great disaster, They had finally done the right thing. This made Yang Kai feel that there was still a way to save them. Yang Kai had participated in this war only because he wanted to absorb the spiritual energy of the immortal Ascension Boundary Masters who had died. Now that a battle had not yet begun, Yang Kai needed to create some kind of opportunity. Merging the 8 great families with his mansion was the best opportunity. Chapter 586. Central Capital. Yang Family. The head of the 8 great families was located directly south of the central capital. So this time, the invasion of the ash-gray cloud evil land had not damaged the Yang family. When Yang Kai returned here again, the entire Yang family had not changed. The only thing that had changed was the Yang family's attitude towards him. As if they knew that Kai Yang was coming back today, the family's guards all straightened their backs and stared intently in front of them, their faces solemn. Just after entering the Yang family, Yang Kai saw a group of people waiting for him, led by Yang Tai, the 3rd brother of the Yang family's younger generation. "Greetings, Patriarch," Yang Tai suddenly shouted, and the group of people behind him also hurriedly saluted. Yang Kai's expression became strange as he quickly stepped forward and asked softly, "Third brother, what's the matter?" "Great uncle asked us to greet you here." Yang Tai also responded softly, "You are now the patriarch of the Yang family, so you should act like one." "Acting patriarch." Yang Kai nodded. "Same." Yang Tai straightened up again, smiled and said loudly, "Patriarch, please, the elders have been waiting for you for a long time." Yang Kai nodded gently, adjusted his expression, and stepped forward. Behind him, 4th Master Yang, his wife, and Old Demon followed closely. The faces of the 4th Master Yang and his wife glowed with pride. Yang Kai had become the patriarch of the Yang family, so as his parents, they were naturally proud. Old Demon, on the other hand, was constantly vigilant. He was an old demon, so he was naturally suspicious. He was quite worried that the Yang family had hurriedly summoned Yang Kai back this time for some ulterior purpose. Under the leadership of Yang Tai, Yang Kai and the others soon arrived in front of a large hall. At the front of the hall, 2 rows of people stood quietly. Roughly counting, there were at least 40 of them. These people were all Yang family elders, including Yang Zhen and the elders Yang Kai had met before. The several elders who had once ridiculed Yang Kai couldn't help but feel complicated when they saw him again. They were secretly worried that Yang Kai would cause trouble for them, but Yang Kai turned a blind eye to them and directly walked past them, as if he didn't know them at all. Those people couldn't help but sigh in relief. Yang Yinghao clasped his hands behind his back and stood in front of the hall, exuding a dignified aura, his eyes shining brightly as he stared at the approaching Yang Kai. When Yang Kai arrived, everyone saluted in unison. "Greetings, Patriarch." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Ignoring the discomfort in his heart, he walked straight through the 2 rows of elders with a solemn expression. Arriving at Yang Yinghao's side, Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Uncle, Patriarch." Yang Yinghao smiled, "Please come in." Saying so, he took the lead and led Yang Kai into the hall. The 3 Yang family grand elders beside him stepped forward and stood in front of Old Demon, the Yang family 4th master, and his wife. "Heh, what's the meaning of this?" Old Demon laughed strangely, his aura gradually becoming more dangerous. "Your Excellency, please forgive us. This is my Yang family's most important place. Besides the Patriarch, no one can enter. Your Excellency, please wait here." One of the Transcendent Realm Grand Elders said lightly. "That won't do. I have to follow the young master at all times." Old Demon slowly shook his head, an expression that said there was no room for discussion. The reason he had come here was to protect Yang Kai's safety, but now someone wanted to separate him from Yang Kai. How could Old Demon agree? "Old Demon, you stay here." Yang Kai turned around and ordered. "Young master." Yang Kai shook his head, indicating that he was fine. "Then young master must be careful." Old Demon frowned and cautioned. Yang Yinghao's expression changed slightly as he laughed dumbly. "Your Excellency is worried that we will harm the Patriarch? You may know a person for a long time without understanding their true nature." Old Demon sneered. "Old Demon, don't be presumptuous." Yang Kai coldly shouted. "Yes." Old Demon quickly responded. The 3 grand elders looked at each other for a moment before suddenly laughing and directing praising looks towards Old Demon. "Your Excellency's loyalty to the Patriarch is obvious to all of us." "May I ask your Excellency's name?" Although they all knew of the existence of the old demon, they never knew his name. Old Demon calmly replied. This old master is called Old Demon. The 3 Grand Supreme Elders understood tacitly and did not mind. One of them said, Then Brother D, please wait here. If it's quick, it'll be 2 to 3 hours. If it's long, it'll be 3 to 5 days. Then the patriarch will come out. Someone, serve tea. Someone immediately went to prepare tea to entertain Old Demon. Yang Kai followed Yang Ying Hao step by step towards the main hall, and after a while, they arrived in front of it. Looking up, Yang Kai muttered, Soul Root Temple? Yes, Soul Root Temple. Yang Ying Hao nodded gently. This is the most important temple of my Yang family and is also the foundation. Except for the patriarch, no one is qualified to enter it, even the Yang family's grand elders. If not under certain conditions, they can't enter. Yang Kai nodded gently. He had heard of the name of this temple and knew that it was an important place for the Yang family. Its degree of secrecy and preciousness was even higher than the dragon transformation pond, but he never knew what secrets were hidden inside. Great uncle, I'm just a substitute patriarch, and I don't care about any of the Yang family's affairs. It's only because the 8 great families want to unite with my house to resist the ash-gray cloud evil land that I have this title. Is it really okay to go in like this? Yang Kai frowned and asked. A substitute patriarch is still the patriarch. Yang Ying Hao smiled lightly. Don't worry, go in. Saying so, he reached out and pushed open the door of the Soul Root Temple. With a creak, the door opened and Yang Kai looked inside. To his surprise, the hall was empty. Except for the incense burner in the front, there was nothing else. Following Yang Ying Hao into the hall, Yang Kai turned his head and looked around, suddenly discovering some unusual things. In the 4 corners of the hall, there were 4 majestic and lifelike stone sculptures standing tall. An azure dragon, a white tiger, a vermilion bird, and a black tortoise. The 4 stone sculptures stood in 4 corners, and there was some vague connection between them. Yang Ying Hao led Kai Yang to the central position, curled his finger, and used his fingernail to make a small cut on his palm. With a wave of his hand, 4 drops of blood suddenly flew out and accurately entered the mouths of the 4 stone sculptures. As if there was an incredible reaction, the 4 stone sculptures suddenly lit up with spirit array lines and an inexplicable energy sprayed out from the mouths of the 4 stone sculptures and quickly gathered in midair. Yang Kai looked up and saw that in the void, a white light suddenly burst out, and as the energy from the 4 stone sculptures poured into it, the light grew brighter and brighter. What you're about to see is the treatment the Yang family patriarch has enjoyed and is also the Yang family's top secret. I asked you before why every Yang family patriarch was able to reach the above immortal ascension boundary. This secret is now right in front of you, so instead of me telling you, it's better for you to experience it for yourself. This is one of the benefits of being the Yang family patriarch. Yang Ying Hao looked at the halo in the sky and explained. Great uncle, Yang Kai hesitated. Is this appropriate? What's not appropriate? Yang Ying Hao raised his brow. Since it's a benefit, if I take it, when big brother or second brother comes here in the future, won't they lose everything? Yang Kai was a little worried that if he took the benefits, he would have to take responsibility. Yang Kai didn't want to be bound to the Yang family for the rest of his life. Yang Ying Hao stared at him blankly for a moment before laughing and shaking his head. Your appetite isn't small, you want to take it all? And if you have the ability, you don't need to worry. Take as much as you can, but I don't think you can take it all. Don't ask me too much after you go in. You will know why I said so. Listening to him say this, Yang Kai became more and more puzzled. But remember, once you enter, there will be a certain amount of danger. If you feel something is wrong, quickly withdraw. I know, Yang Kai nodded gently. At that moment, the halo in the sky suddenly stabilized, and the energy shot out from the mouths of the 4 beasts in the 4 corners of the hall no longer transmitted, everything returning to normal. When he saw the light in the sky again, Yang Kai's eyes lit up, suddenly feeling that the scene in front of him was somewhat familiar. After thinking about it carefully, he finally remembered. The ball of light in the sky now was basically the same as the one he saw in the Seal Temple. In the Seal Temple, the transcendents of the 8 great families gathered their spiritual energy, and opened up a will space that only they could enter to communicate. In that will space, they exchanged martial skills and comprehended the heavenly way and martial Tao. This way, they could use their full strength without worrying about damaging the surrounding buildings or causing unnecessary casualties. At this moment, The huge ball of light in the Soul Root Temple and the one in the Seal Temple seemed to have originated from the same source. Faintly, Yang Kai somewhat understood what secrets were hidden inside. You can go in, release your divine sense. After listening to Yang Yinghao's words, Yang Kai did not hesitate and immediately released his spiritual energy and poured it into the ball of light. Yang Yinghao turned his head and glanced at him, secretly looking forward to it. When he entered that place, he obtained a lot of benefits. After coming out, his cultivation rapidly improved without any bottlenecks, climbing to the above immortal ascension boundary step by step. Over the years of the Yang family, only Yang Kai's aptitude was the best. Yang Yinghao was also very curious and looking forward to how much benefits he could obtain from that place. Inside that will space was a collection of the precious experiences of countless generations of the Yang family. Inside that huge ball of light, Yang Kai's soul avatar gradually appeared. Just like when he accidentally broke into the will space of the 8 great masters in the Seal Temple, this world seemed to be different from reality, a purely illusory world. A strong wind blew past, the blue sky was clear, and everywhere was filled with the sound of birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers. Around him, there were groups of white dots emitting faint light, flying around Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked at these white dots curiously. Suddenly, his expression became dignified as he stared at these white dots, showing a vigilant expression. With a burst of laughter, the white dots quickly spread out and surrounded Yang Kai in a circle. Immediately, these white dots wriggled and transformed into clear soul avatars. Each of these soul avatars was extremely powerful, all of them having reached the transcendent realm. There were both men and women, but regardless of whether they were men or women, all of them had white hair. Chapter 587. The soul avatars of these white-haired old masters all looked at Yang Kai with great interest, some showing interested looks, some gloomy looks, and some even laughed strangely, exuding a dangerous aura. How many years has it been? Suddenly, a voice sounded. It's been almost 20 years since that boy named Yang Yinghao came here, right? A full 20 years. Someone replied. 20 years, in the blink of an eye. It's only been 20 years. How come someone else came in? Is Yang Yinghao dead? No, if he died, his soul avatar should have come here. Did he die outside? Heh, I already said that boy wasn't patriarch material, and sure enough, it's true. This boy isn't good either, he looks too young. How could he come in when his hair hasn't even grown out yet? The Yang family seems to be getting worse and worse with each generation, reduced to letting such a young boy be the patriarch. What kind of scandal is this? Hey, you little brat. Are you a member of our Yang family? Answer honestly, if you dare deceive us, we'll make you beg for death. Shouts came from all directions as these white-haired soul avatars expressed their opinions, as if they hadn't talked to anyone for many years. Now that they had finally caught a living soul avatar, they began to talk incessantly. Yang Kai remained silent, looking around coldly, his mind turning rapidly, gradually understanding what was going on in front of him. Not talking? Is he mute? I don't think he's a member of the Yang family. Just swallow him, heh. If he's not a member of the Yang family, he can't come here. The 4 sacred beast statues can only be opened by someone with the Yang family bloodline. This boy doesn't show any panic at all. His temperament is quite calm. When that Yang Yinghao came here, he was scared by us. Yang Yinghao, rotten mud can't support a wall. I'm afraid he's dead somewhere now. Shut up all of you. An angry roar rang out, and all the soul avatars immediately fell silent. Yang Kai looked in the direction of the voice and saw an old woman with white hair and a ruddy complexion. She held a walking stick in her hand and silently floated not far from him, staring at him with cold eyes. It was obvious that this old woman had been a beautiful woman when she was young, and an absolutely powerful one at that. Her seniority among these soul avatars should also be very high, otherwise, when she shouted, everyone else wouldn't have fallen silent. Turning around, Yang Kai faced her and cupped his fists. Yang family direct descendant, ranked 9th, Yang Kai greets all ancestors. A look of surprise flashed across the old woman's eyes. You know we are the ancestors of the Yang family? I can guess a little. Yang Kai nodded slightly. The old woman looked at him approvingly. Good, your eyesight is good. Better than Yang Yinghao's. When he first came here, I had to explain to him for a long time. What happened to Yang Yinghao? Is he dead? Great uncle is still here. He was the one who opened this place and let me in. Young Kai replied with a straight face. The old woman nodded lightly and asked, "Do you know where this place is?" Great uncle said it was the top secret of the Yang family. Young Kai grinned. "In my opinion, this should be the place where the divine senses of the Yang family's ancestors gathered after they died." Everyone's expression changed, all of them staring at Young Kai with a strange light flashing in their eyes. "You can see that?" "Yes, it must be that little bastard Yang Inghao who told him. I already said, you can bring people here, but don't say anything. Let me explain, it's rare to be able to talk to a living person, but such a good opportunity was ruined by him. I'm going to come back to life and kill that little bastard." "Third master, please calm down." "Yes, I'm afraid your bones have already turned to dust. How can you come back to life?" These people seemed to have not said a word for many years, but now that they saw Young Kai, they were all very excited. Once they had the opportunity, they would talk non-stop. The old woman glared at them fiercely, and everyone quickly shut up. "Yes, as you said, this is the place where the divine senses of the Yang family's ancestors gathered after they died. The soul avatars here were all Yang family's grand-elders before they died." The old woman paused her walking stick and said in a deep voice, "This old woman is the Yang family's second-generation grand-elder, Yang Yi." Young Kai was slightly moved. The second generation of the Yang family. Who knew how many years ago this was? The Yang families above immortal ascension boundary masters, if they perceive that their time is up, will come to the Soul Foundation Temple and escape their divine senses into the 4 sacred beast statues to preserve their life experience for the younger generation to come and absorb. It took countless years to gather to today's scale. Young Kai turned his head and looked around. He roughly counted and found that there were at least 40 to 50 soul avatars of transcendent realm masters gathered here. Such a huge number, such a huge amount of resources. If they could be completely absorbed, the benefits they could get would be huge. Only the patriarch of the Yang family can enter here and get benefits from the soul avatars of this old woman and others. With our experience, no one will have a bottleneck before they break through to the above immortal ascension boundary. Can you understand this? Young Kai nodded gently. With their insights, there should be no bottlenecks before they break through to the transcendent realm. As long as their own strength can keep up, they will continue to break through without any worries. Yang Yi said again, "Since you were sent here by Yang Inghao, it means that you are the current patriarch. We are already dead, so we should not care about what happens to the Yang family now. But this old woman still has to ask, why is a young man like you the patriarch? What qualifications do you have?" "What qualifications do I have?" Young Kai looked strange and thought for a moment. This junior is not yet 19 this year, but he is already an immortal ascension boundary 5th stage master and has 27 transcendent realm masters under his command. Is this enough qualifications? This old woman can feel your cultivation, and the strength of your spiritual energy is unheard of by this old woman and others. But what do you mean by transcendent realm? Yang Yi frowned and looked puzzled. The others also looked at Yang Kai puzzledly. Yang Kai was surprised, only now remembering that the transcendent realm was something only the top masters in his family knew about. These Yang family ancestors had probably never even heard of it before. Transcendent realm is what you call the above immortal ascension boundary. Yang Kai explained. It turns out that the world already has a name for this realm. Yang Yi nodded enviously. Her understanding of the above immortal ascension boundary was very vague. 27 above immortal ascension boundary masters? Someone exclaimed and looked at Yang Kai in disbelief, laughing. "Little brat, you have to pay a price for lying." The others also showed a funny look, thinking that Yang Kai was bragging. "Is it necessary for me to lie to the dead?" Yang Kai looked indifferent and turned his head to look around. Everyone gradually calmed down. Only then did they realize that what he said might be true. However, they still couldn't accept that there were 27 above immortal ascension boundary masters under his command. This number was a little too large. Whether what you said is true or not, if you want to get benefits from us, you have to show some ability. Yang Yi coldly snorted. "Senior, please enlighten us." The second generation of the Yang family painstakingly created the statues of the 4 divine beasts with the intention of leaving behind some experience for the younger generation. Over the years, we have also done the same. Everyone who has come here has obtained great benefits. But it has been too long. Yang Yi's expression was slightly pained. This old woman can't remember how many years my soul avatar has been trapped here. After so many years of endless silence and nothingness, no matter who it is, there will be some uneasiness and panic. Our will and original intentions have been distorted by this long-flowing time, Great Emperor. What do you mean? Yang Kai frowned and suddenly found that the auras of the soul avatars around him were a little different. One by one, they were all exuding a gloomy and terrifying aura, staring at him like a beast staring at a delicious meal. Yang Ying Hao should have told you that there is a certain danger in coming here, and this danger comes from this old woman and the others. Yang Yi said coldly, our greatest wish now is to leave this place, and you are the best carrier. You want to seize my body? Yang Kai was shocked. This is the instinct of our soul avatars after being trapped for so many years. Although we will also restrain it, you have to be careful. Yang Yi reminded him loudly, since you have come here, either you get experience from us and leave safely, or your soul avatar will be swallowed by one of us, occupying your body and living in your place. Yang Kai looked around and found that as Yang Yi said, the soul avatars of these Yang family ancestors were all looking at him expectantly, as if they wanted to devour his divine sense, but each of them was struggling to resist the instinctive impulse and restrain their desire to do it. This situation can be severe or mild. Those who have been trapped for a long time have strong desires and instincts, while those who have been trapped for a short time have mild symptoms. Over the years, there have been many soul avatars who have lost their own minds in the flowing time, Great Emperor, and have become unconscious violent energy. We have destroyed them together, and the fate of all of us in the future is the same. Then you are really sad. Yang Kai looked at them with some pity. Perceiving the meaning contained in his eyes, everyone was secretly surprised. Everyone who entered this place was either ecstatic or frightened, but no one had ever sympathized with them. Yang Kai was the first. Yang Yi's slightly ferocious face suddenly eased, and she stared at Yang Kai for a while before saying, sad or not, this is our own choice. Your evaluation is meaningless. If you don't accidentally die elsewhere in the future, your soul avatar will also enter here, leaving your own cultivation experience and insights for the younger generation of the Yang family. I won't. Yang Kai shook his head slowly, looking firm, but your sad fate will be ended by me today. Chapter 588. At the place where the spiritual energy gathered, the 40 to 50 ancestors of the Yang family all looked at Yang Kai in amazement and were silent. After a while, there was a burst of laughter, boasting shamelessly. Yang Yi also had a strange smile on her face. You mean, you want to swallow all of us? Yang Kai nodded. Ha 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 ha. Countless laughter came out, and it seemed that Yang Kai had told a very good joke, which made everyone unable to control themselves. Yang Yi nodded gently. If you really want to do this, we will be willing to be swallowed by you. After all, this is the biggest wish of our soul avatars, but it is impossible for you to do it. Then, seniors, please wait and see. Yang Kai grinned as he released the throbbing sensation that had been suppressing his soul. Since coming here, his soul avatars had involuntarily produced a strong suction force, which was the attractive force of the solitary golden eye in his knowledge sea. However, before he could figure out the mystery here, Yang Kai suppressed this suction force. Now, he released the restriction of this suction force, and a huge suction force suddenly swept the entire space. The soul avatars of the 40 to 50 Yang family ancestors were all moved, and before they could react to what was going on, they were all sucked into Yang Kai's knowledge sea. There were no clouds in the sky for thousands of miles, and the seawater under his feet was clear. A colorful treasure island stood quietly on the surface of the sea. The sudden change of the scene made the 40 to 50 soul avatars confused for a while. All of them looked around in a daze, and none of them reacted. Welcome everyone. Yang Kai's soul avatars gradually appeared, and with his hands behind his back, he greeted everyone warmly like a master returning home. This is your knowledge sea? Yang Yi exclaimed. Yes, this is disciples' knowledge sea. How did you do it? Yang Yi looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. She clearly couldn't figure out what he did, and actually sucked all the soul avatars into his knowledge sea. I didn't do it. It's because of this. Yang Kai pointed at the solitary golden eye floating above the island. Following the direction he pointed, Yang Yi and the others turned to look. They didn't know why, but everyone's heart inexplicably gave birth to a sense of uneasiness, as if the unknown object was their nemesis. What is this? Yang Yi panicked. After the endless flowing time Great Emperor passed by, she clearly could not remember what she had felt before. But now, she clearly understood what fear was. Not only her, but the other 40 to 50 soul avatars were also the same. Their hands and feet trembled involuntarily, and their expressions became ferocious. They stared at the solitary golden eye like a dormant beast, extremely dangerous. I don't know what it is, but it can cut off the painful shackles that have bound you for countless flowing time, Great Emperor. Yang Kai gently took a breath, looked at Yang Yi and the others and said, I don't know what kind of mood you are in before you die, but since the endless flowing time Great Emperor has distorted your will, then today let's end it here. As he spoke, the closed solitary golden eye slowly opened. Yang Kai didn't talk nonsense, and was ready to start directly. The majestic golden pupil made everyone unable to help but feel a sense of fear. Brush. A golden light shot out from the solitary golden eye, and a soul avatar standing in the same place didn't even have time to react, and was hit by the golden light. There was a crackling sound, and the consciousness and thoughts contained in the soul avatar were instantly purified, leaving only a large mass of pure energy. Xiao xiao xiao. Golden light shot out one after another, and one soul avatar after another was purified. In the face of the supreme majesty of the golden light, these soul avatars didn't even have the strength to resist. Yang Yi's eyes were filled with fear in an instant. She finally understood why Yang Kai had so much confidence to say that he would swallow all of them. This strange golden light could purify their thoughts and consciousness, and the remaining pure energy could be absorbed by anyone. I don't want to be destroyed. Suddenly, there was a roar, and it was unknown which generation of the Yang family's ancestors saw so many soul avatars being destroyed, and the suppressed energy finally broke out. He roared like a ghost, and rushed towards Yang Kai, wanting to restrain Yang Kai and gain a glimmer of hope. Yang Kai looked at him indifferently, and his eyes were slightly complicated, both pity and regret. Pity was that their soul avatars had been imprisoned for so many years, and had suffered countless torments from the flowing time Great Emperor. Pity was that their wishes and original intentions were good, but with the passage of the flowing time Great Emperor, their natures were gradually changed. Stop! Yang Yi suddenly shouted. Hearing her shout, the soul avatar who wanted to attack Yang Kai suddenly stopped, and a pair of eyes were struggling with thousands of emotions. He stared at Yang Kai, and although he was close, he couldn't do anything. Do you want to destroy the pride of the Yang family's ancestors for so many years? Yang Yi said lightly. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, and the man's eyes restored a moment of clarity. With a long roar, he abandoned Yang Kai and turned to rush towards the open solitary golden eye. The golden light shot down and purified him. The next moment, the remaining soul avatars rushed up together, and each of them had a complex expression, both happy and frightened. Xiao xiao xiao. Yang Kai looked on coldly, and did not stop them, nor did he take any action, and let them rush to the solitary golden eye like moths to a flame. Soon, only Yang Yi was left in the entire sea of consciousness, and all the other soul avatars had been completely purified. Yang Yi took a breath gently, and looked at Yang Kai with relief, and said in a deep voice, I want to say thank you to you on behalf of them. Yang Kai's eyes flashed, and he whispered, You're welcome. This generation of the Yang family has a patriarch like you. It must be a big deal. Yang Yi showed a smile, and her old face slowly changed. After a while, she turned into a beautiful woman. She had a head of beautiful hair that gently fluttered in the wind, a pair of supple eyebrows, a pair of charming starry eyes, a straight nose, slightly red cheeks, a pair of sharp cherry lips, snow-white cheeks, and jade-like skin that was as soft as snow. Her figure was absolutely beautiful, to the point that it was suffocating. Yang Kai was slightly lost. This is what I looked like when I was young. At the last moment, I hope to die in this posture. Yang Yi pursed her lips and smiled. Suddenly she snapped, Junior boy, if you dare to reveal this matter, I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. I dare not. Yang Kai had a strange expression. Yang Yi nodded gently, and her body flickered, turning into a streamer, and rushed up. The solitary golden eye once again shot out a beam of golden light and hit her body. A piercing sound came out, and Yang Yi's thoughts and consciousness were quickly annihilated. At the last moment, Yang Kai seemed to see a look of serenity appear on her face. The solitary golden eye slowly closed, and the sea breeze blew. Above the entire sea of consciousness, there were 40 to 50 pure energy clusters floating. Yang Kai waved his hand and gathered all of this energy into one place. The ancestors of the Yang family painstakingly escaped their soul avatars into the statues of the 4 sacred beasts before they died, hoping to give some help to the younger generation. However, no matter how good the wish was, no matter how thorough the arrangement was, it was still eroded by the flowing time Great Emperor. Xueqi said that in this endless flowing time Great Emperor, there have been many soul avatars who could not stand the torture of time and became unconscious, leaving behind brutal energy that was destroyed by them. In this case, I am afraid that this is the final ending for each of them. The Yang family's move was to help the living, but to blaspheme the dead. Not knowing whether it was right or wrong, Yang Kai did not want to comment, nor was he willing to comment. After a long time, Yang Kai came to the pure energy cluster, sat down cross-legged, and began to absorb. Gradually, he found a problem. The increase in strength that this energy could bring to him was too little. So little that it was almost negligible. The ruthless and endless flowing time Great Emperor made the spiritual energy of the ancestors of the Yang family constantly deplete. Now, how much energy was left in their soul avatars? It was probably less than 1,000th of their peak. This kind of energy naturally could not bring about a rise in power to Yang Kai. However, the insights and understandings of the heavenly way and martial Tao that belonged to the Yang family ancestors that were hidden in this mysterious power had been completely preserved. Just these insights alone were enough to benefit Yang Kai greatly. Indeed, as Xueqi said, after absorbing these, anyone would not have a bottleneck before breaking through to the transcendent realm. With the rise of the immortal ascension boundary, Yang Kai found that it was quite difficult to break through each layer. It was not that his strength could not keep up, but that his understanding of the immortal ascension boundary was too little. Now that he had absorbed the insights of these Yang Kai ancestors, this was no longer a problem. Coupled with the spiritual energy of several transcendents and their insights, Yang Kai estimated that he would not have any bottlenecks for a long time in the future. Perhaps, all the way until he broke through to the third-order transcendent realm. Yang Kai was ecstatic. This surprise diluted the faint sadness in his heart, so naturally, he spared no effort to absorb it. 2 days later, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and felt a little. His realm had not changed much, still at the immortal ascension boundary 5th stage, but his understanding of the immortal ascension boundary had reached a level that no one could reach. These were all treasures left behind by the Yang family ancestors. Not only did Yang Kai have an unparalleled understanding of the immortal ascension boundary, but he also had a strong understanding of the transcendent realm. He was still standing in the middle of the Soul Foundation Temple, and there was a life aura behind him that belonged to Yang Hao. However, at this moment, Yang Kai felt that his uncle's aura was a little strange, as if his heart was extremely unsettled. Stretching his body a bit, Kai Yang turned around and called out, "Uncle, did you succeed?" Yang Hao asked nervously. Entering the Soul Foundation Temple was also a test for the patriarch of the Yang family. If he could not get benefits from the Soul Foundation Temple, then he was not suitable to continue to be the patriarch. Seeing that Yang Kai had finally recovered, Yang Hao naturally asked quickly, Chapter 589. In fact, Yang Hao also felt that Yang Kai should have succeeded, but he couldn't understand what happened in the past 2 days. Sure enough, Yang Kai nodded gently. Yang Hao hesitated for a while before asking, "How many did you absorb?" "All of them." "All of them?" Yang Hao's eyes almost popped out as he looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. "How did you withstand it?" Yang Hao was dumbfounded. He had entered that space himself and knew what opportunities there were inside, but he also knew what dangers he would encounter there. When he entered that space with his immortal ascension boundary 7th stage cultivation, he only managed to absorb the soul avatars of 2 Yang family ancestors. Even so, it took him a full 2 to 3 years to get rid of the thoughts and consciousnesses of the 2 soul avatars. After all, when he obtained their comprehension of the heavenly Tao and martial Tao, he would also inherit the torment they had suffered for countless years. It was as if he had personally experienced it, and the pain was unbearable. This sort of thing had to be removed, otherwise, it would affect his life of peace. If there was one more, Yang Hao estimated that he wouldn't be able to bear it, and at that time, even if he didn't die, he would become a cripple. But now, Yang Kai told him that he had absorbed all the soul avatars of the Yang family ancestors. Yang Hao couldn't believe it, but he had to believe it. Because the 4 sacred beast statues had all cracked, the space where the consciousnesses gathered no longer existed. Such a situation meant that the space where the soul avatars of Yang Kai's ancestors gathered had disappeared, which also meant that those soul avatars had been absorbed by someone else. From now on, the Soul Foundation Temple would no longer be able to play its previous role, unless the 4 sacred beast statues could be repaired and Yang Kai's soul avatars escaped into it before they died. Yang Yinghao's expression was complex as he stared at Yang Kai, his eyes filled with respect. This kind of demeanor was not something an elder should have when looking at a junior, but Yang Yinghao couldn't help showing it. He knew that at this moment, he might be standing a little higher than Yang Kai, but with the passage of time, Yang Kai would definitely climb to a height that he could never hope to reach. At that time, he would be standing on the clouds, overlooking all living things. I'm sorry for destroying the Yang family's foundation. I will compensate you later, Yang Kai frowned, also aware of the destruction of the 4 sacred beast statues. No need. This place was originally prepared for the head of the Yang family. Yang Yinghao shook his head and respectfully said, Patriarch, the succession ceremony for the 7 great families has been prepared. It will be held at the Yang family's heaven altar. We are only waiting for you to begin. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, thinking that his current status and identity were indeed somewhat different in the eyes of those people. Such a big matter had actually been waiting for him. He grinned and said, if that's the case, then let's hurry over. We can't let them wait for too long. Yang Yinghao nodded slightly and led the way. Arriving outside the Soul Root Temple, Yang Kai found that the elders and the Yang family 4th master were no longer there. Only Old Demon was still there, waiting. Seeing Yang Kai walk out safely, the Old Demon grinned meaningfully. Yang family's heaven altar. Nearly 2 years ago, the Yang family's inheritance war began here. The 8 brothers of the Yang family gathered here to listen to Patriarch Yang Yinghao's impassioned speech, riding cloud-treading colts to War City in high spirits. Nearly 2 years later, the succession ceremony for the 7 great families was also held here. When Yang Kai arrived, all the preparations had been made, and with a loud shout, the patriarch of the Yang family has arrived. Everyone stood up and respectfully greeted him. Yang Kai's expression remained calm as he quickly walked up to the heaven altar, looked around, and declared, Junior is still young, so although I am temporarily acting as the Yang family patriarch, I am not familiar with the etiquette and procedures of this succession ceremony. Today's matter will be handled by Great Uncle. It was impossible for him to preside over the succession ceremony. Although he wouldn't make a fool of himself, this was still a major event for the 7 great families. If he made a mistake in the procedures, it would be too hasty. Yang Yinghao nodded lightly and his figure flickered as he flew up to the heaven altar. While Yang Yinghao was speaking, Yang Kai quietly retreated and approached Xueqi and the others. How do you feel? Yang Kai glanced at the 7 young people and smiled. Terrible, Xueqi curled his lips. When I think about this young master becoming the patriarch of the Hua family, I feel like dying. You really aren't suitable. Yang Kai laughed. Yang Kai, thank you. Xueqi suddenly said. Thank me for what? Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at Herge. Don't play dumb. You and I both know that the reason you so generously accepted all the great forces that came to join you was to create pressure on the 8 great families and force them to abdicate. Xueqi's face bloomed with a wise smile. Others think you're just using this opportunity to gather strength, but I know your purpose is to maintain the current situation. Yang Kai was stunned but didn't deny it, nodding, that's part of the reason. I've always wanted to inherit the Cho family, and now that my wish has been fulfilled, naturally I want to thank you. Xueqi's face showed a trace of emotion. Tell me, what do you want as a thank you gift? If you want it, I can do it. Xueqi and the others trembled as they stared at Xueqi strangely. Meng Shanyi coughed violently and after a long time, his face pale as he gasped for breath. Xueqi, you are now the patriarch of the Cho family. It's not good to say such things in public. It will affect the reputation of the Cho family. Brother Meng, haven't you recovered from your injuries? Yang Kai glanced at him, grateful that he had changed the subject. Meng Shanyi smiled bitterly. I'm afraid I won't be able to recover in this lifetime. Meng Shanyi had been poisoned by the Ghost King and Poison King's ghost qi, and although he had managed to escape with his life, he had been bedridden for the past 6 months. If it weren't for the inauguration ceremony being held today, he wouldn't have come out. Yang Kai frowned and thought for a moment before leaning over and whispering, Open your mouth. Meng Shanyi was surprised. In the next moment, he felt something being flicked into his mouth by Yang Kai, and he swallowed it involuntarily. A warm current spread through his abdomen, giving him a trace of strength, and even his pale face became a little rosy. Meng Shanyi's mind quickly flashed a few speculations and his face filled with joy as he cupped his fists and said, "Many thanks, Brother Yang." Yang Kai smiled and shook his head, no longer saying anything. At this moment, Yang Yinghao finished his speech and shouted, "The inauguration ceremony begins now." Gongs, drums and pipes rang out, creating a lively atmosphere. Yang Kai's mouth curled into a strange smile as he turned his head to look towards the northern sky. Amidst the sounds of gongs and drums, several silhouettes rapidly shot over from the north. A palpitating panic suddenly spread in everyone's hearts. Sure enough, they've come. Xueqi stood up and stood beside Yang Kai, staring into the distance. They have no choice but to come. Yang Kai coldly snorted. The sounds of gongs, drums and pipes continued, but the elite masters of the 8 great families were all secretly gathering their strength and moving quickly, their faces filled with excitement and eagerness. Although they were aware of the abnormality here, the figures from the north were not afraid and still approached like lightning. Although Yang Kai had been staying in the Soul Root Temple for the past 2 days, this situation had long been anticipated by him. The inauguration ceremony of the 7 great families was just a pretense. The real ceremony of inheriting the patriarchs had been secretly held by the 7 great families last night. In other words, Xueqi and the others were now the rightful patriarchs of the 7 great families. The young people becoming the patriarchs of the 7 great families represented the official establishment of an alliance with Yang Kai. If the ash-gray cloud evil land did not act now, after today's inauguration ceremony was over, they would be attacked by Yang Kai and the entire central capital's elite forces. The one who struck first had the advantage. Everyone knew this truth. Even if Yang Bai knew this was a trap, he had no choice but to fall into it. Not long after, the figures of the 6 great evil kings appeared in front of everyone's eyes. They stood in a hexagonal formation, quietly suspended mid-air, each of them emitting a strange aura. Bursts of strange laughter came from the mouths of the Ghost King and Poison King, making everyone's blood boil. The 6 great evil kings. Yang Yinghao and the others stared at the 6 great evil kings with burning eyes, each of them revealing an incomparable hatred. Among them, Yi Ran and Kong Rui stared at the 2 people held in the hands of the profound Yin Ghost King. They were Yi Xianro and Kong Zhan, who had been captured half a year ago. At this moment, the 2 of them looked sluggish, their clothes in tatters, their appearance haggard, their yuan qi seemingly completely drained away, reducing them to the level of ordinary people. It was obvious that over the past 6 months, they had suffered some inhumane torture at the hands of the ash-gray cloud evil land. Perceiving the gazes of these 2 people, the Ghost King laughed sinisterly. The succession ceremony of the 7 great families is a grand occasion for the world. The Lord ordered us to come and congratulate you, so we offer a trifling amount of money as a token of our respect. Please accept it. Saying so, he reached out and threw Yi Xianro and Kong Zhan down. Yi Ran and Kong Rui roared and rushed up, preparing to catch Yi Xianro and Kong Zhan. Don't! Yang Yinghao shouted. The Ghost King's actions were mysterious, so it was impossible for him to return Yi Xianro and Kong Zhan without any reason. These 2 must have been tampered with. However, to everyone's surprise, after Yi Xianro and Kong Zhan were picked up by Yi Ran and Kong Rui respectively, nothing special happened. The 2 young men's faces were dull, as if they had lost their souls, their eyes dull and lifeless. Although they were still breathing, they were no different from walking corpses. Yi Ran and Kong Rui carefully examined their situation and found nothing unusual, but they still didn't dare relax and handed them over to their family members, quickly ordering, "Take them away and imprison them." After arranging this, the 2 men raised their heads and stared at the 6 great evil kings. Old Patriarch Yi and Old Patriarch Kong really are vigilant people, the Ghost King laughed sarcastically. Enough nonsense, since you dared show yourself here today, I'll make sure you die without a burial. Yi Ren roared. A figure suddenly appeared in front of the 6 great evil kings, interrupting Yi Ren's words. After seeing this figure's appearance, everyone paled. Evil Lord Yang Bai. Chapter 590. No one knew how he had appeared or whether he had been here all this time. It wasn't until he appeared that everyone saw him. 2 old patriarchs are too serious. We did not come here today to start a war with you. Yang Sun looked around at the crowd indifferently. You don't want to start a war? Yang Yinghao coldly snorted. Then why did the Demon Lord and 6 evil kings come here today? Yongbai replied indifferently. We came here to seek peace. Seek peace? Everyone's expression became strange, none of them having expected Yongbai to say such a thing. Yongbai no longer paid attention to these people and instead focused his attention on Yong Kai. His expression becoming dignified as he said, Martial nephew, it's been a long time. Martial uncle, I trust you've been well since we last met. Yong Kai grinned. Yongbai nodded lightly. Martial uncle has underestimated you. I didn't expect you to become my biggest enemy. Being able to accomplish this much, Martial nephew really isn't simple. Martial uncle's praise is too high. Heroes are made of time. Martial nephew must thank Martial uncle for giving me this opportunity to display my abilities. We're family, there's no need to be polite. Yongbai's face was gloomy, and he looked somewhat unhappy. Although his means were heaven-defying, he really had misjudged this young man. He hadn't expected that a young man like Yong Kai would actually be able to stir up such a big storm, even forcing him to take the initiative to appear today. Martial nephew, Martial uncle came here today because he really wanted to make peace with you. Yongbai said sincerely, although the strength you've gathered now probably exceeds that of my holy land, if a fight really broke out, how many people do you think will be able to survive? Why don't we all stop here? Good, Yong Kai nodded firmly. Since Martial uncle has such intentions, how could Martial nephew disobey? I don't want to be enemies with a master like you. Martial nephew really is easy to talk to, Yongbai chuckled. Yong Kai's expression suddenly changed as he coldly said, But before we begin, can Martial uncle offer me his head? My father and Grandmaster are both very concerned about Martial uncle. Impudence! The tyrannical Force King roared, You little brat. Before he could finish speaking though, he was interrupted by Yongbai raising his hand. Yongbai slowly shook his head and said, Martial nephew seems determined to be my enemy. He had a pained expression on his face, as if he regretted Yong Kai's decision. Martial nephew, your decision will affect the life and death of countless people. Countless people will be separated from their families. I hope you will consider it carefully. Yongbai made a final effort. Ask the 8 great families. Ask the central capital if they are willing to make peace with you. Yong Kai coldly shouted. Yongbai sighed softly. Since that's the case, there's no need to say more. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's aura began to fluctuate. Yong Kai stared deeply at Yongbai for a moment before suddenly roaring, Begin! The masters from the 8 great families all rushed forward. The cultivator from Yong Kai's mansion who had been hiding nearby also emerged from the crowd. The 13 blood warriors, Lu Si, Li Yuan-chun, Ling Tai-su, as well as the 10 transcendents who had joined in later, all released their Yuan-chi and charged towards the 6 great evil kings. A strange cackle rang out as the Poison King's figure flickered and a large green poisonous mist descended from the sky, enveloping the group below. From the Ghost King's body, a series of resentful souls continuously shot out, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves, stirring up the entire central capital. The Lightning Flash Shadow King transformed into a bolt of lightning. His figure so fast that it was almost impossible for anyone to follow him. Only a single shadow was able to follow him closely. Naturally, it was Ying Jiu. After breaking through to the transcendent realm, Ying Jiu's speed was still inferior to the Lightning Flash Shadow King's, but he was still able to slightly restrain him. The tyrannical Force King let out a heaven-shaking roar as he sent out a ferocious punch. Although it was a simple punch, the force behind it smashed the Yang family's heaven sacrificial altar to dust and the ground several dozen meters around it instantly caved in. The Thunderbolt Beast King let out a roar as countless 5th Order and 6th Order monster beasts quickly approached from the distance, led by the 7th Order monster beast Spider Mother. The masters from the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land were either flying through the air or riding on monster beasts, all of them rushing over with great momentum. 5 of the 6 great evil kings did not hesitate to attack. Only Shan Qing Luo wore a hesitant and complicated expression as she quietly retreated some distance and casually released her Yuan Qi, sending out waves of bewitching energy. She didn't want to fight, but with Yongbai here, she had to act. Traitorous disciple, today is the day you die. Ling Tai-su's target was Demon Lord Yongbai, joining forces with some of the 8 great families' transcendent realm masters to attack him. Honored master. Yongbai looked at him with pity but did not confront them head-on. Instead, his figure flickered, transformed into a blue streak, and disappeared. No one knew where he had gone. An unprecedented battle broke out in an instant. The central capital 8 great families, the masters from Yong Kai's mansion, and the invaders from the ash-gray cloud evil land poured almost all of their forces into this battle. With the Yang family as the center, a variety of brilliant martial skills and artifacts bloomed, causing the world energy aura to become chaotic. Although the new patriarchs of the 7 great families also wanted to participate in this battle, they were closely guarded by the masters of their respective families. Before the situation was clear, the 7 great families would not allow them to rush out. Only Yang Kai led the old demon through the battlefield. Inside his knowledge sea, the solitary golden eye continued to emit a huge attractive force. Once an immortal ascension boundary master died, as long as they were within 20 meters of Yang Kai, he would be able to absorb their spiritual energy into his knowledge sea. Yang Kai didn't go looking for trouble with the Transcendent Realm Masters. His goal was only the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Even without the old demon taking action, even a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master wouldn't be Yang Kai's opponent. The Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land only had a dozen or so Transcendents left. Such a small number, in front of the joint forces of the 8 great families and Yang Kai's mansion, was simply not enough. Yang Yinghao was right. As long as Yang Kai's mansion joined forces with the 8 great families, it wouldn't be difficult to expel the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. The battle began at noon and lasted until the early hours of the next day. Both sides suffered countless casualties. Although the 8 great families and Yang Kai's mansion also suffered losses, the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land's Yuan Qi suffered heavy losses. It was likely that after this battle, the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land would not be able to recover. Seeing hope, the 8 great families and Yang Kai's mansion cultivator fought bravely while the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land's cultivator and monster beast were forced to retreat. Shan Qing Luo, who was dealing with several masters from the 8 great families, suddenly felt a strange aura approach, and before she could react, Yang Pa suddenly appeared in front of her. "Qing Luo, come with me," Yang Pa faintly commanded, not allowing any explanation as he sent out a palm strike towards the masters who were besieging Shan Qing Luo. With a third-order transcendent master taking action, the masters from the 8 great families didn't even have the ability to resist, all of them coughing up blood as they were sent flying like paper kites. Shan Qing Luo's expression was filled with shock as she gently nodded her head and followed Yang Pa up into the sky. Yang Bai waved his hand and isolated himself from Shan Qing Luo's aura, only coldly watching the battle below, seemingly having no intention of intervening. "Master, what is your purpose?" Shan Qing Luo stared at Yang Bai and waited for a long time, but seeing that he had no intention of speaking, she took the initiative to ask. "My purpose?" Yang Bai glanced over at her. "The Holy Land's disciples have suffered heavy casualties. Ghost King and the others are gradually unable to hold on. Why don't you take action to rescue them?" "Why should I rescue them?" Yang Bai smiled lightly. "What does their life or death have to do with me?" Sure enough, the Holy Land is just a chess piece to master. Shan Qing Luo's beautiful eyes flashed a complex emotion. "You've never cared about the survival of the Holy Land. It's ridiculous that Ghost King and the others always thought that under your leadership, the Holy Land would eventually destroy the 8 great families and replace them as the world's top existences. That's their wishful thinking. I never told them that." Yang Bai nodded without hesitation. "If that's the case, why did Master call me up here?" Shan Qing Luo's chest heaved up and down as she asked with some dissatisfaction. "Because I need a woman to stand behind me." Yang Bai glanced at her with interest, his eyes clear and without the slightest trace of lust. Shan Qing Luo smiled and said, "I never thought Master would be interested in women." "I'm a man, and a man needs a woman," Yang Bai said. "But the only woman in this world who is worthy of me is you. You can rest assured, I won't do anything to you. I just need you to accompany me and witness everything. A single person is always lonely." "Witness? Witness what?" Shan Qing Luo asked curiously. "Soon. You'll know in a while." Yang Bai smiled mysteriously, Shan Qing Luo clearly seeing some excitement flash across his eyes. This kind of excitement was something he had never shown before, as if something exciting was about to happen. "Qing Luo, your relationship with my martial nephew seems to be quite deep," Yang Bai said, seemingly intentionally or unintentionally. Shan Qing Luo's heart clenched, but she quickly calmed down and quickly said, "Because of this relationship, I am already his woman." Yang Bai was surprised, but he didn't care, nodding. "Then from today onwards, forget about him. Although he is strong, by following me, you will realize that this world is not as simple as you think. You will see many things and scenes you have never imagined." Shan Qing Luo stared at him blankly, not quite understanding what he meant. "What about Master?" A violent voice suddenly called out. It was the tyrannical Force King, who was being besieged by Yang Kai's forces. Although his methods were powerful and his strength reached the heavens, it was still difficult for 2 fists to resist 4 hands. Being attacked by so many masters from Yang Kai's forces, he was still somewhat overwhelmed. Seeing the Holy Land's people die one after another, but still not seeing Yang Bai make a move, the tyrannical Force King suddenly hesitated. The ash-gray cloud evil land daring to attack the central capital was mainly relying on Yang Bai. Otherwise, why would these evil kings run here to seek their own deaths? I'm afraid Master won't care about us. The Ghost King's expression was ferocious as a massive black cloud wrapped around him. That black cloud transformed into the shape of a human face, vivid and lifelike. It opened its bloody mouth and flew out, swallowing a large number of martial artists. Chapter 591. On the other side, Annihilating Poison King was displaying his poison secret art to its fullest, but under the siege of so many masters, he seemed to be a little powerless, panting heavily for breath as he laughed loudly. Yes, Master won't care about us, otherwise why wouldn't he help us? I'm afraid he has already fled. Bullshit. The Force King roared hysterically. How could Master flee? He must be preparing some kind of killing move to destroy the central capital in one fell swoop. Idiot! The Poison King and Ghost King both snorted disdainfully. Those who could sit in the position of Evil King were not simple characters. Naturally, their schemes and shrewdness were incomparable. Only this tyrannical Force King, in addition to his brute strength, was a simple-minded person with no schemes to speak of. Even now, he still firmly believed that Demon Lord Yang Bai was planning to destroy the central capital in one fell swoop. Not only did the Evil Kings not know where Yang Bai was hiding at this moment, but even the 8 great families had no idea. Many people were searching for Yang Bai's figure, but no one could find him. The barrier set up by a third-order transcendent master was impossible to break. This led many people to believe that Yang Bai had really fled after seeing the situation turn bad. However, Yang Kai had a very bad feeling about this, as if something big was about to happen. Not bothering to absorb the spiritual energy of the immortal Ascension Boundary Masters who had died, Yang Kai quickly searched for the old patriarchs of the 8 great families. After the great battle, these old patriarchs had all been meditating, preparing to deal with the next round of fierce battles and completely annihilate the ash-gray cloud evil land. When Yang Kai arrived, they were almost done with their preparations. Great Uncle. Yang Kai walked over to Yang Yinghao and asked with a dignified expression, "Do you know why Yang Bai decided to invade the central capital? What is his purpose?" Yang Yinghao heard this and quickly asked, "What do you mean?" Yang Kai took a deep breath and explained, "It seems that because the last time the 8 great families besieged the ash-gray cloud evil land, Yang Bai and the 6 great evil kings are holding a grudge, so this time they are retaliating. After all, after so many years, the 8 great families in the ash-gray cloud evil land were like fire and water, and the hatred between them had reached an irreconcilable level. However, I don't think Yang Bai will rashly attack the central capital for this reason. He should know that even if he succeeds, the price he will have to pay will not be small. If it isn't because he is too bored, then the 8 great families must have something he wants." Hearing him say this, the old fogies all fell into contemplation. After exchanging glances with each other, Yi Kuangren said, "The only things that can be targeted by him are probably the secrets of your young family. And, although the heritage of our 8 great families is quite good, there's nothing that could interest a character like Yang Bai." Yang Kai frowned. He knew they were talking about the secrets of the Hall of God's roots. If Yang Bai had set his sights on the Soul Foundation Temple, that could barely be explained. But soon, Yang Kai shook his head. No, if he was after the secrets of the Yang family, he wouldn't have invaded from the north, but from the south. The combat strength displayed by the ash-gray cloud evil land in the early stages could be said to be irresistible. No matter which side they attacked from, the families there were unable to resist. If Yang Bai had set his sights on the Yang family's Soul Foundation Temple, he definitely wouldn't have invaded from the north. What's more, the secrets of the Soul Foundation Temple were only known to the Yang family's patriarch and the Transcendent Realm Master who was about to die. So where did Yang Bai obtain this information? Think about it carefully. Is there something in each of your families that he has set his sights on? Yang Kai swept his eyes over the 8 old men. The 8 old men all wore dignified expressions, But after thinking about it carefully, they still couldn't figure it out. The situation had developed to this point, so if there really was something in each of their families that Yongbai had set his sights on, they wouldn't hide it anymore. Yongkai observed them carefully and couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Could it be that his guess was wrong? What was Yongbai's purpose for invading the central capital this time? At that moment, Yongbai's aura, which had been unreachable for so long, suddenly appeared out of thin air. Everyone's expression became solemn as they looked up and saw Yongbai floating quietly mid-air, coldly overlooking the central capital, a burst of thunderous laughter erupting from his mouth. Everyone involuntarily stopped what they were doing and turned towards the source of this voice. The time has come. Suddenly, Yongbai's smile faded and he said softly. Yongkai's heart clenched as a trace of uneasiness filled his heart. He didn't know when Yongbai had said the time had come, but since he dared to appear, he must have achieved his goal. 8 great families. Ridiculous, they're nothing more than ant-like existences, yet they dare to call themselves such. Martial nephew, although you're not bad, your vision isn't far-sighted enough. Today, allow Martial uncle to show you what it means to say that there is always a heaven beyond a heaven. This world is not what you see. There are many things you don't understand. However, no matter what, Martial uncle must thank you. If not for your sudden appearance, today's battle would not have resulted in so many deaths. If not, Martial uncle would have had a headache. Yongbai's expression was calm as he floated mid-air, speaking with confidence and assurance, as if he didn't place anyone in this world in his eyes. Yongkai's expression changed as he stared at Yongbai Ran in surprise. From what he had just said, Yongkai understood something quite strange. Did Yongbai know something about Xueqi? Not waiting for Yongkai to think about it, Yongbai suddenly shouted, "Evil kings, protectors!" Tyrannical heavenly force Wang Chaoyang rushed over without hesitation. The Poison King, Ghost King, Shadow King, and Beast King all looked hesitant, not knowing whether they should act or not. Yongbai glanced over at them faintly and chuckled. "What's wrong? Do you want to disobey my orders?" The Poison King smiled grimly and said, "Master, I just want to ask, since yesterday's battle began, why haven't I seen you take action? The Holy Land's casualties aren't light." "Because I want them to die. If they don't die, how can I achieve my goal?" Yongbai replied casually. The Poison King nodded, suddenly cupping his fists and saying, "Master, take care of yourself, I won't be playing with you any longer." They had followed Yongbai to attack the central capital in order to replace it, but now seeing that there was no hope in Yongbai acting so ruthlessly, how could these evil kings be willing to remain? They were selfish, insidious, and deceitful people. Loyalty, honor, and disgrace had nothing to do with them. Saying so, the Poison King, Ghost King, Shadow King, and Beast King turned to leave. Yongbai didn't care about the deaths of his subordinates, so they naturally didn't care either. As long as they could survive, nothing else mattered. Yongbai sneered. "None of you can leave. Protectors." As soon as these words fell, the 4 evil kings who were preparing to leave suddenly paused, their expressions filled with pain, as if they were resisting something. A moment later, their expressions gradually eased and they flew over to Yongbai's side, surrounding him in a tight circle to protect him. The masters from the 8 great families all paled. Although they didn't know what had happened to the 4 evil kings, anyone could see that Yongbai was using some kind of overbearing method to control them. Yongbai finally took action, waving his hand and releasing a mysterious energy wave that covered the entire central capital. "Stop him!" Yongkai shouted. No matter what Yongbai's purpose was, he had to be stopped. With this order, all the Transcendents who were still capable of fighting rushed out, their target being Yongbai and the 6 great evil kings. "Too late." Yongbai laughed. "Now that I've shown myself, there's nothing you can do." As he spoke, the blood from the corpses of the central capital's dead corpses and the blood on the ground all began to flow and seep into the ground. A series of obscure energy waves began shuttling through the ground, searching for something. Suddenly, Yongbai's expression lit up and he turned his eyes to a certain spot, waving his hand. The blood that had seeped into the ground all rushed towards that spot. A shocking bloody aura filled the air. Old Demon, who was following beside Yongkai, wore a dignified expression and quickly said, "Young master, this should be some kind of blood sacrifice." Old Demon also knew how to perform a blood sacrifice, so naturally he was able to see some clues, but his method was somewhat different from Yongbai's. The only similarity was that they both needed blood and people to die. The number of people who had died in the ash-gray cloud evil land and the central capital these past few days was incalculable, so the amount of blood that had flowed out was like a river. Yongbai now using this blood as a blood sacrifice could only be described as a grand gesture. Compared to this, old demon's demon spectre saint technique was simply incomparable. Suddenly, a violent sound came from the depths of the earth and the entire central capital began to shake. Everyone's expression became aghast. Yang Yinghao suddenly seemed to think of something and exclaimed, "Damn! Could it be that Yongbai is eyeing something underground?" "What's underground?" Yang Kai hurriedly asked. Yang Yinghao nodded. "This is only something recorded in the ancient books of the 8 great families. No one has ever confirmed it. It is said that there is a huge earth vein underneath the central capital, and it is because of this earth vein that our 8 great families have been able to take root here for so long. Not only does the Yang family have such a record, the other 7 families should also have such records." Qiu Shoucheng thought about it for a moment before nodding. This old master has read about it in the ancient books of the family. However, it is said that a generation of people once tried to find this earth vein, but after countless years, they finally failed. Could it be that it really exists and we haven't found it yet? Meng Shiping's expression became ugly. The 8 great families had been stationed in the central capital for countless years, and although there were records of earth veins, they had never been able to find one. However, Demon Lord Yongbai had now accurately found it, making Meng Shiping feel somewhat ashamed. "Earth vein?" Yang Kai muttered. Yang Kai had seen earth veins before and had even absorbed the energy contained within them. In the past, in the outer sea hidden island, there was an almost dried-up earth vein. He absorbed all the remaining energy, and his strength increased tremendously. Underneath the central capital, there was a huge intact earth vein. If one could find it, they would obtain incredible benefits. His purpose is most likely this. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Yongbai was a 3rd-order transcendent and had already reached his limit. If he wanted to improve his strength further, he would need to rely on external forces, and the huge amount of energy contained within this earth vein was his best choice. Although this was only a guess, it should be close. Chapter 592. The entire central capital city shook violently as large swathes of buildings collapsed and dust filled the air, making it seem like the end of the world had arrived. Even those who weren't clear about the situation realized that this place was no longer safe. The masters from the 8 great families and Yang Kai mansion all erupted with their full strength, fiercely attacking Yongbai in an attempt to interfere with his actions. However, the 6 great evil kings were closely guarding him, so unless they could break through their defenses, they couldn't cause any harm to Yongbai. Of the 6 great evil kings, with the exception of Shanqing Luo, the remaining 5 were all 2nd-order transcendents. Among them, Shadow King and Force King Yi Ran had both reached the peak of the 2nd order, so regardless of their own safety, they had desperately tried to protect Yongbai, creating an impregnable defense. Shanqing Luo's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light. Suddenly, the mysterious grade Qing Luo fan appeared in her delicate hand and poured her yuan qi into it, causing it to glow with a brilliant light. The lifelike portraits of the beauties on the Qing Luo fan flew out one by one, as if they had been given life, each of them displaying an extremely dissolute and flirtatious expression, their clothes half undone, revealing large tracts of seductive skin. A series of whispers resounded throughout the heavens and earth, seemingly capable of awakening the deepest desires in everyone's hearts and turning them into beasts. This mysterious grade artifact had been passed down from generation to generation by the beguiling Demon Queen, and when combined with the beguiling Demon Queen's boundless beguiling technique, few could resist. Even a transcendent realm master would fall into a daze for a brief moment, unable to extricate themselves from such a state. At this moment, Shanqing Luo displayed the power of her Qing Luo fan, targeting the 5 great evil kings and Yongbai. The Force King, whose mind was the purest, instantly had his eyes turn red and his breathing become heavy, his lower body bulging like a tent. The other 4 great evil kings all frowned, obviously also affected. Cheap slut. The Herculean king suddenly regained his senses. It was precisely because of his simple-minded mind that he was quick to fall for the trick. He was also quick to escape from Shanqing Luo's seductive technique. With a roar, he ferociously threw a punch at Shanqing Luo. The beguiling Demon Queen's beautiful face turned pale, not daring to resist and hurriedly retreated, but half of her body was still swept away by the Strength King's fist, causing her to scream miserably as she fell to the ground. Yang Bai stared at Shan Qingluo indifferently and shook his head. Qingluo, you disappoint me, is this your choice? Shan Qingluo's expression was indifferent. She let her body fall and said softly, I told you, I am already his woman. Naturally, I can't help you deal with him. You will regret this, Yang Bai sighed slightly. The peak of the martial Dao really is lonely at the top. As he spoke, his hands did not stop moving. Some of the masters from the 8 great families wanted to chase down and take Shan Qingluo's life directly. But Tang Yuxian was the first to act. The blood warriors all knew about the delicate relationship between Yang Kai and Shan Qingluo, so naturally they wouldn't make things difficult for her. Tang Yuxian simply wanted to rescue Shan Qingluo. Seeing Tang Yuxian catch the beguiling demon queen, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao xiao xiao. Massive bursts of energy suddenly shot out from the ground, the density of this energy far beyond anyone's imagination. Each of these bursts of energy was visible to the naked eye, as if they were pillars of light rising from the ground and covering the entire central capital. Looking down from above, one could see that the chaotic and fragmented central capital city was now shining with pillars of light that shot straight up into the sky. Those pillars of light were exuding a terrifying energy. Yang Bai laughed loudly, his figure flickering as he randomly found a pillar of light and dove down, soon disappearing, leaving behind only the 5 great evil kings who were still desperately defending their original position. There really is an earth vein, Yang Yinghao exclaimed. Seeing this scene, the old patriarchs of the 8 great families immediately understood. The records in their ancient books were not groundless. There was indeed a huge earth vein under the central capital. Now, this earth vein had been discovered by Yang by using his own methods. No matter what he wants to do with this earth vein, we can't just ignore it. Yang Yinghao's expression became ugly as he shouted, following Yang Bai along with the other 7 old patriarchs, searching for a nearby pillar of light and following its source into the ground. Yang Kai frowned, let's go take a look. The old demon hurriedly followed. Yang Kai's mansion. Meng Wuya, who had been guarding Yang Kai's heavenly palace and protecting Yang Kai's rear base, suddenly wore a look of pleasant surprise and excitement. His figure flickered as he flew up into the air and stared down at the desolate yet abundant scene of the central capital, his brow bursting with joy as he exclaimed, an earth vein! After a moment of silence, Meng Wuya suddenly laughed, wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search only to find it without any effort. Ning Chong, come with Master. It's time for Master to unlock the first seal. Hearing this, Xia Ning Chang's mind shook as she quickly nodded her head. She had been adopted by Meng Wuya since she was a child and had been vigorously cultivated in order to one day find an opportunity to unlock the shackles and seals on Meng Wuya's body. Xia Ning Chang also knew that if she wanted to break Meng Wuya's first seal, she would need an incomparably large amount of energy. No matter what the source of the energy was, as long as there was enough, she would be able to use her special physique to use Meng Wuya's body as a cauldron to refine the first seal. Refining a person into a pill was something only those with the sacred spirit medicine body could do. The master and disciple pair also found a nearby light pillar and, under the protection of Meng Wuya, entered the ground. Above the central capital, the masters from the 8 great families and Yang Kai's mansion were still besieging the ash-gray cloud evil land's cultivator. The invaders had suffered countless casualties, and now there were only a few hundred people left, including some monster beast. Although the 5 great evil kings still had the strength to fight, they were surrounded by dozens of transcendent realm masters, so there was no way for them to escape. Once they exhausted themselves, they would be able to kill them. The situation gradually became clear. Below the central capital, Yang Kai and Old Demon continued to fall towards the source of the light pillar, seemingly endless. Although they were wrapped in a rich world energy aura, this kind of descent inevitably made them panic, not knowing when they would reach the end. After a stick of incense worth of time, the two finally set foot on the ground. He didn't know how deep he was underground, but he could no longer sense the sounds of battle and energy fluctuations in the central capital. Looking around, he could only see pure and rich energy flowing in all directions, flowing like a clear river. This energy gathered together and exuded a faint glow, so even though they were deep underground, the light wasn't too dim. Where did those 8 people go? Old Demon turned his head and looked around, but couldn't find any trace of Yang Yinghao. This way, Yang Kai gestured in a certain direction. On the ground in front of them, he saw some messy footprints. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai was only able to sense 1,000 meters or so. Such a rich world energy aura isolated the range of his divine sense. After walking for a short time, several forks appeared in front of them, causing Yang Kai to frown. The earth vein under the central capital extended in all directions, and the underground passages were also long and winding. Under the circumstances where Yang Kai's divine sense was restricted, it was not easy to find the old patriarchs and Yangbai of the 8 great families. Yang Kai could only rely on the shallow footprints they had left behind. After taking a few turns and taking a few forks in the road, even the footprints of the 8 people had disappeared. Yang Kai and Old Demon had completely lost track of them, so in desperation, Yang Kai could only rely on his instincts to move forward. Suddenly, Yang Kai's footsteps came to a halt and he turned around. "Young master, what's wrong?" Yang Kai didn't answer, but after a short time, a slender figure rushed over. Old Demon was shocked and was about to attack when Yang Kai stopped him. When this figure came close, Old Demon discovered that it was actually his young master's senior sister, Su Yan. "Why did you come down here?" Yang Kai quickly pulled Su Yan closer. She and the other brothers and junior brothers of High Heaven Pavilion had been staying inside the Heavenly Palace and had not participated in the war against the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land. So when Yang Kai saw her appear at this moment, he was naturally a bit surprised. "I was chasing after Treasurer Meng and junior sister Ju," Su Yan explained. "I sensed your aura, so I came to take a look." "Treasurer Meng and little senior sister also came down?" Yang Kai was stunned. "What about the mansion?" "The mansion is fine. The Heavenly Palace's barrier is still there." Yang Kai nodded gently, but couldn't help feeling a bit confused. Why did Treasurer Meng come down here? He even brought little senior sister with him. This made Yang Kai quite confused. Although Meng Wuya could reach the second-order transcendent realm after unlocking his seal, it would still cause him some damage. So unless it was absolutely necessary, Yang Kai had no intention of letting Meng Wuya participate in the battle. As long as Meng Wuya stayed in the mansion and maintained the Heavenly Palace's operation, it would be fine. Yang Kai had never imagined that Meng Wuya would actually take the initiative to come out. "Since you've come, let's go together," Yang Kai smiled lightly. Su Yan nodded gently. The group of 3 continued to search the depths of the earth, carefully probing their surroundings but still unable to detect the aura of others. Su Yan was only able to detect Yang Kai's existence because she and Yang Kai shared a heart and soul connection, so she was able to accurately pinpoint his position. This method was only limited to the 2 of them. Just as Yang Kai was pondering, he suddenly felt that the flow of energy in the earth vein underground was somewhat unusual. The energy from all directions was converging fiercely in one direction. It seemed that there was a huge suction force that was madly swallowing the energy in the earth vein. "Let's go take a look." Yang Kai's expression sank as he quickly followed the direction of the energy flow. Half an hour later, Yang Kai noticed the auras of 2 people. Startled, Yang Kai quickly stepped forward. In a fork not far away, Yang Kai suddenly found Meng Wuya and Xianing Chong. Meng Wuya was sitting cross-legged on the ground with a happy expression on his face while Xianing Chong stood in front of him, his hands constantly forming a series of mysterious seals. As these seals were formed, the energy in the earth vein was continuously flowing into Meng Wuya's body. As if he had noticed someone approaching, Meng Wuya nervously glanced over, and even Xianing Chang's movements became somewhat sluggish. After seeing Yang Kai's face, both of them couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. "Treasurer Meng, what are you doing down here?" Yang Kai looked around in surprise and asked curiously. "Unlocking the seal," Meng Wuya replied softly. Chapter 593. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he was pleasantly surprised. Although Treasurer Meng didn't say much, Yang Kai could somewhat guess. There was a seal on Meng Wuya's body, and because of this seal, his cultivation was only at the peak immortal ascension boundary. If he could unlock this seal, he would be able to maintain his second-order transcendent cultivation all year round. Congratulations, Treasurer Meng. Yang Kai was also very happy that Meng Wuya was able to find an opportunity to unlock this seal. It seemed that Demon Lord Yang Bai's actions this time had brought him some benefits. "Treasurer Meng, have you seen any trace of Yang Bai or the 8 great families?" Yang Kai hurriedly asked. Meng Wuya shook his head and said, "If you want to find them, Ning Chong can help you." Yang Kai quickly turned his eyes to his little senior sister. Xia Ning Chong gently nodded but didn't say anything, simply waving her hand and sending out a burst of energy. This burst of energy shot out like a bolt of lightning and disappeared into the underground tunnel. After waiting for a while, this burst of energy returned. Xia Ning Chong casually pointed in a certain direction. Yang Kai grinned and walked towards the direction she pointed. Yang Kai, I'll stay behind to protect Treasurer Meng and junior sister Xia, Su Yan said hesitantly. She really wanted to act together with Kai Yang, because up until now, all the dangerous matters and all the battles had been shouldered by Kai Yang alone. But now that she saw that Meng Wuya and Xia Ning Chong were in the middle of something important, and there was no one around to protect them, she couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. If she stayed behind, she could at least protect these two in times of danger. Yang Kai nodded. Then you be careful. You too, Su Yan smiled. After bidding farewell to Meng Wuya and Xia Ning Chong, Yang Kai and the old demon followed the direction the little senior sister had pointed out, constantly scanning their surroundings with their powerful spiritual energy. Soon, some life auras entered Yang Kai's perception, causing Yang Kai to shake and lead the old demon over. In front of them, there were 9 figures. 8 of them were the old clan leaders of the 8 great clans who had chased the evil lord all the way here. Naturally, it was Yang Bai. When Yang Kai and the old demon arrived, the two sides were in a standoff. Although the 8 old patriarchs also had transcendent realm cultivations and had the advantage in numbers, facing a character like the demon lord, they still didn't dare act rashly. This gave them a lot of pressure. On the other hand, Yang Bai's expression remained calm. There was still a hint of excitement in the depths of his eyes. Although his methods were exceedingly powerful, he was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he calmly looked at the 8 people with a mocking gaze. Seeing Yang Kai and the old demon suddenly appear here, Yang Bai's eyes lit up and he smiled. Martial nephew also came. Good, good. Martial uncle was worried that no one would witness this moment. It's good to have more people. Yang Kai coldly snorted, stepped forward, and stared at Yang Bai solemnly. Martial uncle, you've spent so much effort, not hesitating to sacrifice the lives of all the masters of the ash-gray cloud evil land just to find this earth vein under the central capital? Why? Yang Kai asked. This earth vein belongs to the central capital. Even if you find it, you won't be able to absorb all the energy here in a short time and will only benefit the 8 great families. Martial uncle doesn't seem to be a fool. He wouldn't make such a bad deal, would he? Yang Bai's expression became interested as he nodded lightly. It seems that Martial nephew is smarter than these 8 people. They all thought my purpose was to occupy this earth vein. But in fact they were wrong. I am not so ambitious as to absorb the energy from this earth vein under the noses of everyone in the central capital. Yang Yinghao and the others all wore confused expressions. They all thought Yang Bai was eyeing this earth vein's energy. None of them had expected him to deny it now. So what was he doing now? No matter what your purpose is, today, this place will be your burial place. Yang Yinghao coldly shouted, interrupting Yang Bai's chatter. Yang Bai chuckled. With just you lot, such a thing is impossible. As long as I want to, I can take your lives at any time. Then why hasn't Martial uncle acted yet? Yang Kai asked sarcastically. As I said, I needed someone to witness it. Shan Qing Luo was the best candidate. I was prepared to share it with her. But unfortunately, she didn't know how to appreciate kindness and missed such a good opportunity. Yang Bai slowly shook his head, a look of disappointment filling his face. Martial uncle's interests are truly vile. It doesn't matter. Yang Bai shrugged his shoulders casually, because I'm about to leave here and go to a higher world. A higher world? The 8 old men were stunned, none of them understanding what he was talking about. The old demon grinned wickedly while Yang Kai wore a thoughtful expression. Ignorant. Yang Bai's face showed a trace of pity. Do you think the above immortal ascension boundary is the peak of the martial Tao? You're wrong, the above immortal ascension boundary is not, and it's not called that, it's just a name you give to this realm. The 8 old patriarchs all stared in shock, as if they had just heard something incredible, all of them staring expectantly at Yang Bai, hoping to understand what kind of realm the above immortal ascension boundary was. It's called the transcendent realm, a realm beyond the mortal realm. Yang Kai said with a look of disgust, interrupting Yang Bai's self-display and shaking his head. Martial uncle, I thought you were a great character, but now it seems you're nothing more than a clown. Yang Bai's eyes went cold, seemingly not having expected Yang Kai to know so much about this realm, but soon his expression relaxed and he nodded. Was it that little brother behind you who told you this? The old demon snickered, not saying anything, staring at Yang Bai with ridicule and disdain. Yang Bai showing off his knowledge of the transcendent realm in front of him was like showing off one's slight skill in front of an expert. Looking at the old demon, Yang Bai sincerely said, "Little brother, you and I share the same origin. My achievements all come from your current body. Everyone should be closer to each other. If you're willing, why don't we join hands?" "No need," the old demon grinned meaningfully. "This old master still believes following young master will be more promising." "Do you really think so?" Yang Bai was somewhat disappointed, emphasizing, "Although my martial nephew's aptitude is extraordinary, I'm afraid his life's achievements will be limited to this. If you come with me, I can take you to see a wider world." Saying so, Yang Bai suddenly stretched out his hand and slapped the nearby cave wall, pouring a fierce amount of yuan qi into it, causing the energy of the entire earth vein to surge and converge towards him. A short time later, at the position Yang Bai had just slapped, a small black dot suddenly appeared. This small black dot rapidly expanded, and after a few breaths of time, it had transformed into a black hole several meters in diameter. This black hole was so deep that it seemed capable of swallowing everything in its path. The faces of the 8 great families' old patriarchs all changed greatly as they hurriedly retreated, none of them understanding what this black hole was. On the other hand, Yang Kai and the old demon's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as they simultaneously exclaimed, "A void corridor?" Yang Bai stared at them in surprise, not having expected them all to recognize this thing, nodding. It is indeed a void corridor. The other side is a higher world, far different from this one. This is just a barbarian land where world energy is scarce and masters are rare, but the other side is different. The world energy there is abundant, making it more suitable for a cultivator to sense the heavenly way and martial Tao. Little brother, as long as you agree, I am willing to let you enter with me and share the resources there. So that's how it is. The old demon nodded solemnly. It seems that you not only inherited the inheritance of this body, but also its memories. Yes. Yang Bai nodded without hesitation. The demon lord's corpse in High Heaven Pavilion's coiling dragon stream was now being used by the old demon as his body. But before that, Yang Bai had obtained its inheritance and thoughts, allowing him to understand the mysteries of the transcendent realm and improve his strength so quickly. It should be the memories contained in the demon lord's corpse that led Yang Bai to the earth vein under the central capital and to the location of this void corridor. His goal was not the central capital, nor was it this earth vein, but rather this void corridor in front of him. He wanted to escape this world and enter another place in order to pursue a higher realm and cultivation. However, the memories you obtained don't seem to be complete. The old demon grinned strangely. Why does little brother say that? Yang Bai frowned slightly. Do you think the resources there are at your disposal? Do you think the masters there are easy to bully? What a joke. Although this place is a barbarian land, the other side is also filled with dangers. Your cultivation is not bad. You can call yourself a tyrant here, but if you were to go to the other side, at most you'd be a sect elder. If I were you, I'd choose to live a carefree life here, the old demon said calmly. How do you know so much? Yang Bai was finally surprised. That's impossible. All the memories of that body have been completely inherited by me. It's impossible for you to obtain its thoughts. This old master doesn't need to obtain its thoughts, because this old master's body came from that world. The old demon laughed and pointed to himself. The original owner of this body, if we really want to compare, is this old master's junior's junior. Yang Bai's expression suddenly changed as he stared at the old demon like he was some kind of monster, a thick sense of dread flashing across the depths of his eyes. Yang Bai's current achievements were only possible because he obtained the inheritance of that body. But now the old demon was saying that this demon lord was his junior's junior, a look of disdain appearing on his face. This caused Yang Bai to feel somewhat at a loss, all of his previous understandings being completely overturned. You want to deceive me? Yang Bai's expression became cold. No matter what you say, I won't be fooled. Since I've come this far, I'll go and see for myself what the other side of the world is like. The old demon slowly shook his head. You're the most ignorant one here. It's not up to you to judge. Yang Bai shouted, his aura suddenly becoming dangerous as a rich demonic qi rushed out from his body. His entire face becoming ferocious, as if a demon had descended from the heavens. I'll become the demon race. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pointed to his forehead, the massive amount of energy inside his unyielding golden skeleton fiercely bursting forth, covering his body in a layer of demonic qi. The richness of his demonic qi was no less than Yang Bai's, perhaps even greater. Chapter 594. Yang Bai's expression became solemn as he stared at Yang Kai. His gaze finally becoming dignified. "Martial nephew, you actually possess such strength. Good, it seems you have some kind of external force to rely on. However, your immortal ascension boundary 5th stage cultivation is still too weak." "Is that so?" Old Demon took a step forward and stood guard by Yang Kai's side. The same incomparably rich demonic chi gushing out from his body, the same aura as Yang Bai's, seemingly drawing in each other. The 8 old men shouted at the same time, pushing their strength to 0.1%, their expressions filled with anger, as if they were ready to fight Yang Bai to the death. Yang Bai laughed. "You think you can win against me by relying on so many treasures? You're all too naive. Fine, before I leave, I'll show you what a 3rd order transcendent is. Brother, I gave you a chance, but unfortunately you didn't appreciate it. Today, I'll accept your demonic chi." These last words were directed to the old demon. When Yang Bai had emerged from the coiling dragon stream, his cultivation hadn't yet reached the 3rd order transcendent realm, so he was unable to fully absorb the energy from the demon lord's corpse. Yang Bai had wanted to wait for a period of time before he could do so, but he hadn't expected the old demon to take advantage of him. Now that such an opportunity was in front of him, he naturally wanted to take back his own strength. Saying so, he gently waved his hand, and a layer of 7-colored light film covered his body like a treasure armor. The old patriarchs of the 8 great families also released their martial skills and artifacts, bombarding Yang Bai's body. These attacks should have been able to overturn rivers and seas, but all they did was cause the light barrier around Yang Bai's body to ripple slightly, unable to even break through his defenses. Although they already knew that Yang Bai's methods were extraordinary and his strength was formidable, after seeing this scene, the 8 old patriarchs still couldn't help feeling a bit of shock. The old demon also took action, sending out a blood mist towards Yang Bai, wrapping him up. This blood mist contained the old demon's many years of comprehension and cultivation, enough to erode anything in this world. However, Yang Bai only lightly shook his body to disperse this blood mist. The old demon coldly snorted and took 3 steps back. His expression was extremely solemn. The absolute gap between their realms was not something his experience could make up for. If there was a lot of blood here, he could still use his Demon Spectre Saint technique, but all the blood that flowed out from the dead had been used by Yang Bai, so the old demon couldn't cook without rice. A loud dragon roar came out, and a huge dragon head appeared behind Yang Kai. It shook its head and tail, opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Yang Bai. "Flood dragon?" Yang Bai disdainfully waved his left hand and summoned a huge 7-colored poisonous python. This poisonous python's scales were brilliant, and as it bared its fangs ferociously rushed towards the black flood dragon, opening its mouth and spitting out 7-colored rays of light. These rays of light contained a terrifying amount of evil energy, and in an instant the black flood dragon was blown to pieces. "That's all there is to it," Yang Bai sneered, his expression calm as he coldly declared. "Release your full strength, I'd like to see who can stop me. I, Yang Bai, have lived a miserable life, all I ever pursued was strength. So what if it was righteous, so what if it was evil? As long as I can become stronger, I will kill anyone who stands in my way. Even if it was your honored master who raised you?" Yang Kai stared at him coldly. Although the situation was critical, he didn't show the slightest sign of panic, instead maintaining a calm expression. The old demon carefully observed. Although he didn't know what Yang Kai was relying on, after following him for so long, the old demon knew that Yang Kai wouldn't do anything he wasn't confident in, so he quickly suppressed his desire to flee and quietly stood guard beside Yang Kai. "Honored master?" Yang Bai sneered. "I don't have a honored master anymore." Saying so, Yang Bai once again pushed the evil energy in his body, causing the old patriarchs of the 8 great families to all groan as their knees went soft and they all fell to the ground. Their faces all became 7-colored as their yuan qi and physical strength rapidly drained away, all of them madly converging towards Yang Bai's body. The absolute suppression in terms of cultivation made them deeply realize just how terrifying Yang Bai was, and they also realized that it was impossible for them to do anything to him. "Yang Kai, you have to leave quickly. I'm afraid we won't be able to escape," Yang Yinghao suddenly called out, his voice growing softer and softer as he spoke. If they had known that Yang Bai's strength was so terrifying, they would never have come here with only 8 of them. They had thought that by relying on their strength, even if they died in battle, they would at least be able to drag Yang Bai down with them. But in reality, this idea was nothing more than a joke. Now, all they could do was risk their lives to protect Yang Kai. You can leave now. Yang Bai's expression remained calm as he lightly shook his head, stretching out his hand and sending out a sharp gust of wind that pierced through Yang Yinghao's shoulder, causing blood to flow out. Yang Bai, you deceived your master and destroyed your ancestors, bringing shame to the sect. Today, I will clean up your sect on behalf of Grand Master. Yang Kai was like an enraged beast, suddenly becoming violent as he roared. Yang Bai was stunned, glancing over at him strangely, contemptuously saying, "A trivial immortal ascension boundary 5th stage brat dares to speak such arrogant words. You really don't know how high the heavens are. Martial nephew, you're going to die soon. Are you planning to turn into an evil ghost and clean up your sect on behalf of that old fart?" Although they were from the same sect, Yang Bai looked down on Yang Kai from the very beginning, believing that his current strength was only because he had borrowed some kind of external force. Haha. Yang Kai let out a strange laugh, his grin fading as he shouted, "Old demon!" The old demon responded immediately, not hesitating as he rushed towards Yang Bai like a madman. Yang Bai's expression was filled with disdain as he waved his hand towards the old demon, sending out a burst of violent energy. The old demon's Yuan Qi flickered for a moment before it was destroyed and he was sent flying backwards, crashing heavily to the ground, but he immediately stood up without a care in the world, completely unscathed. This scene not only stunned the old patriarchs of the 8 great families. Even Yang Bai wore a look of shock. After recovering, he nodded. "This body is truly amazing." The old demon laughed. "Although this old master can't beat you right now, you can't kill this old master either. This body is not something you can shake." The body the old demon possessed had been left under the coiling dragon stream for hundreds of years, so it had not been damaged. Obviously, it had been tempered to a certain limit by that demon lord. With Yang Bai's current cultivation, he really couldn't shake this body. "I thought you had something to rely on, but it turns out it's just this," Yang Bai snorted. "If that's all you have, then I won't play with you any longer." The old demon didn't say anything, but instead rushed towards Yang Bai with an unstoppable momentum. Yang Bai spat disdainfully and coldly said, "You're just a brute. You have an empty shell, but you can't use it to its full potential. You should just return it to me." Saying so, an even fiercer burst of chi than before as Yang Bai formed a claw with his hand and directly grabbed towards the old demon's head. To his surprise, the old demon didn't even try to evade and simply let Yang Bai grab him. Courting death. Yang Bai was overjoyed and quickly circulated his secret art, madly absorbing the power from the old demon's body. This demonic chi was the same as the secret art he cultivated, so he could absorb it without any hesitation. Once he absorbed the old demon's power, Yang Bai's strength would definitely rise again. Yang Bai could even use a secret technique to refine the old demon's body into a puppet. "Young master." The old demon struggled to resist, but was still unable to stop the loss of power from his body, so he had no choice but to call out. Regardless of what Yang Kai was planning, now was the time to act. It was because he trusted Yang Kai unconditionally that the old demon was acting so recklessly. A golden chain suddenly appeared, and along with its appearance, an aura of pure yang descended. Whether it was the old demon or Yang Bai, the demonic chi in their bodies seemed to have encountered its nemesis and became restless. This golden chain wasn't very long, but it had a kind of power that could not be ignored and directly wrapped around Yang Bai. Demon sealing chain? Yang Bai was shocked, his face filled with panic as he quickly released the old demon and retreated. Yang Kai sneered, and with his will, the golden demon sealing chain seemed to have a life of its own and instantly wrapped around Yang Bai, firmly binding him. Asterisk see la la. Asterisk with a sound like salt being sprinkled into hot oil, the demonic chi in Yang Bai's body madly resisted, but it was still unable to break free from the demon sealing chain's shackles, black smoke constantly rising from his body. On the other hand, the golden demon sealing chain seemed to have no physical form and gradually disappeared into Yang Bai's body, leaving behind only a faint glimmer of light. "Martial uncle, you've been too careless." Yang Kai sneered, "Since we've already obtained that demon lord's body, how could the demon sealing chain not be in my hands? This thing should be your nemesis." Yang Bai's expression was filled with anger as he glared at Yang Kai with hatred, his face twisting in anger. The devil sealing chain was used to restrain evil devil chi. Whether it was Yang Bai or the old demon, all of their current achievements were because they had inherited the demon lord's body. Seemingly suppressed by the demon sealing chain, Yang Bai's arrogant aura quickly converged and most of his strength was suppressed inside his body, unable to be used. The situation had taken a sharp turn and everyone was pleasantly surprised. none of them having anticipated such a change. The old demon stared at Yang Kai in both horror and joy, secretly thinking that his trust in his young master had been correct. He had even forgotten about the existence of the demon sealing chain, but now Yang Kai had taken it out. "Martial uncle, how much of your strength can you use now?" Yang Kai took a step forward, his momentum rising steadily. "Because of you, the great High Heaven Pavilion is now in a miserable state. Grand Master almost lost his life, and my father has been plagued with a chronic illness for many years. You destroyed the central capital, but you destroyed High Heaven Pavilion, so you must pay the price. Now, it's time for you to repay your debt." "Wishful thinking." Yang Bai roared hysterically. "You think you can seal me with a trivial demon sealing chain? Perhaps if you were stronger you would be able to do so, but with your current strength, it's still not enough. The power of an artifact can only be displayed through one's foundation. Didn't I teach you this?" Saying so, Yang Bai clenched his fists and once again released a burst of 7-colored light, covering the surrounding area like a violent storm. At the same time, his figure leapt backwards towards the void corridor. He obviously wanted to leave here first before making any further plans. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.